Hello, I'm Jennifer Joy, author of Fitzwilliam Darcy, poet. Please stay all the way to the end to hear some thoughts about Wicked Wickham and poetry that you will only hear here on this channel. Happy listening.
Fitzwilliam Darcy, poet, a Pride and Prejudice variation, written by Jennifer Joy, narrated by Stevie Zimmerman. Prologue, Summer 1801. Fitzwilliam Darcy patted his waistcoat pocket, smiling and imagining Isabella's reaction to his token of affection. No, affection was too cold to describe the ardour burning in his heart. Darcy loved her. Where was she? He roamed the grounds at Wyndham Hall, an estate as familiar to Darcy as his own home at neighbouring Pemberley. Philip Vaughan, Isabella's elder brother, had been Darcy's constant childhood companion. They would ride over the countryside while Isabella perfected a new tune on the harp or embroidered an intricate flower of satin ribbon and pearls. They were adults now. Along with Darcy, Vaughan would leave for Cambridge that year. Thus the gathering Mrs. Vaughan had arranged for them. Darcy did not wish to celebrate. Every day apart from Isabella would be torture. Twilight cast shadows over the gardens. The first stars emerging in the clear sky winked at Darcy, encouraging him to continue his search before darkness obscured her from his vision. Would he find Isabella in the garden? Would she like the necklace he had helped the jeweller design? A tasteful gold chain with tiny diamonds that would dance around her neck. She was not by the fountain. He ventured farther away, following the neatly trimmed hedges to the rose garden. The heady perfume of the full blooms filled Darcy's senses with wistful dreams of a life with the young lady who inspired his heart. He had written her a sonnet, his first love poem, and his limbs quivered in nervous uncertainty. He did not trust anyone with his innermost expressions, much less the emotions he poured out and recorded on paper. But he trusted Isabella. Darcy had not meant to fall for her. They had been neighbours their whole lives. Their parents were old friends. Darcy could not recall how or when it had happened. Isabella was like a painting he had seen every day, only to have the light filter across the frame in such a manner that awakened him to a deeper appreciation for the artistry. One day Isabella had been Vaughan's bothersome younger sister. The next, she was a captivating young woman. Isabella was more beautiful than any work of art Darcy had seen, or was likely to see. Her hair was the colour of the wheat fields, shimmering under the rays of sun. Her eyes were never the same colour, sometimes grey, often gold, and occasionally green. Her manners were perfect, her air graceful. She was exquisite. She was not in the rose garden. Leaving the hedges, Darcy continued down the path to the Grecian Folly. Shielded by a copse of trees on one side, with a stunning view of the lake on the other, the Folly had become their secret meeting place over the past few months. It was where they had shared their first kiss. Spurred forward by amorous memories, Darcy slowed when he heard voices ahead. Two figures stood under the domed roof. Isabella was partially covered by one of the Greek columns, but the gentleman invading their meeting place was fully visible. Lord Conway. Darcy's blood heated. He had little respect for Lord Conway. Seeing the man standing where he had last embraced Isabella transformed Darcy's dislike into outright contempt. Conway used his title and influence for his own selfish gain, with no thought for those affected by the consequences of his dishonesty. The cloud shifted, and a beam of the setting sun glinted off a shiny object in Isabella's hand, a sparkling red object. Rubies. Jewellery. Darcy's disgust intensified. Was Conway so desperate to win her affection he resorted to expensive gifts? Darcy did not see more than a glimpse before her hand disappeared from his view behind the column. She must be returning Conway's gift, and well she should. Isabella would never encourage the attentions of another, when she had promised her heart to Darcy only the week before. She would not be swayed by rubies. Taking comfort in his superior taste, Isabella preferred diamonds. Darcy continued down the path. Before he was close enough to make himself discreetly heard, Lord Conway bowed and turned, clipping Darcy on the shoulder as he sped down the path toward the house. His lordship must not have received the reply he expected. Darcy's chest burst with pride for his Isabella. She would not betray him for another. Titles and presents would not sway her loyalty. Hopping up the stair into the small Grecian temple, Darcy joined her. Isabella greeted him with a mischievous glint in her eye. She said, "I suppose you saw Lord Conway. He's seeking a wife, and seems to think I shall fill the role nicely. He did not bother to ask me what I thought about him. He would not have liked my full answer had he bothered to listen to it." Darcy took her hands in his. They were cold. "And what do you think about him?" he asked, warming her fingers between his. She tilted her chin upward, tempting Darcy with her plump lips. "I could never love another man as I love you." He lifted her hand to his lips. There was no lovelier woman in the world. Her eyelashes lowered, fluttering over her cheeks. "I am decided, Darcy, but my father has already entered into negotiations. He is too easily influenced by Lord Conway's fortune and title. Even my mother considers it an enormous compliment to me to be made an offer by a peer so soon after making my debut into society." "He's 20 years your senior," countered Darcy. Isabella freed her hands, stepping closer and fingering the lapels of his coat. "You do not need to convince me. I find him repulsive." "Do you wish for me to speak with your father?" It was a bold move, but Darcy would do it. She shook her head. "That would not do. You have yet to reach your majority, and until you inherit, you have little to bargain with, other than the promise of the fortune and properties you will eventually come into. Hardly persuasive when an earl in possession of his inheritance and unaccustomed to refusal offers for your daughter." She was right, blast it all. Darcy would not reach his majority for 4 more years, an eternity when others contended for the hand of the very lady he had determined to marry. Isabella smiled at him. "I will show myself so indifferent, his lordship will soon lose interest. Do not trouble yourself. Only I pray you, remember me when all of your friends are chasing after skirts at Cambridge." "I could never forget you." "Good. Then we agree, and the matter is settled. Now, let us join my mother's guests for dinner, before we are missed and eyebrows start raising." They walked to the house, a touch closer than decorum permitted, Isabella departing from his side to refresh herself, before returning to the dinner party assembling in the drawing-room. Only then did he remember the token was still in his pocket. He would have liked to see her wear it at dinner, to know it was his gift, his token of devotion she wore. Darcy would have preferred to wait for her in the entrance hall, but the butler was diligent in seeing to his duties. He led Darcy to the drawing-room, where Darcy had no option but to make the rounds, as was expected of him. Vaughan clapped him on the back several times, but since he said nothing of import, Darcy credited his odd display with excitement for the morrow when they would make their way to Cambridge. Unlike himself, Vaughan looked forward to attending university. Wickham was there as well, charming the family's guests with his lively comments and amiable manners. He always was a favourite, and between his connections to the Darcy family and his own charisma, Wickham made himself a welcome inclusion to any social gathering. The only gentleman with whom Darcy did not attempt to converse, beyond the barest greeting, was Lord Conway. Isabella returned to the room just before dinner was announced, and Vaughan clumsily stepped into Darcy's path, preventing him from reaching her side before Lord Conway. "I am sorry, Darcy. Really I am," Vaughan mumbled. Darcy glared at him, offering his arm to one of the few ladies without an escort to dinner. Vaughan's apology seemed overly dramatic for the incident it was. Attending to his duties effectively, Darcy did not see the glint of diamonds and rubies clipped in Isabella's hair until he sat down. He blinked hard, but they did not disappear. They filled his vision, until all he could see was red. His stomach twisted. He looked at Isabella for an explanation, but she would not, look at him. She was, however, full of smiles for the Earl sitting beside her, the fool who had given her a token of fickle affection, a token she had accepted. Darcy now understood Vaughan. Isabella had lied to him. Darcy groaned. Before he knew what he was about, he had risen from the table. "I apologise. I'm suddenly taken with an unbearable headache." If anyone attempted to stop him, Darcy did not hear it. Ears humming, vision blurred, he made his way out of the dining room to the entrance hall, where a servant ran ahead of him, hopefully to have his horse readied. Darcy could not bear to spend another minute at Wyndham Hall. "Darcy, it is not what you think," Isabella said, rushing around to step in front of him. He stopped, his limbs stiff and his voice hard when he spoke. "You accepted his gift. Why would you take something from a gentleman if you did not mean to encourage his affection?" Darcy watched Isabella widen her cunning eyes in an attempt to look innocent, but he saw her differently now. He saw the deceitful disguise of a manipulative female. She had lied to him. His heart felt numb, dead. "It is you I love." She pulled a piece of paper Darcy recognised all too well out of the bodice of her dress. "See, I carry your poem with me always. It is my dearest treasure." How quickly deceit turned love to revulsion. "I wish you would burn it," he growled, stepping around her. Isabella called out after him until her father silenced her. Darcy did not turn around, nor did he wait for the stable boy to bring his mare to him. Darcy met them halfway to the stables. Taking the reins and flinging his leg over Rhea's side, his loyal mare responded beautifully, taking off at a gallop that pulled tears out of the corners of Darcy's eyes. They raced home to Pemberley. It was a blessing his father had chosen that evening to take Georgiana to a travelling circus in the village. Darcy could grieve in peace until the morning, for he refused to mourn Isabella a moment longer than she deserved. Rhea seemed to know her master was out of sorts. However, the old girl could not keep up such a pace so long as she once could, so when Wyndham Hall was well behind them, Darcy eased her to a walk. Patting her neck, Darcy said, "You and my little sister are the only females I will ever trust." Rhea pulled against the reins, flattening her ears, and complaining with loud grunts. Darcy chuckled. "You were not done running yet, were you? Very well, if you will put up with me, I will let you have your way." Loosening his hold on the reins, Darcy leaned forward in his saddle, ready for what was to come. Rhea did not disappoint. She flew down the road, doing exactly what she had indicated she would do. There was no deception in her, no mixed messages or cunning manipulations. When Rhea was cross, she made her displeasure known. When she was happy, she whinnied and swished her tail from side to side. It did Darcy good to indulge her. She was safe. Darcy would return the necklace to the jeweller's. He had no use for it. Too bad, the only honest female in Derbyshire, quite possibly in all of England, or the world, was a horse. Chapter 1. 10 years later, in a shire far away from Pemberley. Elizabeth Bennet's mother rarely dared to enter the sanctuary of Mr. Bennet's bookroom. Elizabeth could recall only 2 such occasions in all of her 20 years, and each incident had convinced her mother of the futility of intruding in her husband's lair. Today was special. "Mr. Bennet, there is a cart outside our house," she exclaimed, steadying herself against the edge of the desk where he sat contentedly smoking a pipe. He lowered his book and peeked over his spectacles at her. With a wink at Elizabeth, he replied, "A cart, you say? How extraordinary! I've only counted 5 out of my window since rising this morning. How fortunate for me that I may now bring the total up to 6 with your shrewd observation." Mother huffed. Truth be told, Elizabeth felt her patience running thin as well. Father loved nothing more than to tease Mother, and Mother had a way of encouraging Father's wit at the sacrifice of the action she wished for him to make. "There is a very large crate in the cart," Mother said, puffing a dislodged clump of fluffy hair out of her eyes with a hearty breath. Father removed his spectacles, folding them and placing them carefully on top of the book he had been reading. "Ah, I see," he said, pushing his chair back, as if he made to rise, and confounding Mother when he did not immediately march out of the house to see why the cart with the large crate was currently stopped in their circular drive. Donning his spectacles once again, Father said, "No doubt they're lost, and will continue to Meryton with no help from us." With a cheeky grin, he flipped his book open and pretended to resume reading. "Mr. Bennet, why do you insist on misunderstanding me? You must go out and see if the crate is for us, of course." "Why did you not say so from the start, my dear? Although it is dreadfully wet out of doors." He looked out of the rain-streaked window, continuing with mock cheer. "But if I catch my death of a cold, then you will take comfort that it was done in the pursuit of the contents of a large crate on a cart stopped in our drive." Mother did not take kindly to hints of Father's demise, his estate being entailed to a distant cousin they had not met, and who she was convinced would toss them out into the hedgerows as soon as he inherited. Their usual banter continued, and while Father's retorts were clever and oftentimes humorous, Elizabeth did not laugh. She looked behind her to the parlour, where her 2 youngest sisters, Kitty and Lydia, pressed their noses against the window. They produced such a fog on the glass, it was a miracle they could see anything at all. They commented on every motion of the cart driver, shoving each other for a more advantageous position when neither willingly yielded her post. Mary, between Elizabeth and Kitty in age, and having inherited all the seriousness her younger sisters lacked, continued rehearsing the tune she had been playing with meticulous care and determined enthusiasm, to the detriment of its rhythm and the pianoforte's ivory keys. She lived to display her talents, if only she could ascertain what they were. Elizabeth admired Mary's persistence, and prayed she would settle on a quieter accomplishment before they all lost their hearing. Jane, who had been calmly stitching her piece of embroidery, now joined Elizabeth in the hall, outside their father's study. As beautiful as she was sensible, Jane suggested, "If the cart driver is lost, then perhaps it would be a kindness to assist him along his way. We will have a tea-tray ready for you when you return." Elizabeth smiled at her thoughtful eldest sister, grateful she had already asked Mr. Hill to inquire if they might be of assistance to the men with the cart. It was the simplest solution, and one her father would have seen to immediately, had he not been too distracted confounding Mother. The butler came in through the entrance just then, droplets of rain showering from his coat where he stood. "The crate is from Mr. Edward Gardner. Where would you like to receive it?" he asked. "In the parlour, of course," Mother said, rushing out of Father's bookroom to the parlour to clear a space. Elizabeth ran to help her, while Jane herded Kitty and Lydia out of the way of the men carrying the crate. In minutes, the lid of the crate was pried off. Father paid the men a sum for their troubles, and straw littered the carpet and floors. Mother was beside herself with joy. "How very like Edward to think of us while he and his family are away on business. He always has been my favourite brother. We shall invite them to a grand dinner with the best families in Hertfordshire on their return." She rubbed her hands together, no doubt already running down the list of unmarried gentlemen she could invite to court her unmarried daughters. Kitty pulled out a bolt of pale pink fabric with tiny rosebuds printed on it. "It is so soft," she said, holding it out for them to pet as she did. "And there is enough for Jane to have a new dress made. I noticed how drawn Mr. Bingley was to the pink ribbon she wore at the assembly. This shall do very nicely. Mother said. Lydia pouted until several other bolts of cotton fabric were taken out of the crate and brushed free of the straw stuck in them. Even Mary, who did not take much pleasure in material goods, had difficulty restraining her excitement when a flute was uncovered. "An instrument you can play in your bedchamber, or take with you out of doors, my dear. I dare say the cows will produce better milk with the benefit of your practice in the fields," Father observed. For Mother, there was a new fan with a velvet ribbon she could loop around her wrist. It opened to a painted design of brightly coloured birds. "Is there a letter?" Elizabeth asked, unable to get any closer to the crate than she was with her mother and younger sisters taking up all the space. Uncle and Aunt Gardner had travelled to America to establish trade connections from which they hoped to profit, should the wars with Napoleon ever end. It was generous of them to think of their relatives at Longbourn, but Elizabeth craved news. "I received a letter from them a fortnight ago. It escaped my mind until now, I fear, but they assured me they had arrived safely in Albany and intended to travel down the coast, where it is reputed to be much warmer, even in the winter months," he said. "Mr. Bennet, how could you forget such a thing?" Mother complained. Father shrugged his shoulders. "There's no harm done. They're well, and I have no doubt you are enjoying their presence all the more for not knowing to expect them. Your brother did make mention of sending a crate in his letter, though he gave no indication as to when it would arrive." Mother made her displeasure known with a few clucks of her tongue, but was otherwise too distracted with the treasures piling up on the chair beside her to censure Father further. He would have returned to his study had there not been several books wrapped in brown paper and twine at the bottom of the crate. The first was a journal of Patrick Gass, an explorer whose name Elizabeth had heard mentioned along with Captain Meriwether Lewis and Lieutenant William Clark, detailing the expeditions of the intrepid adventurers scouting the new frontier. The next few books he uncovered looked as promising as the first, capturing Father's attention as much as they did Elizabeth's, though she would have to wait for him to finish before she could read them. Elizabeth knew she ought to be content with the promise of a new dress, but when Lydia and Kitty had a stack of ribbons and fripperies between them, Mary had her new instrument, and Jane had a fur muff and cape lined with satin, Elizabeth pushed her way closer to the side of the crate to better inspect if perhaps her gift had fallen to a corner on the bottom. Lydia huffed. "That is all. I do not understand why Jane gets the furs, when all I have are these ribbons." "Lizzie, this book is addressed to you," Father said, handing her a wrapped book with her aunt's handwriting on it. They had not forgotten her after all. Feeling silly for doubting them, Elizabeth took the book while Mother organised the removal of the crate and the cleaning of the carpets. Mary had already gone to her room. High-pitched chirps and shrills came from upstairs. Lydia grabbed Kitty by the elbow and pulled her away to better entertain themselves in more lofty pursuits. She had a hat to trim with her new ribbons. Kitty was not completely without a sense of fairness. "Only a book for Lizzie, when we have all of this." Taking a seat over by the fire, Elizabeth tore the paper off the book. Her heart swelled as she saw the curved letters engraved in gold on the cover. She ran her fingers over his name, the leather as smooth to her skin as his name was when it rolled off her tongue. "A book of poetry by Walter Wyndham," Elizabeth whispered. Her sisters could have the dresses and the fineries. Elizabeth would not trade the verses for all the contents of the crate. She pressed the book to her chest, lowering her chin and inhaling the intoxicating scent of a newly bound collection of poems, penned by the man she dreamed of meeting some day. Chapter 2. Jane understood what Mr. Wyndham's poetry meant to Elizabeth. Gathering her furs, Jane said, "Lizzie, I seem to have misplaced my favourite pink ribbon. Would you be so kind as to help me search for it?" Kitty and Lydia fell suspiciously quiet at the table, where they sat trimming the bonnet. Their silence was as good as an open confession. They must have pilfered the ribbon before the arrival of the crate. Mary entered the room, her fingers still covering the dainty holes of her new instrument. Not one to use gentle speech when blunt tones would do, she said, "Lydia has it. She took it from your room, hoping you would not notice it was gone, so she might wear it on her bonnet. Stealing is a sin born from envy." She glowered at Lydia self-righteously, until Lydia stuck her tongue out. Not knowing how to react to the unseemly outburst, though she had been the recipient of such vulgar gestures numerous times, Mary twirled on her slippered foot and returned to her room. Elizabeth often thought Mary and Lydia would benefit from each other's association if they could endure one another long enough to profit from their company. As it was, they avoided each other like the pox. Mary's pious views clashed too greatly with Lydia's selfish pursuits of whatever brought her pleasure. As Jane passed the table, Elizabeth heard Kitty whisper, "It was your idea. Do not expect me to volunteer my pin money to replace Jane's ribbon." With a smile, Elizabeth followed Jane up the stairs to her bedchamber. "Those two will spend the rest of the day arguing over who ought to replace your ribbon," Elizabeth said, closing the door behind her. Jane sighed. "And in the end, I suspect neither of them will bother to think of me the next time they visit the haberdashery. Their pangs of conscience never last long. I think they are convinced it is not stealing so long as it is done within the family. We ought to be honoured to receive such a distinction," Elizabeth added with a chuckle. "It disturbs you as much as it does me, Lizzie, though you attempt to cover it over with humour. But let us not dwell on the moral challenges our sisters suffer. Open your book." Elizabeth needed no further encouragement. Running her fingers once more over the poet's name, she opened it to the first page. A letter dropped into her lap. She held it up. "Oh, it is from Aunt Gardner." Being addressed to her, Elizabeth did not need to read the contents aloud, but she held no secrets from Jane. She read, "Dearest Lizzie, would you have believed it? A book of poems by your favourite author, Mr. Walter Wyndham. I do believe this explains why his poems have only appeared in the ladies' journals in England, while he has a book printed in America. He must be American. I'm asking anybody of consequence we meet if they know of him, discreetly of course, so that I might inquire when he next plans on travelling to England, for I know how dearly you wish to meet the gentleman. Your uncle believes my inquiries are in vain, but since he does not prohibit them, I am free to ask whom I choose. If Mr. Wyndham is here, I shall find him, and I will give a full account of every detail. We miss you dearly, Lizzie. It seems strange we will not be at home to receive you and Jane at our residence, as is our custom at the end of the year. However, the children are excited to visit this new world, and I will admit that I am too. Our accommodations have been superior to what we had envisioned, and while the transportation is rougher than we are accustomed to, it is not unbearable. So far, the journey looks to be a profitable one for your uncle, and for that I am grateful. How heartbreaking it would be to make such a long voyage for naught. I promise to write more later, trusting you will eventually receive this missive and all the others I've sent. Edward has written several letters to your father as well. Pray ask Mr. Bennet occasionally for news of us, as we are well aware of his tendency to forget to share his correspondence." Elizabeth rolled her eyes at that. Father was infamous for sharing news at the most inopportune times, often months after he had received word. She continued reading. "Enjoy your poems, Lizzie. I saw that several of your favourites from the magazines are inside, as well as a few which seem to be new. Oh, I do hope so for your sake. Yours, in the pursuit of the elusive Mr. Wyndham, Madeline Gardner." Elizabeth clutched the book to her chest again. "Oh, Jane, how glad I am that I was not invited to dine at Netherfield Park with you tonight. I shall have all evening to spend with my new treasure." She flipped through the pages, her eyes devouring the words, her heart warming at the familiar phrases, and beating in excited anticipation at the new, unfamiliar poems awaiting her. It was not that the poems were perfect, far from it. They were marvellous in their imperfections. No emotions more honest had ever been written than those of Mr. Wyndham's. They pierced through all the superficial meanderings and nonsensical metaphors to reflect the honesty of his soul, a soul Elizabeth understood. A soul which, unfortunately, was not to be found on English soil, but in far-away America. More was the pity. Would she never meet the man who inspired her thus? Jane looked out of the window. It had stopped raining, but the clouds looked heavy. I only wish father would allow me to use the coach, but mother is determined. I fear she is right about the rain, and I shall be forced to abuse Miss Bingley's hospitality. She and Mrs. Hurst have been so kind to me, I do not wish to trouble them. Anyone would delight in having you under their roof. Mr. Bingley probably knew nothing of his sister's plans to invite you to dine at his estate, or else he would not have arranged to dine with the officers in Meryton. I doubt he will find your presence a burden. Of that Elizabeth was certain. As to the other residents at Netherfield Park, well, they could choke on their white soup for all Elizabeth cared. Jane blushed. It was no secret that from the first time she and Mr. Bingley had laid eyes on each other at the Meryton Assembly the month before, her heart had been susceptible to the attentions of the gentleman. Knowing the tenderness of her sister's heart, Elizabeth had closely observed Mr. Bingley, and had been delighted to find in him Jane's equal in amiability and gentleness. They would make a wonderful match, so long as the less amicable around them did not attempt to ruin the happiness they seemed to find in each other. That Mr. Darcy, for instance. Never had Elizabeth met a man so contrary. He was pleasing to the eye, but though his form was statuesque, tall and perfectly proportioned, he held all the emotion of a marble statue. Not once had he condescended to dance with anyone outside his immediate party at the assembly. Elizabeth caressed her book. A man like Mr. Darcy could never appreciate the depth of emotion inside, the raw realness, the aching vulnerability. Walter Wyndham's poems had taken Elizabeth's breath away. She had always believed it a grave injustice that his poetry should be limited to publication in women's journals, and so it was with great elation she held his published tome in her hands. If only she could meet him. What do you think he looks like? Elizabeth wondered aloud. She did not need to explain to whom she referred. Jane said, I think he must be quite handsome, tall, with dark wavy hair, and crystalline eyes with a hint of melancholy that disappears when he laughs. Eyes that reflected his pure heart, a heart Elizabeth knew in her bones to be her match. She was not given to fancy, but of this she was certain. Otherwise, how could his poems affect her as they did? Jane knew Elizabeth's taste well. Her description was that of Elizabeth's ideal gentleman. Only one detail bothered her. Elizabeth asked, Do you think he laughs often? There is such an intensity to his work. I fear he is too often serious. I could never truly love a man without a sense of humour. It was the one concern she could not quite justify about the image she had created in her mind of Mr. Wyndham. To her, he was perfect. If he possessed a sense of humour, an appreciation of the ridiculous as she did, then there could not be another man Elizabeth could love more. Was it possible to love a man she had never met? How could Elizabeth not fall for someone who spoke so clearly to her deepest sentiments, who understood her so completely, and with whom she sympathised over the tenderest emotions? Jane nodded. Why should he not? Even the gravest of characters have been known to indulge in merriment. If I know you at all, I would deem you worthy of the challenge of ensuring he had much about which to laugh. Elizabeth chuckled. That I would. If I cannot find another's foible to poke fun at, I have several of my own from which I can choose. Do not say such things, Lizzie. You are never cruel, and I pray you would not make yourself ridiculous just to entertain others. Jane was the sweetest sister, so completely lacking guile and malice, and so completely unlike Miss Bingley, who had ensured during the Meryton Assembly to point out every fault she found, in a superior tone loud enough to be overheard by Mr. Darcy, who did nothing to silence her or defend the innocents she had maligned, and anyone else who was unfortunate enough to be standing nearby. Very well, Jane. Since I must be willing to own my own mistakes, I must be more diligent in not making any. There is much good to be said about humility, but it is a rather painful quality when one has been in the wrong. Elizabeth's thoughts again turned to Mr. Darcy. He stood to benefit from a healthy dose of humility. 2 taps sounded at the door before it opened. The maid peeked her head inside. "Mrs. Bennet wants me to see to your hair, miss," she said. Jane sighed. "I do not know why you should bother, Betsy. My hair shall be ruined with the rain by the time I get to Netherfield Park. If you can cover the ringlets at the front with a cape, I shall put the rest up in braids so nobody will notice," Betsy suggested. They continued planning, but their voices faded to a soft hum. So lost was Elizabeth in the musings of her own mind, she did not realise how long the room had been silent, until Jane spoke. "I know you will not agree with me, but I suspect your Mr. Wyndham is a gentleman very much like Mr. Darcy." An unladylike gasp escaped Elizabeth at her sister's sacrilegious speech. "There was nothing poetic about his refusal to dance with me. Not handsome enough to tempt me," he said. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. Mr. Wyndham would never insult a lady's vanity with such a poorly worded cut, nor would he offend a roomful of ladies by refusing to dance. No, Jane, I cannot agree with you. I will go so far as to say there is not one poetic bone in Mr. Darcy's body." Betsy had sense enough to nod her head in agreement. Elizabeth had always liked the girl. Jane looked at Elizabeth's reflection in the mirror. "What he said was incredibly rude, I agree. However, I could not help but recall one of Papa's favourite axioms, 'Still waters run deep.'" Elizabeth knew the saying well. Father always used it against Kitty, Lydia, and Mary to show how silly his daughters were. There was nothing still or deep about them in his mind. However, Elizabeth was not so certain the adage ought to be applied to Mr. Darcy, especially when Jane, who tended to think the best of everybody, suggested it. Mr. Darcy lacked emotion. He was certainly not a poet, and Elizabeth would think no more of him, not when she could spend the evening poring over Walter Wyndham's beautiful words. Chapter 3. Darcy contemplated the view out of the library window. The weather had cleared enough for him to entertain thoughts of riding over Bingley's property. There were no books on the shelves to tempt Darcy to stay, and if he remained indoors much longer, he risked being found by Miss Bingley. Darcy would do anything to avoid her conversation. He took care not to give her any cause for encouragement, just as he did with all ladies to whom he would never consider an attachment. Bingley was kindness personified, a quality Darcy valued highly. He possessed no disguise or secret agenda to advance his own interests at the expense of others. However, all of Bingley's fine traits were lacking in his sisters, who ambitiously grasped above themselves to achieve social heights which did not belong to them. Darcy endured the 2 females for Bingley's sake. Bingley was a good man, an honest man. A swish of silk skirts indicated Darcy had tarried too long. "Mr. Darcy, what a surprise to see you here," Miss Bingley said. A surprise? No such thing. Miss Bingley was not known to frequent the library, which had been Darcy's principal motive in seeking out the room. It was a sanctuary of sorts. He did not dignify her comment with a reply, when a curt nod sufficed. She crossed the room and pulled a tome from the shelf, opening it as she settled in a wing-back chair near the fireplace. "How pleasant it is to spend a dreary morning in this way. I declare, after all, there is no enjoyment like reading. How much sooner one tires of anything than of a book." Darcy could have pointed out that the enjoyment of which she spoke was only found in actually reading the contents of a book. Miss Bingley seemed content to hold it in her hand, pontificating about the benefits of reading to make herself sound more enlightened than she was. Had literature been of greater import to the lady, she would have ensured her brother's shelves were well stocked before agreeing to take up residence in his newly leased estate. Darcy was about to excuse himself from the room when Miss Bingley heaved a sigh and added, Dear Jane has taken ill. Poor thing. I do not wonder when she came here last evening riding on a horse in the rain. No doubt it was her mother's doing. Mrs. Bennet is a conniving one, who will see her daughters married well by any means necessary, even to the ruination of their health, it would seem. He bit his tongue. He had strong, unflattering feelings about Mrs. Bennet, but he would not add fuel to Miss Bingley's fire by expressing them to her. I insisted she stay until she is recovered, and the poor thing was so distressed at the imposition, I had to take great pains to assure her she was most welcome. Miss Bingley watched Darcy from under her eyelashes. Her intention in sharing this information could only be to show herself in a positive light, to emphasize a generous and caring nature. A truly caring lady would not need to point out her thoughtful consideration for others to notice. Her deeds would speak for her. "Have you informed Miss Bennet's family?" Darcy asked. He did not wish to be present when they paid a call, but he also did not wish for Miss Bennet to suffer without someone to give her comfort. Whatever sympathy Caroline Bingley could offer would cease the moment she grew tired of seeing to her ailing guest. I only came to the library after writing a note for the footman to deliver to Longbourn. I dare say the whole family will fall upon us shortly. Miss Bingley slumped in her chair and set the book down on the table beside her, proving what little pleasure she found in such droll entertainments. She added, "Poor dear Jane." If she called Miss Bennet dear Jane, as if they were lifelong friends, once more, Darcy was sorely tempted to open Miss Bingley's eyes to the very real possibility that her brother might choose said lady as his wife. There would be no endearments from Miss Bingley then. But Darcy held his peace, returning his gaze out of the window. A shaft of sunlight pierced through the clouds, shining over the water of the pond below the gardens, turning it into a field of sparkling diamonds. Instantly, Miss Elizabeth's lively aspect invaded Darcy's mind. Her rosy cheeks in high colour, her eyes as vibrant as the sun-sparkled water, her lips as red as a spring rosebud, her laughter as light as her feet had been at the assembly. He had taken great care not to dance with her. Footsteps in the hall helped Darcy control his thoughts, and he turned to the doorway to see the butler appear. "Mr. George Wickham is here to see you, Mr. Darcy. He's waiting in the front parlour." Darcy gladly received Wickham's unexpected call. It was a welcome reprieve, from Miss Bingley and from Darcy's own thoughts. Wickham was perennially agreeable in manners and incessantly charming, traits he often used to his advantage. His flirtatious nature was the primary reason they had mutually agreed that a career in the church would never suit, as Darcy's father had intended. 5 years before, Wickham had sold the value of his living for a suitable sum, and since then he had maintained a gentleman's existence through his own means, whatever those means were. Darcy did not know, nor did Wickham give him cause to investigate his affairs. Bingley was already in the parlour when Darcy entered, preceded by Miss Bingley. "What a pleasure it is to see you, Wickham. What news have you from town?" Bingley asked cheerily. "What a bore, Charles, when we would much rather hear of Miss Darcy," Miss Bingley said, as she curtsied to their guest and rang for tea. Arranging her skirts as she sat on the settee, she eyed the empty space beside her suggestively, her vision flickering between it and Darcy. He had no option but to root himself by the fireplace. It was safer. Miss Bingley's lips pinched, but she was not easily discouraged. She said, "I absolutely adore Miss Darcy. She is a credit to all accomplished females, and I am proud to include her amongst my dearest friends." Apparently, dear Jane was to be forgotten when Georgiana was the subject of the conversation. Miss Bingley's empty flattery was not lost on Wickham. With a mischievous gleam in his eye, he handed a letter to Darcy, and sent Miss Bingley into a fluster when he took the seat she had intended for Darcy. Darcy would thank him appropriately at a later time. The letter was from Georgiana. Its thickness declared she had much to tell, as she usually did when she stayed with their uncle and Aunt Matlock in London. They had a daughter of the same age, and Aunt Matlock delighted in reliving her youth by accompanying them in the usual entertainments available to young ladies of fortune and good families. Darcy did not have the patience, nor the clemency required to endure the season. Too often he wished to punch the young rogues circling around his sister like sharks smelling fresh blood. His aunt had been the one to suggest he leave for the country when Bingley had panicked after impulsively signing a lease for a property he was unprepared to manage. Wickham had offered to keep an eye on Georgiana while Darcy was away, and Richard, Darcy's cousin and Georgiana's co-guardian, was with his regiment on the coast. It had not been a difficult decision for Darcy to make. "I understand your presence here to mean that all is well with my sister," Darcy said, tucking the letter inside his pocket. He would read it later, in the privacy of his room, out of the watchful stare of Miss Bingley, who assumed an imaginary intimacy with Georgiana. "She's as well and happy as I've ever seen her with her cousin and your Aunt Matlock. You did well to depart when you did, Darcy. Your sense of duty would have made you miserable, obliging you to attend an endless stream of social events you would rather avoid. And for what? To ensure the happiness of your sister. You are a better brother than I could ever be. I could never sacrifice my pleasure for another as you always do." Darcy chuckled. Wickham knew him well. Georgiana did not have the benefit of loving parents to guide her, as Darcy had had. Her guardians were himself and Richard, their cousin and the second Matlock's son, 2 unmarried gentlemen. Darcy knew what father had been thinking when he had arranged it, to give his precious daughter 2 capable protectors. However, while their father had shown the utmost consideration for Georgiana's protection, he had failed to consider how 2 such defenders would ever allow for their sister to develop into a young lady who would wish to establish a household of her own some day. Darcy shivered. Wickham grinned. He, too, was like a brother to Georgiana, and understood Darcy's difficulty. Abandoning his perch beside Miss Bingley, Wickham retrieved a pile of books sitting on a table beside the doorway. He handed them to Darcy. "I know how much you love to read, as well as how unlikely it is that Bingley's library is stocked to satisfaction, having only recently taken up residence at Netherfield Park." He directed a bow to Bingley, who inclined his head in acknowledgment. "How very good of you, Wickham, to think of my friend's comfort. I will admit I have overlooked the library. The temptation of the countryside offers such a tantalising distraction," Bingley owned good-naturedly. "And who would blame you, when Netherfield Park is so well situated? I dare say I would be out riding every day were I to live here. The hunting must be excellent too. The estate has not been occupied for some time from what I understand, and the pheasants left at peace for far too long," Wickham replied. Bingley laughed. "Indeed, it is just as you say. If it were not for Darcy's assistance, I would be completely lost." Miss Bingley huffed, as was her wont when she was not at the centre of their conversation. Wickham returned to his spot beside her. "I apologise for bringing up the barbaric activities with which most gentlemen occupy themselves. I fear I did not provide books suitable for a lady to read. That is, unless you are interested in irrigation systems and ditch digging." Darcy bit his lips together. Miss Bingley did not know if she ought to be flattered or offended, so she smiled and resorted to her usual self-aggrandizement. "As the hostess of this household, I have much with which to keep myself occupied. It is no small task to ensure every detail is seen to properly." "Of course, and I applaud your oversight. From the moment of my arrival at Netherfield Park, everything is as it should be. I would go so far as to say it meets with even Pemberley's high standards," Wickham said, with an evil glint. Miss Bingley blushed happily, fluttering her eyelashes and trying, and failing, not to look too pleased with herself. Darcy would have to speak with Wickham. Miss Bingley did not need any encouragement to think more of herself than she already did, and any incitement for her to continue in her vain pursuit of marrying Darcy would be cruel. Darcy could never be persuaded to make an offer for someone as ambitious and conniving as Miss Bingley. He despised her every compliment for its insincerity, for her overreaching ambition. Much like Mrs. Bennet, who pushed her daughters forward with senseless praise for any eligible gentleman to admire and marry, her crass manners and limited intelligence had rubbed Darcy the wrong way at the Meryton Assembly, and he had avoided her and her offspring since, especially Miss Elizabeth. To be fair, Darcy had to exonerate her and her eldest sister from Mrs. Bennet's influence. He had observed them when he had the opportunity, solely for Bingley's benefit, as he had taken an immediate liking to Miss Jane Bennet, and had been surprised to find them distinct from their mother in manners. Miss Bingley's sharp tone interrupted Darcy's musings. She made certain to point out that she was honoured to receive a friend of Darcy's under their roof, while she was also diligent in the care of their ill guest. Wickham was as quick to praise her attention and generosity, as he was clearly eager to meet Miss Bennet. His interest, however, extinguished as quickly as it had flared, when Miss Bingley mentioned how Miss Bennet stood to benefit from her condescension, as those who lack fortune and connections did. Whatever Wickham did to enable himself to live a life of leisure, it was clear he could not afford to marry a lady without a fortune. The Bennet sisters were safe from him. It disturbed Darcy how the realization brought him comfort. Chapter 4. A letter from Jane arrived that morning. It was brief and addressed to Elizabeth, which meant one thing. "I must go to her," Elizabeth said, convincing herself, with a glance out of the window, the weather would hold long enough for her to get to Netherfield Park. She handed the missive to father, who rubbed his side whiskers and frowned. "She has a sore throat and a headache," he summarised for the benefit of the other listeners sitting around the table breaking their fast. Mother grabbed the note, not so much to read it as to gloat over her success. "How fortuitous! This is a pleasant turn of events. I had hoped Jane would have to spend the night, but now she will have to stay a full week. Oh, how fortunate!" Father removed his spectacles, tucking them into his waistcoat pocket. "Well, my dear, if your daughter should have a dangerous fit of illness, if she should die, it will be a comfort to know that it was all in pursuit of Mr. Bingley and under your orders." Elizabeth shoved her plate away. Time was of the essence. She had to get to Jane. "You cannot mean to leave this moment, Lizzie. Finish your breakfast. Gentlemen of fortune do not want skinny wives," said Mother, gesturing at Elizabeth's chair. "Jane is ill, Mother. I must go to her at once." "How can you be so silly as to think of such a thing in all this mud? You will not be fit to be seen when you get there." Elizabeth was determined. "I shall be fit enough to see Jane, which is all I want." If Mother thought she meant to impress anyone at Netherfield Park, she was grossly mistaken. Father set his teacup down. "Would you like for me to send for the horses?" he asked. "I feel somewhat responsible for Jane, and I will not have another daughter fall ill when I can prevent it." Would that he had thought of the consequences to Jane before he bent to Mother's senseless wishes the previous evening. Distance is nothing when one has a motive. Netherfield is only 3 miles from Longbourn. I shall be back by dinner, Elizabeth said. Lydia pushed her chair back. "You can walk with us as far as Meryton. Kitty and I have arranged to call on Aunt Phillips." "Where there will no doubt be officers lurking about," Father mumbled. Kitty and Lydia's giggles were reply enough to explain their frequent calls on their aunt in Meryton. Father chuckled, reaching for his newspaper. "Be gone with you, then. Longbourn's much quieter without my youngest daughters underfoot." To Elizabeth he said, "Be careful, Lizzie, and send us word about Jane as soon as you can." Mother gushed. "If Jane does not return home engaged, I shall be surprised. It is too bad Mr. Darcy is so ill-tempered, or I should have 2 daughters engaged by the end of the week." Elizabeth took heart that her mother did not expect her to inspire tender emotions in the heart of Mr. Darcy. She did not know if he was capable of anything pleasant, so taciturn and cold was his nature. Still, it was nice to hear her mother believed Elizabeth capable of inspiring love, when she so often overlooked her in favour of Jane or Lydia. Lydia giggled. "He is such a bore. He hardly danced at the assembly at all. I declare I could never love a gentleman who refused to dance." Mother huffed, her offence at Mr. Darcy renewed. "Lizzie's prospects are not the best. She is not so handsome as you or Jane, but not even I would wish such a man for a son-in-law, fortune or no fortune." Elizabeth pinched her lips together. "Thank you, mamma." Donning her warmest wrap and her half-boots, for the roads would still be muddy from the recent rains, Elizabeth set out for Meryton with her sisters, continuing alone to Netherfield Park. The wind bit her cheeks, stinging them with their icy touch. Moisture seeped through her boots, staining the leather and numbing her toes. She walked faster to warm herself, jumping over stiles and springing over puddles. Soon enough, Elizabeth forgot the discomfort of the cold, her focus narrowed solely on getting to Jane. She had not written as much. Jane rarely complained. But Elizabeth knew how dreadful she must feel to impose on the Bingleys' hospitality. Jane must be very sick indeed. And though she had praised the attentions Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley gave her in her letter, Elizabeth knew her sister's predisposition to be generous. Elizabeth looked down at her muddied hem and dirty stockings. Miss Bingley was certain to comment about them, but Elizabeth could not bring herself to care. She was certain that in Miss Bingley's critical eyes she would always be found deficient, an opinion Mr. Darcy no doubt shared. He disapproved of everyone. What a burden to see no wonder in the world, when a man like Mr. Darcy could afford to travel and avail himself of all the beauty nature and commerce could afford him. Elizabeth almost pitied him. She inhaled the fresh air, the briskness invigorating her weary limbs. While the rain made her steps soggy, it had turned the hill a vibrant green as far as the eye could see. Birds hopped between bare tree branches, and wind gusts whistled through them in a pleasant song, pulling at the last of the orange leaves clinging to the twigs. The clouds were a study of grey puffs. She smoothed her hair as she approached the house, scuffing her boots against the gravel so as not to dirty the entrance hall. Brushing her skirts, she straightened her posture and lowered her shoulders. She had nothing to be ashamed of, and she would allow no one's poor opinion to affect her in the least. Brimming with defiance, Elizabeth walked up the steps, where a footman opened the door before she had reached the landing. In no time at all, she was shown into the breakfast parlour, where all the residents of the house, except for Jane, were gathered around a roaring fire. Elizabeth, already warm from exercise, stopped just inside the door. Mr. Darcy popped to his feet as soon as she entered. The movement was so sudden and unexpected it startled her. Nobody spoke. Mr. Bingley smiled contentedly, clearly expecting Mr. Darcy to say something, since he had been so quick to jump to attention. Miss Bingley and her sister Mrs. Hurst gaped at Elizabeth's hem. Elizabeth wondered if they would bother to wait until she had departed the room to point it out to everyone else. Mr. Darcy seemed to wish he had not reacted so hastily. Rubbing his palms against his breeches, he merely looked at her. It was not an unpleasant look. In fact, had Elizabeth not known better, she might have thought he was happy to see her. But she did not know better. She was not tempting enough for him, as if tempting Mr. Darcy was the dream of every maiden. A man peeked from behind Mr. Darcy. He had dark wavy hair and smiling eyes that met Elizabeth's unabashedly. His boldness lent her courage. Stepping forward, she said, "Excuse me, is my sister well?" Chapter 5. Momentarily struck dumb at the sight of Miss Elizabeth, her face glowing with the warmth of exercise, Darcy soon recovered his senses when Wickham stood to welcome their guest. Wickham grinned roguishly at Miss Elizabeth, a grin she too quickly rewarded with a smile of her own, as Darcy went through the motions of performing introductions. She had not smiled so widely when Darcy had been introduced to her at the assembly. Not that he would have wanted her to. He had been cautious not to encourage the attentions of the local ladies by limiting his conversation and taking care not to dance with anyone outside of his party. He had come to counsel Bingley on property management, not to mislead a lady with a mother eager to marry off her 5 daughters. But Darcy had noticed how his cutting remark, which he had to admit, after further observation of Miss Elizabeth, was a trifle harsh, had emboldened the young lady. She was not easily intimidated, and Darcy had been relieved to see that his comment had not seemed to lessen her merriment. He had wanted to establish clear limits, not offend, though too often his true intention was misinterpreted. It could not be helped. Wickham bowed over her hand, saying, "George Wickham at your service, Miss Elizabeth." Most females giggled or gasped at this point, and it was to Miss Elizabeth's credit that she did neither. Her smile did, however, deepen to show her pleasure in the gentleman. The lout said, "I'm honoured to finally meet the lady I've heard praised so generously. You are as handsome as you are reported to be intelligent." Had Wickham lost his mind? Did he not remember Miss Elizabeth's lack of fortune, her want of connections, or her unfortunate family? Darcy would have a word with him later, lest the fool continue in this pointless flirtation. Miss Elizabeth's eyebrows knit in confusion, and her insightful eyes wandered the room, in order to ascertain from whence the praise had originated, Darcy presumed. Skipping over the ladies in the room, as well as himself, Miss Elizabeth nodded at Bingley. Of course, she would credit him. Unlike his sisters, Bingley rarely spoke an unfavourable word of anybody. While it irked Darcy to have his own compliment ascribed to another, he could not in good conscience correct her, without giving her cause to place more weight on his praise than he had intended. Wickham had asked specifically about the female population in the area, and Darcy had merely said that Miss Elizabeth was clever, nothing more. If he did not put an end to their conversation, Wickham would continue in the same empty flattery. Darcy said, "You inquired about your sister?" "Yes, how is she?" Miss Elizabeth asked. Miss Bingley replied, being the greatest authority on the care of their guest. "I wish I could give you a more favourable answer, but dear Jane slept ill, and though she was up when I last checked, she was very feverish, and not well enough to leave her room. I sent for the apothecary." Her sentence trailed off. She wiggled her fingers, as if the name she searched for was within grasp. "Mr. Jones," Bingley supplied. "I went to Meryton to fetch him myself. He could not come immediately, as I had hoped, but he promised to call as soon as he had seen about some business in the village. He said he would not tarry." Miss Elizabeth smiled again. "Thank you for your kindness. Might I see Jane, please?" Before Bingley could offer, Darcy extended his arm to Miss Elizabeth. He was nearest, so it only made sense for him to assist her. Anything to get her out of the room and away from Wickham. Her smile faded, replaced with a look of puzzlement. She curtsied to excuse herself, before resting her hand on his arm, and Darcy could not fail to notice how she stretched her arm as far as she comfortably could to widen the gap between them. It was a relief to get to the stairs. Should he say something? Miss Elizabeth hesitated at the top of the landing, busying her hands with her skirts, and making it plain to Darcy that she did not wish to take his arm again. So he led her wordlessly to her sister's bedchamber, wondering why it had not occurred to him until then to let a servant show her the way. Assuring Miss Elizabeth was comfortable, and that Miss Bennet did not require anything beyond what the maid Miss Bingley had put at her disposal could provide, Darcy spun on his heel and returned to the breakfast parlour as quickly as his feet could carry him. Several inquisitive eyes regarded him. Bingley, to know how his angel fared, Wickham with unadulterated mockery, Miss Bingley with pinched annoyance, Mrs. Hurst with feigned calm, and Mr. Hurst with absolute indifference to anything but the food piled on his plate. Darcy, not having an appetite, propped his elbow on the fireplace mantel and did his best to ignore everyone. "How is she?" Bingley asked. His sister rolled her eyes. "I doubt Miss Bennet has changed much in the half hour since you last asked." To be sure, Darcy's notice had been limited to the young lady whose rosy cheeks had paled at the sight of her sister. She had walked immediately to the water basin on the table, carrying it over to Miss Bennet's bedside, and bathing her face tenderly, speaking softly. With such attentions, Darcy suspected Miss Bennet would recover in remarkable time. Bingley watched Darcy, expecting a reply worthy of the hope reflecting in his anxious eyes. "Miss Elizabeth will be a great comfort to her. Miss Bennet will recover all the quicker for her sister's attentions," Darcy said. Bingley stood, clasping his hands together jerkily. "I must insist she stay as long as she sees fit, until she is completely recovered." Muttering a quick apology, for Bingley was always pleasant to those in his company, he darted from the room, intent on seeing to his task. Miss Bingley spoke as soon as he was out of hearing distance. "Miss Bennet really is a sweet girl, and I dare say she shall recover well under my diligent care. But her family is truly abominable. Do you not agree, Mr. Darcy?" Darcy would not argue that point with her, nor would he add coal to her burning scorn by agreeing openly. His thoughts did not belong to Miss Bingley to know. Mrs. Bennet had taken offence at Darcy, a fact which did not signify, as her opinion mattered little to him. He had not come to Hertfordshire with the intention of impressing anyone. Wickham sat forward in his chair. "Abominable, you say? What an intriguing word you choose, Miss Bingley. Pray say more." Miss Bingley was happy to oblige. "Mr. Bennet was one of the first gentlemen to call when we first arrived at Netherfield Park. However, he did not care to join his wife and daughters at the Meryton Assembly, leaving them to their own devices, which I assure you were of poor taste. Mrs. Bennet vulgarly spoke of the incomes of every unmarried gentleman in the room, and if that were not presumptuous enough, she proclaimed she would see one of her daughters happily settled at Netherfield Park before the end of the year." Wickham cackled. "She's off to a good start, if that's her aim. What a remarkable woman." Miss Bingley was not charmed. "If Mrs. Bennet is remarkable, then Mrs. Prudence Pugmire is a beauty." Wickham shivered forcefully. "Do not speak of that repulsive woman. I would rather live like a pauper than spend an hour in her company. Tell me more of Mrs. Bennet." Encouraged, Miss Bingley continued. "Her youngest daughters are the biggest flirts I have ever encountered." "Marvellous," Wickham said with a grin, and a gleam in his eye that made Miss Bingley's cheeks redden. She was not done yet, though, and while her description was unflattering, it was truthful. "The middle daughter, Miss Mary, is professed to be accomplished, but at what nobody can say. Miss Elizabeth is pleasant enough, but she laughs a great deal too much for polite society. Poor sweet Jane is the only one with whom I would dare show my face at a soirée in town, but with her lack of fortune and family, her prospects are limited." Wickham nodded. "I suppose she is handsome and docile, a lady who would do credit to whomever she accompanied." Miss Bingley huffed. "As if I stood to benefit from her company, when she's nothing more than the daughter of an indifferent country gentleman of whom nobody has ever heard. Miss Bennet stands to benefit a great deal more from my association than I would from hers." Miss Bingley's blind arrogance disgusted Darcy. She liked to pretend she had been born into the first circles, to ignore the limitations society placed upon households which had earned their fortunes through trade, as hers had. Darcy did not care from whence their fortune came, so long as they were honest, and did not give themselves airs about it. Bingley certainly did not. Wickham continued goading her. "It is for the benefit of the villagers you're here, then, Miss Bingley. With such poor examples of manners and decorum, how are they to improve themselves? One can hope your exceptional example will inspire families such as the Bennets to soften their rougher edges and behave as their position demands of them in their limited rustic society. You are a beacon of light in the centre of a foggy mist," Wickham said, his tone grave and his lips firm. He was ridiculous. Oblivious to his mockery, when she would rather be flattered by the compliments Wickham seemingly showered upon her, Miss Bingley preened. Miss Elizabeth would have laughed. Unlike Miss Bingley, Darcy thought the sound pleasant. It wasn't the nasal giggle of a senseless girl, but rather the hearty, sincere laughter of one who truly enjoyed life. Still warmed by Wickham's excessive praise, Miss Bingley said, "I am certain Charles meant to extend his invitation for you to stay, Mr. Wickham. We would be delighted to have you join us for dinner. I will have the maid prepare a room for you." Darcy restrained a groan. He had looked forward to observing Miss Elizabeth, and perhaps conversing with her. But with Wickham around, Darcy would have to be cautious. For all his teasing, Wickham was adept at manipulating people to his advantage. Chapter 6. Elizabeth held the last of the tea up to Jane's lips, sitting with her sister until she fell into an uneasy sleep. After the fit of coughing Jane had endured, it was no wonder she was exhausted. It was not until the maid took the tray away that Elizabeth thought to request something else to drink, should Jane begin to cough again or wake up thirsty. She waited several minutes, but when the maid did not reappear, Elizabeth took the matter into her own hands. Hoping the residents of the house lingered over their fare, she made her way back to the breakfast parlour, stopping mere steps away from the door in the hall, when she heard Miss Bingley say her name. "Miss Eliza's manners are very bad indeed, such a mixture of pride and impertinence. With no conversation, no style, and no beauty, it is no wonder she does not mix with society in town." Elizabeth clasped her hand over her mouth and stepped against the wall to listen without being discovered. Not one person rose in her defence, though she knew she ought not expect them to, when they hardly knew her. On the other hand, their lack of acquaintance did not prevent Miss Bingley from airing her blistering opinions aloud. Mrs. Hurst added, "In short, she has nothing to recommend her, other than being an excellent walker. I shall never forget her appearance this morning. She really looked almost wild." Miss Bingley added dramatically, "Her hair so untidy, so blousy." Elizabeth reached up to smooth her hair, wondering how Miss Bingley dared complain of her own lack of conversation, when she could not express her distaste clearer than calling Elizabeth's hair blousy. If they thought she looked wild, they had not seen her hair after she had dried it by the fire. Elizabeth bit her lips together to keep from laughing aloud and exposing her presence. That simply would not do, when she was having too much fun listening to the superficial complaints brought against her. Mrs. Hurst had not finished elaborating on Elizabeth's appearance yet. She continued, "I am absolutely certain her petticoat was 6 inches deep in mud, the gown which had been let down to hide it not doing its office." "Above her ankles in dirt!" exclaimed Miss Bingley. "And alone, quite alone. What could she mean by it? It seems to me to show an abominable sort of conceited independence, a most country town indifference to decorum." "It shows an affection for her sister that is very pleasing," said Mr. Bingley. 3 cheers for Mr. Bingley. It was high time a gentleman defended her against the pernicious sisters. But Miss Bingley was not done delivering her jabs. Elizabeth could hear the sneer in her tone as she said, "I'm afraid, Mr. Darcy, that this adventure has rather affected your admiration of her fine eyes." Elizabeth's jaw dropped. Mr. Darcy thought she had fine eyes. Rather interested in the gentleman's reply, Elizabeth stepped closer to the open door. In his deep, clipped voice he said, "Not at all. They were brightened by the exercise." Elizabeth forgot how to breathe. What was a lady to think of that? On one hand, Mr. Darcy could have described a horse at Tattersall's with all the warmth with which he had described her eyes, fine and bright though he esteemed them to be. On the other, Elizabeth was convinced Mr. Darcy was not the sort to dole out compliments haphazardly, not like Mr. Wickham, who had complimented her on introduction, or even Mr. Bingley, who was generously pleasant to everyone he met. Judging from the silence following Mr. Darcy's comment, Miss Bingley had not expected such a reaction. To tell the truth, neither had Elizabeth. Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy of Pemberley. What could explain his reticence? Shyness? No, that could not be it. He was too confident and self-assured to be plagued with timidity. Elizabeth was about to step away before she got caught eavesdropping, and thus gave Mr. Bingley's sisters yet another fault to add to their endless list of her unladylike behaviours, when Mrs. Hurst spoke again. "I have an excessive regard for Miss Jane Bennet. She is really a very sweet girl, and I wish with all my heart she were well settled." What would another minute hurt, thought Elizabeth, settling against the wall again to listen. After all, it was not about her, but about Jane. Mrs. Hurst continued, "But with such a father and mother and such low connections, I am afraid there is no chance of it." Was the woman blind? Had she not seen her own brother claim more than one dance with Jane at the assembly? Nobody could have ignored Mr. Bingley's obvious favour toward Jane. Elizabeth suspected she knew what Mrs. Hurst was about, saying such things in the hearing of her brother. It was wicked of her to interfere in the happiness of others, and especially so after claiming to have an excessive regard for Jane. Miss Bingley chimed in. "I think I have heard you say that their uncle is an attorney in Meryton." "Yes, and they have another uncle who lives somewhere near Cheapside," Mrs. Hurst said merrily. And the two females, Elizabeth could not call them ladies when they did not deserve the word, giggled as if their family had never been in trade. "Oh, that is capital!" Miss Bingley exclaimed. A chair scraped against the floor, and Mr. Bingley's voice boomed. "If they had uncles enough to fill all Cheapside, it would not make them one jot less agreeable." Take that, you miserable naysayers. Mr. Bingley was a dear gentleman for defending Jane and her family. Elizabeth's respect for him grew, and she was happier for Jane for choosing a gentleman worthy of her affection to grant her heart. Elizabeth stepped away from the wall again. Nothing good could come from her continued listening, and she really must fetch something to drink for Jane. But when Mr. Darcy once again spoke, Elizabeth held her foot in the air and her breath in her throat. He said, "It must very materially lessen their chance of marrying men of any consideration in the world, with no connections or fortune, and a family certain to send any gentleman of merit running in the opposite direction. Their prospects are dismal." And those were the words of a gentleman. Elizabeth wanted to march into the parlour to give him a piece of her mind, but even more than unleashing her ire upon Mr. Darcy, she wished to leave Netherfield Park. Her determination, however, was tempered when Jane's fever increased over the course of the afternoon, and when Mr. Jones arrived to examine Jane, he proclaimed what Elizabeth feared. Jane suffered from a violent cold. The apothecary instructed her to remain in bed, and promised to return with some draughts. Not only was Jane too ill to move beyond the confines of her sick room, Elizabeth's duty to her sister outweighed her own vexation at the possibility of staying on at Netherfield Park to care for her. Of course, Elizabeth's preference was inconsequential if Miss Bingley did not extend an invitation for her to stay. After overhearing what she had, Elizabeth did not hold her breath that such an offer would be made. Miss Bingley had spent a goodly portion of her day in their company, and was with them presently, and she had shown no inclination of housing yet another Bennet. "Do not leave me, Lizzie." Jane's voice was weak and raspy. Elizabeth had become very aware of the time, inquiring the hour with every passing of a servant in the hall, and wishing a miracle would see Jane greatly improved, or slow the minutes remaining until she must return to Longbourn. If only Jane had fallen ill anywhere but at Netherfield Park, the pit of vipers. Giving Jane's hand a squeeze, Elizabeth said, "I'm sorry, but I told Mamma and Papa I would be home by dinner." She made it a point not to look at Miss Bingley. Elizabeth would rather trudge the 3 miles home in the rain than ask anything of her. "You cannot think of walking home alone in this rain, Miss Elizabeth. It would be highly improper. You must take my carriage," Miss Bingley offered. If Elizabeth had been disinclined to accept Miss Bingley's assistance before, she was even more so now. "Stay, Lizzie, please stay," Jane repeated, her fever-bright eyes brimming with tears, her golden hair sticking to her damp forehead. Miss Bingley sighed. "Of course, you must stay," she added, as if it had been her idea to ask, and not prompted by Jane's desperation. "I shall have the maid ready the room next to this one, and will dispatch a servant to Longbourn to acquaint your family of your change in plans, as well as to bring back a supply of clothes." Forcing a smile, Elizabeth said through gritted teeth, "Thank you, Miss Bingley. I'm grateful to accept your kindness for my sister's benefit." Miss Bingley's air of condescension weighed heavily on Elizabeth's pride, but she would do anything to ease her sister's discomfort, even stay at Netherfield Park, where she would be made to feel unwelcome by everyone except Mr. Bingley, and perhaps that other interesting fellow, Mr. Wickham. Chapter 7. As Elizabeth expected of a household overseen by Miss Bingley, dinner was an elegant, formal affair, a bit stuffy for Elizabeth's taste, but she took comfort in her ability to blend in with those who believed themselves her superior. Still, she was sorely tempted to slurp her white soup from the spoon, just to raise eyebrows. Elizabeth was pleasantly situated by Mr. Wickham, which provided her with the perfect opportunity to learn more about him, and, if his tongue loosened, the other diners at the table. Dabbing his napkin against his forehead, Mr. Wickham said under his breath, "A bit stuffy in here, is it not, Miss Elizabeth?" She raised her wine-glass in acknowledgment. "Indeed, Mr. Wickham, as you are more intimate than I am with our present company, I wonder if you might satisfy my curiosity on one question." "Nothing could please me more. What do you wish to know?" Elizabeth felt Mr. Darcy's eyes on her, but she was not to be deterred. "While I understand why Mr. Darcy might seek out the company of Mr. Bingley's sisters, I do not understand how he and Mr. Bingley became friends, when their contrasting characters would oppose such a friendship." Mr. Wickham's eyes crinkled at the corners. "You believe Mr. Darcy to be too proud to befriend a gentleman whose family fortune was earned in trade. You think he is as haughty as Bingley's sisters?" That was precisely what she thought, but frankness tended to limit conversation rather than encourage it. Softening her words with humour, Elizabeth said, "You attempt to intimidate me with your blunt speech, Mr. Wickham, but allow me to assure you I have a very poor opinion of Mr. Darcy, an opinion he has earned by means of his own arrogant indifference since the moment of his arrival to Hertfordshire. Nothing you say against him would surprise me." Underlying her words with a smile, she challenged Mr. Wickham to prove her wrong, if he could. He chuckled. "You are a quick and, might I add, accomplished judge of character, I see. I shall have to speak carefully in your company, lest I reveal my true nature." Mr. Wickham was as charming as Mr. Darcy was surly. Were Elizabeth to discern Mr. Wickham's nature, she doubted she would find anything displeasing. Perhaps shocking. A gentleman as handsome as he was, with such smooth manners, was bound to have many admirers. It was wicked of Elizabeth, she knew, but it elevated her pride to be the recipient of Mr. Wickham's attention when she had been scorned by others at the table. If pride was before a fall, then perhaps Mr. Wickham would be around to catch her. She imagined his conversation to be the equal of Walter Wyndham's. High praise indeed. Mr. Wickham was not so handsome as Mr. Darcy. Few men were. But character was more important than appearance. A glass set down with a thud on the tablecloth, and Elizabeth looked up to see Miss Bingley glaring at her. Mr. Wickham noticed too. Leaning closer to Elizabeth, he said, "I hope you will forgive me for making you the target of Miss Bingley's ire, but I do so love to see the haughty put in their place. She must be the centre of attention, and I am knowingly provoking her by conversing with you, when we both know we were placed beside each other at the table as her guests of the least consequence." Elizabeth nearly burst with merriment. What a singular gentleman! His honest humour delighted her sense of the ridiculous, and satisfied her desire to discomfort Miss Bingley. Now, aside from Mr. Darcy's friendship with Mr. Bingley, Elizabeth simply had to know how on God's great earth the lofty gentleman had befriended such a man as Mr. Wickham. "You digress, sir. You have yet to explain Mr. Darcy's friendship with Mr. Bingley, and now I am perplexed as to how you came to befriend him." Mr. Wickham's countenance grew more serious, an effect Mr. Darcy seemed to have on everyone around him. Elizabeth had yet to see Mr. Darcy smile. She wondered if he knew how. Dropping his voice so that Elizabeth had to strain and lean closer to hear it, Mr. Wickham said, "And now it is my turn to shock you, Miss Elizabeth. You expect me to speak against Darcy, but I'm bound to disappoint you. Darcy's pride sometimes gets the better of him, as is common in most great men." "Mr. Darcy, a great man!" Elizabeth waited for the sarcastic laugh, but it did not come. Mr. Wickham was serious. Elizabeth, however, was not easily persuaded. Great men did not cut ladies publicly at assemblies, nor did they refuse to be introduced to or dance with them when gentlemen were scarce. Even Elizabeth had been forced to sit out 2 dances for lack of a partner. And gentlemen most certainly did not state their opinions about a lady's prospects to those who would delight in her misfortune. "You do not believe me?" Mr. Wickham asked pointedly. "My experience with Mr. Darcy, little though it has been, is quite different from the image you portray of his character," Elizabeth answered cautiously. "Well put. I'm one of Darcy's oldest friends, so I may speak with some authority when I say his talent in giving offence is extraordinary. However, I beg of you not to sketch his character too hastily. Does it not stand that a gentleman who chooses a friend such as Bingley, who appreciates the qualities which form the backbone of his character, honesty, kindness, and generosity, could it not also be possible for Darcy to possess those same qualities?" It was food for thought, but Elizabeth had held her poor opinion too long, and Mr. Darcy's faults against her were too many to be easily swayed. She pressed, "What of your friendship with him? You mentioned you are old friends." Mr. Wickham smiled, the warmth in his expression that of one remembering the past with pleasure. "My father was Mr. Darcy's land steward, and Mr. Darcy was my godfather. He saw to my education and granted me a living with which I would be able to support myself as a gentleman. He was a good man who cared for the people who relied upon him. When he died, he left me the curacy at his estate." Mr. Wickham shook his head. "Can you imagine me as a clergyman?" Elizabeth could not. His manners were too coquettish. While the wives would have enjoyed going to services, Elizabeth imagined the husbands would not. "Clearly, you could not see yourself as one." He chuckled. "Neither could Darcy. While his father meant well, we agreed that my employment would be better directed elsewhere. So we agreed on a sum, and I sold my living, granting the position to a gentleman more suited to the profession. We've maintained our friendship over the years, and I can attest that there are few hosts so thoughtful and generous as Darcy." Since Mr. Wickham was a generous source of information and forthright in his comments, Elizabeth took the liberty of continuing on the subject. "The image you portray of your friend is vastly different from my own observations, so pray forgive me for being hesitant in accepting it. How do you explain Mr. Darcy's taciturn manners? His arrival sparked a good deal of excitement in Meryton, but within an hour of entering the assembly, he had offended most of the villagers. How do you explain that?" Mr. Wickham sighed, pressing his eyes closed and shaking his head. He looked around him, and in so doing encouraged Elizabeth to do the same. After all, their conversation was hardly appropriate. Finally he said, "Darcy's proud. You would be hard put to find a gentleman born in the first circles, master of a large fortune and an impressive estate, who is not. But his tenants adore him." Elizabeth drew her breath in, loudly enough to draw several looks from around the table. She reached for her wine-glass and sipped. Mr. Darcy's eyes lingered on her, while everyone else at the table was quick to ignore her small outburst. Lowering her voice, she said, Your speech is shocking, Mr. Wickham. Mr. Darcy has scorned all attempts of forming an acquaintance since his arrival here, and now you tell me he is a favourite with the lower classes in Derbyshire. Is he so contrary? Mr. Wickham looked around again. Their intimate conversation could not continue much longer. It is true. However, if you knew more of his history, I do believe you would understand his reasoning, faulty though it is, Mr. Wickham whispered. Elizabeth was on pins and needles. Miss Bingley's sharp voice interrupted Mr. Wickham before he could say another word. What is so interesting, Mr. Wickham? Pray share with the rest of us. It is not fair for Miss Elizabeth to be the sole recipient of all of your conversation. Elizabeth's curiosity would have to wait for satisfaction, and patience admittedly was not her greatest quality. She thought considerably less of Miss Bingley for her untimely interruption. Mr. Wickham straightened his posture away from Elizabeth and smiled directly at Miss Bingley. As Miss Elizabeth has not had the privilege of travelling much in Derbyshire, I was comparing Netherfield Park to Pemberley. Mr. Darcy narrowed his eyes at Mr. Wickham, and Elizabeth looked down at her plate before he met her eyes. It was a small lie, but one she knew Mr. Darcy would read on her face were he to look at her. It ought not to have bothered her. The lie was harmless enough. But it did. There were few subjects Miss Bingley could speak about with more passion and authority than Mr. Darcy's home, as the next few minutes of conversation proved. A finer estate than Pemberley was not to be found in the entire kingdom, nor a more accomplished young lady than Miss Georgiana Darcy, over whom Miss Bingley doted in blatant adoration. Elizabeth was tempted to ask Mr. Darcy if everything Miss Bingley said was true, but the muscles twitching at the side of his jaw gave her pause. He was annoyed. On closer observation, Elizabeth saw his nostrils flare every time Miss Bingley poured compliments on his little sister. Either he resented Miss Darcy, highly doubtful, or he resented Miss Bingley for presuming an intimacy with his sister she did not possess. Having a number of sisters of her own, Elizabeth recognised the protective nature Mr. Darcy displayed. He must love his sister dearly. Had Elizabeth not witnessed it herself, she would not have believed Mr. Darcy capable of expressing emotion at all, but he was clearly perturbed. His restraint was visible. Interesting. There was a crack in Mr. Darcy's brooding exterior after all, and for the first time since she had met the gentleman, Elizabeth was inclined to think kindly toward him, at least where his sister was concerned. Maybe Mr. Wickham's praise was not entirely unfounded. There might be a beating heart under Mr. Darcy's marble façade, after all. Chapter 8. It had been torture listening to Miss Bingley praise Georgiana. Darcy did everything possible to shield his sister from ladies who would use her to elevate themselves. The insincerity of Miss Bingley's endless compliments, repeated and affirmed by Mrs. Hurst, had been painful to hear, but not nearly so painful as watching how easily Miss Elizabeth and Wickham had fallen into conversation. They enjoyed each other's company like old friends who had reunited after years of separation. Darcy recognised the jealousy kindling in his breast, but he could not fathom the reason for its presence. He was not in a hurry to fall in love, to make himself vulnerable to the whims of an untrustworthy female. No, Darcy would be true to his word and teach Bingley the role of the master of an estate, and then he would leave Hertfordshire for good. There was no reason for him ever to return. And yet Miss Elizabeth's curious gaze met his from further down the table. He tried to keep his vision focused on safer things, his plate, the wine-glass, the candelabra, but the struggle not to look at her was greater than his self-mastery, and every time she laughed, he felt the corners of his lips twitch in response. What was she and Wickham talking about to bring her so much delight? Darcy reached for his glass. He must cease these contemplations. They meant nothing. She was nothing. While Darcy determined Miss Elizabeth to be of no import to himself, she was a dedicated nurse, Immediately after dinner, she excused herself to sit with Miss Bennet, thus inciting a renewal of tenderness from Bingley's sisters, who had all but forgotten their unwell guest until then. When Bingley summoned the ladies to join them for coffee, Miss Elizabeth remained with her sister. Wickham strolled over to Darcy. "How disappointing! Miss Elizabeth is lively company, do you not agree?" Darcy did not wish to discuss the charms of Miss Elizabeth with Wickham, of all people. "She's precisely where she needs to be. Otherwise, why did she come here?" Darcy said drolly. Taking a seat near Darcy, Wickham said, "It is only right for a lady to join her host and his family in the evening's entertainments, whether she takes pleasure in their company or not. I do not concern myself with the pleasures of young ladies, and I suggest you give her the same consideration." That came out more pointed than Darcy had intended, but he sensed Wickham was up to something, and until he knew what it was, he did not trust the rake with a country maiden like Miss Elizabeth. Wickham sighed, leaning against the cushion of his chair. "Ah, but I require amusement. You know how it is, Darcy. Boredom breeds mischief, and if a lady can offer some entertainment in exchange for her own pleasure, then who am I to deny her?" "You will keep your distance." Darcy locked eyes with Wickham, his heartbeat vibrating through his every fibre. Wickham smiled. "You like her, admit it." "Never." "Your loose manners are overlooked in town, even invited in certain circles, but they are unwelcome here. I will not have you acting in a way that could call into question the reputation of any young lady while we are both residing as Bingley's guests. Do you understand me fully?" The devil's smile broadened to a grin. "I do, better than you think." Fortunately, Mr. Hurst chose that moment to suggest a game of cards. Wickham was one who never lost an opportunity to gamble, and was soon distracted, playing loo for stakes he could hardly afford. Doing his best to avoid everyone in the room, Darcy had one of his books brought down from his room. Holding it up like a shield, separating himself from the rest of the party, Darcy felt how thin and flimsy his barrier was when Miss Elizabeth walked into the drawing-room. Mr. Hurst, who was padding his pockets with the contents of his competitors' purses, begged her to join in their fun. But Miss Elizabeth was not a gambler. She refused, choosing instead to amuse herself with one of the books lying on a table across the room. Miss Bingley teased. "Miss Eliza Bennet despises cards. She is a great reader, and has no pleasure in anything else." Stopping in place, Miss Elizabeth said, "I deserve neither such praise nor such censure. I am not a great reader, and I have pleasure in many things." Bingley added jovially, "In nursing your sister, I am sure you have pleasure, and I hope it will be soon increased by seeing her quite well." "Thank you, Mr. Bingley. I hope so too," she said, continuing to the table, where she held up a book to see its title. "The selection is not great. I would be happy to fetch the rest for you to see. All the books my library affords, if it pleases you. I wish my collection were larger for your benefit, and my own credit. But I'm an idle fellow, and though I have not many, I have more than I ever looked into," Bingley said, blushing at his own admission. Sometimes he was honest to a fault. "Again I thank you, but I am certain I shall find something of interest here. Pray do not trouble yourself," Miss Elizabeth said, picking up another book to examine. Wickham added, "The best books are on the uppermost shelves where ladies like to hide the novels the more upright in society claim are inappropriate for the weaker sex to read." He looked pointedly at Miss Bingley, who promptly changed the subject. "I am astonished my father should have left so small a collection of books. What a delightful library you have at Pemberley, Mr. Darcy," she said, resuming another round of endless praise for Pemberley, himself and Georgiana. After the longest evening in the history of Darcy's lifetime, Miss Elizabeth finally left to check on her sister, giving him an opportunity to retire to his bedchamber. He practically ran up the stairs. So many emotions ran through him, he had to put quill to paper to make sense of them, to give them a voice, and in so doing, restore order to his own being. The feel of the parchment gliding under the side of his hand, the scratch of the quill over the paper, the tension melting from his shoulders as the words poured forth from the depths of his soul. It was the greatest relief Darcy knew, until he had calmed enough to read over the pages. He had written about her again. Chapter 9. Elizabeth started at the sound of a bird singing outside the bedchamber window. She had drifted off for too long. It had been a long night. Mr. Jones had come early that morning, leaving a draft which gave Jane some relief and enabled Elizabeth to give the housekeeper, who was sent several times to inquire by Mr. Bingley, some good news regarding her sister's health. Jane rested now, finally enjoying some moments of peaceful slumber. She had breathed with great difficulty the night before, and not knowing what else to do, Elizabeth had made use of the abundant supply of pillows Mr. Bingley had sent up with his housekeeper. Propping Jane up, she had told her of the conversation she had enjoyed at dinner with Mr. Wickham. Jane, of course, was willing to believe the best of Mr. Darcy immediately. She was so much kinder than Elizabeth could ever be. Given Mr. Wickham's favourable opinion, Elizabeth decided she would try to be kind to Mr. Darcy if their paths should cross during the course of the day. Of course, she would certainly not make a point of seeking him out. It was a far easier task to be agreeable to disagreeable people when you did not have to see them. It was on the hope she and Jane would quit Netherfield Park sooner rather than later that Elizabeth had written a note, sending for her mother. Surely mother would see how miserable Jane was, and she would spirit them home so her daughter might recover in the comfort of her own home. One look at Jane's swollen red nose and watery eyes would convince her of the necessity before Mr. Bingley caught Jane looking less than her best. However, even should their mother ready herself in record time, Elizabeth did not expect her to call at Netherfield Park before the hour. With another look at Jane, Elizabeth tiptoed out of the dark bedchamber in search of the library. She needed a dose of daylight to brighten her morning, and the book-room was the safest place she could think of. Miss Bingley was so busy trying to impress Mr. Darcy with her many accomplishments, of which reading was not included, despite what she pretended. Elizabeth would not be disturbed by the lady or any of the other residents there. Mr. Darcy was too proud to seek out the knowledge abounding on the bookshelves Mr. Bingley admitted were poorly stocked. He probably thought he knew everything worth knowing, so why expand his understanding? Elizabeth shook her head at herself. She was not doing a very good job giving Mr. Darcy the benefit of the doubt. Then again, he had left little doubt of his opinion of her and her limited prospects. How no gentleman of consequence would consider her, because of her and her family's numerous faults. Mr. Wyndham would not trouble himself with circumstances beyond her control when a lady's values were what he esteemed: an independent spirit, an improved mind, family loyalty and honesty. Those were qualities a true gentleman of Mr. Wyndham's calibre admired. A maid pointed Elizabeth in the right direction, and she soon found the one room where she felt at home in any residence. She closed the door behind her, and her heart dropped when she saw shelf after empty shelf lining the walls. Mr. Bingley had warned her as much the evening before, but Elizabeth had not believed him until that moment. How did one live without books? Crossing the Turkish carpet, she drew the curtains open, letting the light of day inside to illuminate the room. The improved lighting failed to produce the literature she sought. Not one tome graced the floor-to-ceiling shelves against the largest wall. However, the shelves on either side of the fireplace, at the other end of the room, were full. She let her fingers trail against the smooth velvet upholstery on the chairs placed around the fire. The buttery soft leather bindings comforted Elizabeth as much as a warm blanket. She walked down the short row of books and perused their titles. Unless she wished to read tomes pertaining to land and estate management, she would have to look higher. Just within her reach, she found volumes with material more appropriate for a lady seeking an escape from her surroundings. Diaries of exploratory journeys beckoned to Elizabeth to pull them from their perch and join them in a marvellous adventure. but Elizabeth resisted the urge to indulge her taste. Jane might wake before their mother arrived, and Elizabeth ought to select a book suitable for distracting her from her discomfort, not adding to it with accounts of strange creatures and assaults from the weather. Jane had suffered enough from the weather recently. Would Mr. Bingley have novels or poetry? Miss Bingley had coloured all the way to the tips of her ears when Mr. Wickham had teased her about hiding them on the top shelves. Elizabeth twirled slowly in place, searching. Where was a ladder when a lady needed one? Rising to her toes, Elizabeth stretched in vain to see the top row. If she had a library of her own, she would see that all books of interest to a lady were within the ability of her height to reach them. Too often, gentlemen saw the library as their domain, and they tended to place the books more likely to impress others on the shelves that were easy to see. Elizabeth had no patience for others' vanity when she had a sick sister to entertain and no way to see what the top shelves contained. That decided it. Glancing around to ensure she was not observed, she selected the chair that would give her the least trouble and heaved it over to the bookshelf. She looked around again. It really would not do for anyone to see her climbing on Mr. Bingley's furniture, despite what his sisters thought of her hoydenish ways. Removing the half-boots, which had been cleaned for her during the night, Elizabeth climbed on top of the chair. As she had hoped, her effort was rewarded when she saw a row with a few books tossed on top of it. One in particular seemed to be the right thickness, and since it had the same colour binding as her Book of Poems by Walter Wyndham, it was her obvious choice. While the chair enabled her to see, it soon became evident that it also limited Elizabeth's reach. She had not placed it close enough to the shelf, and of course the book which most enticed her was a hairbreadth beyond the tips of her fingers, no matter how she leaned against the shelf and stretched her limbs to reach it. She was too close to consider getting down from the chair to move it over the inches required for her to free the volume from its mahogany perch. Leaning forward a touch more, holding onto the bookshelf with her other hand, so she would not topple over onto the edge of the fireplace mantel, Elizabeth stretched to the point just this side of losing her balance. "Allow me to help you," said a deep voice behind her. Startled at the sound, Elizabeth lost her hold on the shelf, sending her lurching forward. Flailing to grab a hold of anything solid, she lashed out with her stockinged foot and tripped over the arm of the chair. There was only one way to go. Down Elizabeth went, her legs tangled in the fabric of her dress, her arms braced in front of her to break what was sure to be a spectacular fall. This was going to be painful. Elizabeth squeezed her eyes shut and braced herself for the worst. Chapter 10. Elizabeth never did hit the floor. She paused mid-fall. There was no crash against the polished wood or blow against the chimney corner. Instead, she was pleasantly wrapped in warmth. Too stunned to realise where she was or what had happened, it took her an embarrassingly long time to come to her senses. The manly scent of shaving cream and leather did not help clear the cloud of disorientation muddling her mind, nor did the closeness of two startlingly intense blue eyes staring down at her. She was in Mr. Darcy's arms. Elizabeth removed her hand from his chest, her fingers burning. His breath brushed against her face in ragged bursts. She looked over his shoulder to the door, judging the distance. How had he made it to her in time? "Are you hurt, Miss Elizabeth?" Mr. Darcy asked, his hold around her softening. He was so warm, not at all marble-like. "I am not certain. It all happened so fast. I do not feel anything at all." Except for a buzzing tingle, spreading like warm honey through her body. But she did not think that was what Mr. Darcy inquired about, and it definitely did not hurt. Elizabeth doubted her legs would hold her up, but that had more to do with Mr. Darcy than with her fall. The damage would have been far worse had he not come to her rescue. Then again, she would not have fallen had he not startled her in the first place. The need to thank Mr. Darcy battled with her urge to scold him. He said, I apologise for startling you. Of course, your position on top of the chair was rather precarious. He dared to censure her when she ought to be reprimanding him. Elizabeth's flash of anger twisted into mirth at the irony of her situation, and she made the grave mistake of laughing. Oh, the pain! Agonizing stabs pulsated at her side, running from the top of her head to the tips of her toes, and coiling in nauseating intensity in her stomach. You are hurt. It is my doing. I must have bruised your ribs when I rushed forward to catch you. I am sorry, he repeated, his hold around her firm and steady as he walked her over to the couch and gently set her down. The concern furrowing his brow, the penitent sorrow in his eyes, did not permit Elizabeth to remain angry. Mr. Darcy looked like a puppy caught doing something naughty, and she simply did not have the heart to punish him, especially when she had been the one climbing on top of a chair. She took a tentative breath and tried to sit up to a more respectable position. Mr. Darcy reached out to help her. Pray, allow me to assist you. You took a horrible fall, and I fear you are injured more than you are willing to admit. The effort of sitting up made Elizabeth break out into a sweat covering her body, but she gritted her teeth and sat up as if her life depended on it. Mr. Darcy's touch did strange things to her insides, and she feared she might get sick all over the tops of his polished hessians if she allowed him to help her more than he already had. I am well enough. It only hurts when I breathe, Elizabeth said, with every shred left of her dignity. She only realised how silly she sounded when Mr. Darcy arched an eyebrow and his lips twitched. How unfortunate, he said, in a dry tone that tickled Elizabeth's humour. Clutching her side, she controlled her merriment. It is. I am rather fond of breathing. As am I. How sensible of you, he said, pulling the chair that had caused this whole mess over to the couch. Sitting down in it, he leaned forward and watched her. Elizabeth did her best to look however a lady was supposed to look after suffering a spectacular fall in front of a gentleman who had proclaimed her barely tolerable. Why could it not have been Mr. Wickham to come to her rescue? Why was Mr. Darcy befuddling her with his nearness and concern, challenging her poor opinion of him with his gentle attentiveness? This Mr. Darcy was not meeting up to her imagination's expectations of his character at all. Miss Elizabeth grabbed the edge of the couch, using her arms to help her stand when she ought to rest. In his effort to reach her before she crashed against the hardwood floor, Darcy must have struck against her ribs. That he had saved her from worse harm did nothing to appease his guilt. That he had noticed from the supple feel of her in his arms that she did not wear a corset to bear the brunt of his blow made his ears burn and his cravat tighten around his neck. I must return to Jane, she said, rising to wobbly feet. The determined clench of her jaw, the strain she attempted to disguise, covering her face, bespoke of a stubbornness to prove to herself, and likely to him as well, that she did not desire his assistance. Darcy admired Miss Elizabeth's determination, even if her reasoning was unsound. He had suffered blows to the side in pugilist matches in his university days. There was nothing to be done but to wrap your torso as tightly as you could stand and wait for the pain to subside. Sometimes it took months. Darcy prayed Miss Elizabeth would not suffer so long. If only he could have caught her sooner. If only he had not startled her. His intention had been to help, not hurt. What a daft fool he was. Please, Miss Elizabeth, sit for a moment and allow me to send for the surgeon, he begged. She did not pay him any heed, instead pressing her hand against her ribs and taking a deep breath, as if to prove she was in perfect condition. Stubborn woman. Please rest for a moment, he insisted, when she winced. She, of course, ignored him and stood. A more calculating female would have asked for his help, but Miss Elizabeth avoided him. He had the distinct impression she might bite him if he so much as reached toward her. And so he went out to the hall to request that his groom ride to Meryton to fetch the surgeon. He would be the quickest about it. Miss Elizabeth was in the same spot where Darcy had left her. Not knowing what to do with his hands, Darcy crossed them over his chest and regarded the lady in front of him for clues as to how he could best keep her still. Without a word, she sat down on the couch. Good sense had won over her stubborn impertinence. An impertinent minx, Darcy thought, struggling not to smile at the warm memories of the last female who had provoked him to use that particular phrase to describe her. "I must return to my sister. I only came here to fetch a book to read to her," Miss Elizabeth said softly. She was not going anywhere until the surgeon arrived. "If your sister is as considerate of your health as you are of hers, she will wish for you to sit here until the surgeon arrives," he continued before she could protest. "How is Miss Bennet this morning?" Perhaps, if he kept her talking, she would be still. "She was sleeping when I left her." "A maid can sit with her until you are able to return. I see you are anxious." Miss Elizabeth looked at him then. Their eyes met, and the mixed emotions present in her expression made Darcy feel increasingly more uncomfortable. Popping to his feet, he went over to the bookshelf. She had been reaching for a book on the top shelf, further down, out of her reach. As tall as he was, even Darcy had to rise to the balls of his feet to see. "At Pemberley the bookshelves have ladders. If Bingley decides to stay at Netherfield Park for a length of time, I will suggest he install them as well." He looked over his shoulder at Miss Elizabeth. Once again she attempted to sit forward. The temptation to hold her down overwhelmed Darcy. She tried his patience like no other. Scrunching up her face, she relaxed against the cushion again. "Is Mr. Bingley not planning to stay very long at Netherfield Park?" she asked. Ah, Darcy understood now. He had said the wrong thing, giving her reason to worry Bingley might leave Hertfordshire, and her sister. Bingley's father wished for him to purchase an estate of his own, but Bingley thought it best to let an estate, to ensure he could properly manage it before making such an important investment. That is why I am here." Her eyes sharpened. "And do you find Netherfield Park to your liking?" "It has been empty for some time, but it does not show the normal signs of disrepair common in most unoccupied residences. The gardens need diligent care, but the fields have benefited from their disuse. I dare say they will produce bountifully when they are tended to properly, which bodes well for the tenants who rely on the land for their income, as the master of the house does. For that alone I would encourage Bingley to stay." "You give your advice freely. What of the neighbours? Do you approve of them?" The edge in her tone encouraged Darcy to weigh his words carefully. "I do not have the advantage of acquaintances outside of my circle." She scoffed. "Why did you not form acquaintances at the Meryton Assembly when you had the opportunity?" Why did she attack him? Darcy explained. "I do not have the ease of forming acquaintances easily with strangers." "I should say not, when you refuse introductions, or to even dance at a ball when gentlemen are scarce. I dare say you find our company barely tolerable, and cannot wait until you are able to depart for those more suitable to your position in society." Darcy turned to the shelf, finally seeing the book she had been reaching for while he waited for his face to cool. He did not know what to make of her bold speech. Barely tolerable. He had said that. He had intended for her to hear him say it, but he had not expected Miss Elizabeth to use his words against him. She must be in a great deal of pain. Stretching to reach the book, he slid it off the shelf and turned to hand it to her. She did not take the book from him, and Darcy did not much like standing in front of her with his offering, so he set it beside her and resumed his position on the chair in front of her. Pain often made people say what they ought not utter, and Miss Elizabeth was no different. His calm returned. Darcy replied, "I do not feel it right to form attachments when I have no intention of staying." She snapped. Yes, attachments are dangerous things. God forbid you encourage strangers to think of you as a gentleman. Her accusation was a slap in the face. Darcy was nothing if not a gentleman. His limbs trembled, but he kept his voice steady. You call my conduct ungentlemanly? I can forgive your insult against my vanity. I can even overlook your poor estimation of my prospects. But you would lead me to believe that Mr. Bingley, a man you call friend, is so easily swayed by your opinion. You only have to say the word, and he will pack up and leave Netherfield Park. You have taken care not to form any attachments, and you did well, sir. The people beneath you would only get burnt if they risked drawing close to such lofty company as yours. We are clods of dirt, of no use other than to be trodden upon, and crumble to dust in the presence of the grand son named Darcy. Darcy's heart thrummed rapidly. What had he done to deserve this? She continued before he found his tongue. You care nothing for the feelings of others. But what of Mr. Bingley and the people with whom he has already formed attachments? Would you deny them his friendship merely to appease your own vanity while you disparage mine? Darcy's throat went dry. Had he possessed the words necessary to reply, he could not have spoken them. However, such an attack on his character could not go unanswered. Had Miss Elizabeth been a gentleman, Darcy would have challenged her. He would have proved his superiority and delighted in watching her eat her words. But she was not a gentleman, and apparently she did not think him much of one either. Chapter 11. Miss Elizabeth does not think I am a gentleman. The realization stabbed Darcy to the core. She had much to say on the subject, but Darcy heard only the echo of her accusation. A knock on the door interrupted her diatribe against his character. Good Lord, let it be the surgeon, Darcy thought, raising his eyes to see Wickham standing in the doorway, with a stupid grin on his face. Had he overheard their conversation? Darcy groaned. He would never hear the end of it. I hope I'm not interrupting, Wickham said, knowing full well he was. Miss Elizabeth turned in her seat, her breath catching, and her eyes squinting in pain. Darcy could have kicked himself. How could he allow himself to be provoked by one injured? If he had failed to act as a gentleman, it had been when he allowed his emotions to overpower his reason, and forget Miss Elizabeth was hurt at his hand. It was a mistake he would not make again. He would prove to Miss Elizabeth that he was everything she claimed him not to be. He would be the most gentlemanly gentleman she had ever met. She accused him of pride, but were not the prejudices she so easily expressed the manifestation of her own arrogance? Did she trust her hastily made judgment so implicitly she was blind to truth? Darcy delighted in exposing her error, and he would do it as soon as he got rid of Wickham. Wickham was a leech, attaching himself to Miss Elizabeth's side and sucking the patience out of Darcy. Would he never leave? Miss Elizabeth had recovered from her fall enough to ply Wickham with smiles as they discussed the excitement of the militia coming to Meryton, a topic of constant discussion, and of which Darcy, frankly, was tired of hearing. He struggled not to fall into a surly attitude. He could not leave Miss Elizabeth before the surgeon arrived, nor did he dare abandon her to the company of Wickham, who was more concerned with exuding charm than in ensuring the lady's health. Darcy could still hear her cry. The wide-eyed terror in Miss Elizabeth's eyes, when she had lurched over the edge of the chair, was an image he would not soon forget. The memory sent shivers down his spine. Her eyes did not reflect fright now. They turned up at the corners, just as her lips did. Miss Elizabeth's was a merry face, one which inspired others to share in her merriment. But the slight arch in her brow and the twinkle in her fine eyes bespoke of a cleverness behind her humour. If she was as clever as Darcy supposed her to be, he would have to be cautious. Isabella had been clever too. Miss Elizabeth grabbed the book beside her. I really must return to my sister. She might be awake now, and I do not want her to worry." Darcy realised he had been silent for far too long. How easy it was, much easier than exerting himself in conversation. And yet that was what he must do to prove himself a gentleman. "Miss Elizabeth, I beg of you to wait for the surgeon. A maid is sitting beside Miss Bennet. You bear the pain well, but you took a dreadful fall," he said, hoping his compliment would soften her view of him. Wickham was all astonishment. "A fall? What is this? Here I am sitting beside you, and I had no idea such a traumatic event had occurred. You truly are a credit to your sex, Miss Elizabeth. Just imagine if Miss Bingley had suffered as you have. The entire household would have been made aware of it, mark my words." She chuckled, grabbing at her side and holding her breath. Darcy glared at Wickham, annoyed he had added to Miss Elizabeth's suffering by provoking her laughter. Even worse, he had so easily minimised the effect of Darcy's subtle compliment with his own dramatic praise. Taking note of her discomfort, Wickham's face went solemn. In a serious tone he said, "I swear to be as grave as Darcy is right now. I have no doubt he has acted the perfect gentleman and sent for the surgeon immediately. He's probably been attempting to entertain you to pass the time as well, I dare say. Darcy is nothing if not a proper gentleman." Finally, someone who spoke in his defence. Darcy nodded at his friend in grateful acknowledgment. At least, he was grateful, until he saw the incredulity cross Miss Elizabeth's countenance. Who was she to blaspheme his conduct, when she was the one who had stood precariously on the edge of a chair? A lady of quality would never have resorted to such hoydenish behaviour. Of course, most ladies were not nearly so determined as Miss Elizabeth was proving herself to be, nor could their interest in literature compare to hers. "As my dear friend seems to be tongue-tied, I shall speak for him. Darcy is the best of men. You would be hard-pressed to find a finer gentleman in all of England, or a truer friend." Darcy glared again at Wickham. Really, that was carrying his praise too far. Miss Elizabeth did not scoff or laugh, but that eyebrow, it arched again, and Darcy read the disbelief in her open expression as clearly as if she voiced her opinion aloud. "Indeed?" she asked. One word, but the incredulity she expressed with it inspired awe, among other things. Darcy willed Wickham to keep his mouth shut, but when Miss Bingley entered the room, fate conspired against Darcy's desire for silence. "Imagine finding everyone here in my favourite room," said Miss Bingley. She crossed the floor to the sparsely stocked bookshelves and plucked a tome decisively off the shelf. "I have been all anticipation to resume my study of—" She looked down at the volume she had selected, continuing with as much confidence as the subject allowed. "Animal husbandry." Darcy cleared his throat and looked away while Miss Bingley composed herself. He dared not look at Wickham, and he most certainly could not look at Miss Elizabeth. Her blasted eyebrow would be raised, the side of her mouth lifted in a lopsided smile. Smoothing her skirts, Miss Bingley sat in the chair beside the couch facing Darcy. "I declare there is nothing so agreeable as a book. If you are so fortunate as to visit the library at Pemberley, as I have, you would understand why I am encouraging my brother to give more attention to the book-room." She paused, batting her eyelashes and waiting for a compliment. She would have to grow accustomed to disappointment. Darcy knew better than to pay her compliments. Wickham, however, was not so cautious. "Yes, Darcy extols the importance of improving the mind by extensive reading. I did not know you were such an enthusiastic student to select a topic relating to—" He looked at the book she tried to hide between the seat cushions, adding, "Shall we call it estate management? How very dedicated of you." Miss Bingley blushed crimson, and once again Darcy riveted his gaze to the floor. Though he limited his vision, he did not fail to hear the lady's unhappy huff. He imagined Miss Elizabeth clutching her side and biting her cheeks to keep from laughing, but he had to eliminate the image from his mind, when he had to clear his throat again, to cover the chuckle bubbling up in his chest. It was time for him to take charge of the conversation. He could not rely on Wickham to return the topic to a subject more appropriate for their present company. Georgiana has been devouring the novels of Frances Burney. Perhaps Miss Bennet would enjoy listening to you read Evelina. My sister declares it to be her finest work, Darcy said to Miss Elizabeth. The genuine smile she gave him made Darcy feel better about the surprise with which she replied. You allow Miss Darcy to read novels? How delightful! I admit Evelina was my favourite when I was Lydia's age, but I appreciate the complexity of her later work. If only she was not stuck in France, I suppose she would have written more. Miss Bingley raised her nose in the air. If there were any novels on her brother's library shelves, they were not there by her doing. Darcy sprang to his feet. He had made several recommendations to Bingley, on the chance Georgiana might join them in Hertfordshire, should she need a reprieve from the excitements of her boisterous cousins and the busy London life. However, had Darcy been present to see to the positioning of the books on the shelves, he would have ensured the novels were at a level adequate for a lady to see. Sure enough, Evelina was on an upper shelf. Stretching to his full height, he pulled it off the shelf and returned to his chair in front of Miss Elizabeth, his hand extending the book for her to take. Their fingers did not touch, but their eyes met, and the effect was just as jolting. Darcy forgot to let go until Miss Elizabeth tugged the book out of his hand. Miss Bingley, seated as she was beside Miss Elizabeth, chose that moment to pet her arm and lean forward. Now that you have 2 books with which to entertain dear Jane, you will want to return to her side. Miss Elizabeth had been attempting for several minutes to leave the room to see her sister, but Darcy was determined she should stay, as still as he could encourage her to be, until the surgeon arrived. Now, with Miss Bingley's dismissal, he wished more than ever for Miss Elizabeth to stay. Gold sparks flashed in her brown eyes, and her cheeks coloured, but she gripped the edge of the couch to stand. Darcy did not know from whence the question stemmed, but before he could stop himself he blurted, "What do you most enjoy reading, Miss Elizabeth?" She paused, perched against the edge of the couch, her knees dangerously close to brushing against his. Like a gentleman, he pushed his chair back, but he did not stand, lest she imitate his posture. Her eyes narrowed. "Do you really wish to know, Mr. Darcy? If you are sincere in asking, I shall give you a sincere answer, but I must warn you to brace yourself for the conversation to come." He smiled. It was the perfect answer, and one he would have given had she posed the question to him. "I could no sooner reply differently than you have. Allow me to assure you I am up to the challenge." Miss Bingley interrupted. "Mr. Wickham, has my brother conversed with you yet? He told me he meant to extend his hospitality to you and invite you to stay while Mr. Darcy is our guest. You are most welcome, and I declare your presence will make for diverting company among our other guests." At that, Darcy pulled his gaze away from Miss Elizabeth. Had Miss Bingley lost her mind? Why would she presume to speak for her brother just now, when even Wickham knew she held him in little regard? Wickham would never turn down an offer which guaranteed him a comfortable bed, good meals, and the prospect of hunting on someone else's property. He jovially accepted. "We will make a merry party, providing the best medicine with which Miss Bennet and Miss Elizabeth can recover." Miss Bingley was confused. "Have you fallen ill too, Miss Elizabeth? You do look rather pale and gaunt, and not at all well." Darcy thought Miss Elizabeth had never looked finer. "I am quite well. It was only a little fall when I reached for a book on the shelf. Mr. Darcy's concern is wasted on me," she said abruptly. Darcy felt like he had been kicked in the gut. "I mean," Miss Elizabeth added quickly, continuing, "I am not as hurt as Mr. Darcy believes me to be, though I am grateful for his kindness in seeing to my welfare." Miss Bingley did not like that reply. She bore the pinched expression of an ignorant child tasting her first lemon, an expression which only intensified when the butler entered the room and announced the arrival of the Bennets. More Bennets. If there existed a test designed for men to prove their gentlemanliness, Darcy was confident Mrs. Bennet would play an important role in it. Few people brought out Darcy's disapproval like Mrs. Bennet and her gaggle of girls. Already his hackles were raised. But, drat it all, he would behave like a gentleman. Chapter 12. Elizabeth's neck burned. What had possessed her to speak so plainly to Mr. Darcy? He could offend half of England, and she would not care. To be sure, he had deserved a good set-down, but why had she taken it upon herself to be the one to attempt the impossible? Men like Mr. Darcy had no need for humility. They did not need to consider how their behaviour affected others, as they were accustomed to always being pleased, to having others pander to them. Resolving to think no more of Mr. Darcy and her harsh words of earlier, Elizabeth swallowed hard and stepped into the parlour where her mother and younger sisters waited. She was not surprised to see her sisters, though she had hoped mother would have left them at home. Mr. Bingley sat comfortably opposite them, at ease and smiling. Thank heavens he did not share Mr. Darcy's low opinion of her family. "How is my dear Jane?" mother asked, her voice quivering, her hand clutching the fichu at her throat. Elizabeth bit the insides of her cheeks. Laughter would hurt, and she doubted her humour would be appreciated by anyone who did not understand how her mother had denied Jane the use of the carriage and prayed for rain. As far as mother was concerned, Jane's illness at Netherfield Park was a gift from above. Mr. Bingley, being the gentleman he was, related the measures, and they were quite extensive, he had taken for Jane's benefit. From the remedies his housekeeper swore by, to the daily visits and draughts from the apothecary, and the bone broth Mr. Bingley's cook insisted was more restorative than any medicine Mr. Jones could provide. Mother could not have been happier. Miss Bingley could not have looked sourer had she swallowed vinegar. Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth expected to see his face marked with disdain, but something else was there, something she could not identify, something concerning. But she was through thinking of him. His opinion was of no matter to her. It was the perfect time to bring an end to her family's call by suggesting they go upstairs to see the patient herself. However, before Elizabeth could utter a word, Mr. Darcy spoke to her mother. "It was thoughtful of you to send one of your daughters to care for Miss Bennet. We hope you do not find her worse than expected. Miss Elizabeth is diligent in her care." Elizabeth studied his face, searching for signs of sarcasm, an arch brow, a sneer, a raised chin. But she found none. By all sound and appearance, Mr. Darcy had paid her a compliment, and in front of her mother. Did he not realise the danger to himself in showing even a modicum of interest in any one of mother's offspring? Mother pulled out her fan and waved it, sending the tendrils of hair around her cap flurrying. Fortunately, mother had so long thought ill of Mr. Darcy, she was not too quick to change her opinion of him. Elizabeth would ensure she did not have cause to alter her view of the man. "Shall I show you to Jane, mamma? The sooner you see her, the sooner your fears will be allayed." Elizabeth gathered her relatives and whisked them upstairs to the sick-room. No little feat when Mr. Wickham entered the room, and her youngest sisters showed no inclination of wanting to part from the handsome gentleman's company. "You can be properly introduced later, but first, Jane," Elizabeth hissed, pushing them out to the hall. She felt her skin prickle and warm. Someone watched her. Elizabeth did not have to turn around to know it was Mr. Darcy. What madness had come over him? Had she inadvertently struck him on the head during her fall? Elizabeth could not recall. She looked at her hands. Her knuckles were swollen and red. Now that she had noticed them, they hurt. Cradling her hand against her stomach, Elizabeth led them up the stairs and down the hall to Jane. Surely she had not struck Mr. Darcy. Or had she? Her mother chattered incessantly, but Elizabeth did not hear a word, not until they opened the door to Jane's bedchamber and saw her sitting in front of the mirror brushing her hair. The last few hours of sleep had done wonders to restore Jane. Her cheeks were rosy red, but her eyes had lost their feverish brightness, and while she admitted her throat still hurt, her head did not ache as it had the day before. Elizabeth was thrilled. Jane was much improved, and their carriage was sitting in the drive, waiting to convey them home. Sweet relief. Mother fussed and fretted, but finally she said, "I am satisfied you are not in any apparent danger. Your illness is not so alarming as Lizzie made me believe in her letter. But, Jane, you must be cautious not to recover too soon, or else you will have no reason to continue on at Netherfield." "What?" Elizabeth shook her head and blinked her eyes. "Mamma, you cannot wish for Jane to remain ill just so she can stay. We have already imposed on the Bingleys' hospitality, and will become nuisances if we abuse their generosity beyond reason." "Nonsense. We happened upon Mr. Jones in Meryton, and he does not think it at all advisable for Jane to be carried home so soon after falling ill. Just a few more days should do the trick." Elizabeth bit her tongue. Were it up to Mother, she would wish for Jane's cold to last as long as it took for Mr. Bingley to propose. It was clear she had not intended to bring Jane home at all. Fluffing Jane's pillows and smoothing her brow, Mother declared her eldest daughter's cold a grand success and ordered Jane to return to her bed. Her future practically secured, Mother ushered her daughters back to the breakfast parlour, where 3 unmarried gentlemen, and 2 inconsequential females, invited them to stay a moment longer for tea. "I do hope you've not found Miss Bennet worse than you expected," said Mr. Bingley, reaching forward to take his teacup from Miss Bingley, who did the honours of pouring. "Indeed I have, sir," Mother replied with a tremor in her voice. "She is a great deal too ill to be moved. Mr. Jones says we must not think of moving her. We must trespass a little longer on your kindness." Miss Bingley's fingers turned white where she gripped the teapot. Elizabeth watched her hands closely, lest she accidentally spill the boiling beverage over one of them. "Removed? It must not be thought of. My sister, I am sure, will not hear of her removal. Is that not so, Caroline?" Mr. Bingley said, proving to Elizabeth that he chose to see only the good in others, or else he would have known how inconvenienced his sister was to have them there. "You may depend upon it, madam, that Miss Bennet shall receive every possible attention while she remains with us," Miss Bingley replied, with cold civility. One needed only to look at the lady to see she had endured enough of the Bennets. Mother was profuse in her acknowledgments, adding, "I am sure, if it was not for such good friends, I do not know what would become of her, for Jane is very ill indeed and suffers a vast deal, though with the greatest patience in the world, which is always the way with her. My Jane has, without exception, the sweetest temper I ever met with. I often tell my other girls they are nothing to her." Elizabeth clasped her hands together, rubbing her aching knuckles. While she never tired of hearing Jane praised, she wished it was not so often done at the expense of herself and her other sisters. It was tiresome to hear how bleak one's prospects were, when Elizabeth wished to be loved deeply for how she was, like she imagined Mr. Wyndham would love her, if she could ever meet him. Mother's purpose became painfully clear when she repeatedly interrupted Lydia's attempts to secure a ball at Netherfield Park by turning the conversation back to Jane. She extolled her virtues to the point of embarrassment, encouraged to continue when Mr. Bingley proved eager to listen. Miss Bingley, on the other hand, had reached her limit. "I wonder how Miss Bennet is yet unmarried, if her virtues and accomplishments are so extensive." She added a sweet smile, which she must have thought softened her words. Mr. Darcy's eyes snapped to her, but it was Mr. Wickham who spoke. It is splendid you should wonder such a thing, when you are unmarried, despite your inexhaustible list of accomplishments, Miss Bingley. How have you managed it? Tell us, and in so doing, perhaps you might satisfy your own curiosity about Miss Bennet." Miss Bingley turned positively red, and Mr. Wickham's smile grew as he revelled in her discomfort. Elizabeth clamped her teeth together and held her breath, lest she so much as smile. Today was a test in composure, and for Jane's sake, Elizabeth would not laugh at Mr. Bingley's sister. She would wait until she was alone in her room. Chapter 13. Mother smiled with increased interest at Mr. Wickham, and Elizabeth imagined she was determining which daughter the gentleman would be better suited for. She was not done, however, convincing Mr. Bingley of Jane's desirability. "There was a gentleman," she continued, "who seemed about to propose. He wrote her some pretty verses." Elizabeth had to stop her before Mother completely ruined any chance Jane had of winning Mr. Bingley's heart. Saying the first thing that popped into her mind, Elizabeth blurted, "And that put paid to it. I wonder who was the first gentleman to resort to such a tactic." Mr. Darcy said, "I thought poetry was the food of love." As did Elizabeth, but she was not about to agree with him when she sought to change the topic away from her mother's blatant advocacy on behalf of Jane. "Of a fine, stout love it may, but I am convinced that one poorly written sonnet will turn a slight regard cold." Elizabeth could never marry a man incapable of expressing himself and his regard sincerely. She would sooner laugh than swoon, that much was true. Although she had to admit that if a gentleman were to attempt to woo her with paltry words, she would own to a certain degree of admiration for his effort in composing something which did not come naturally to him. She was not as completely without heart as her words made her seem. Mr. Darcy's eyes did not waver from hers, and the longer he held her in his gaze, the more she wished he would look away. As for Mr. Bingley, he appeared greatly relieved to learn he would not be expected to compose a sonnet any time soon. Jane was far easier to please than she was, and for her sister's sake Elizabeth was grateful for it, although it did little to appease Elizabeth, who feared she was destined for spinsterhood. Oh well, she would be the eccentric aunt to Jane's children. She would find happiness in that. "You understand a great deal on the subject. Are you a reader of poetry?" asked Mr. Wickham. Elizabeth could have expounded on the subject for hours, but not now, and not in their present company. "I appreciate a well-turned verse as much as I enjoy walking out of doors. As much as anyone else, I suppose," she replied with a shrug. "Oh, that reminds me," Mother said, patting the cushion around her. "I had quite forgotten, but I thought you might wish for the book your Uncle Gardner sent to you from America." Puffing her chest out in pride, Mother added, "Such is our company, Mr. Bingley. My brother and his family are great travellers, and so thoughtful in their attentions to my girls by sending them gifts from abroad." "Is he the one in trade, or is he the attorney in Meryton?" Miss Bingley asked, more to point out their lower connections than to hear the reply. Her cut was lost on Mother, who replied with indefatigable satisfaction, "Mr. Phillips is an attorney. He married my sister. No, my brother resides in London, where he keeps a town house. He sent Lizzie a book of poems, and I brought it so she may read it to Jane." Elizabeth knew better than to credit her mother for her thoughtfulness. Sending the book must have been Betsy's idea. She had swooned when Elizabeth read one of the poems aloud to her 2 nights before. Elizabeth wanted to grab for the book, but she did not want to appear too eager to secure her beloved volume from her mother either. She held out her hand, but her mother was not paying the slightest attention to her. "Do you often read poetry, Mr. Wickham?" Mother asked, waving Mr. Wyndham's book in front of Mr. Wickham's nose. If Elizabeth leaned over, she could snatch it away. Mr. Wickham had not anticipated her question. He shifted his weight in his seat and cleared his throat before he said, "I take delight in beauty in all of its forms." It was a charming answer, and Mother was greatly pleased. So pleased, Elizabeth noticed, that she set the book of poems back down on the cushion. Elizabeth dropped her extended hand. She would have to wait. My Jane is certainly the most beautiful young lady to be seen in and around Meryton, but my Lizzie is often praised for her sharp wit and quick humour. She can recite every poem in this book. Such an admirer is she of the poet's work, and so clever is she to put them to memory. Elizabeth's face burned. She heard Miss Bingley huff, no doubt offended at not being foremost in her mother's measure of the beauty to be found in that part of Hertfordshire. Again, Elizabeth felt Mr. Darcy's eyes on her. She refused to acknowledge his attention, and kept her gaze fixed on her lap. She already knew what he thought of her. She was not tempting enough, and had no prospects. The gentlemen were quiet until the butler announced the arrival of the surgeon. Elizabeth wanted to kiss the man for interrupting her mother's conversation. At the same time she would have strangled Mr. Darcy for sending for the surgeon at all. While her ribs were probably bruised, Elizabeth could breathe now with ease, so long as she did not breathe too deeply. Now there would be no concealing the accident that had caused Elizabeth's discomfort from her mother. "Surgeon, I do hope you have not suffered an injury, Mr. Bingley," Mother said. Mr. Bingley looked as astounded as Mother was concerned. "No, though I would sooner wish it were me than one of my guests." He looked between Mr. Wickham and Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth did not trust either gentleman to know how to appease her mother, if in fact she could be appeased, when a clear opportunity for her to force Elizabeth and Jane to stay on longer at Netherfield Park landed on her lap like yet another gift from heaven. "I had a little fall in the library, that is all. Mr. Darcy called for the surgeon as a precaution. It is nothing to trouble yourself over," Elizabeth said. "A little fall?" Mr. Wickham exclaimed. Leaning forward in his chair, he said, "Miss Elizabeth fell from a significant height, and only minutes ago suffered from a terrible pain at her side. Darcy was fortunate enough to come to your daughter's aid, but he sent me to fetch the surgeon in haste to ensure no greater harm was done." Elizabeth swallowed her groan. At least Mr. Wickham had left out the bit about Mr. Darcy catching her. Her mother could not have looked happier, and Elizabeth could not guess which fact pleased her more, that her daughter's stay at Netherfield Park would certainly last longer, that a charming gentleman had hastened to fulfil a task for her benefit, or the manner in which Mr. Darcy might have compromised her when he came to her aid in the library. The unfortunate incident was replete with possibilities. From the way Mother's eyes gleamed as she looked at Mr. Darcy, Elizabeth's worst fear was made irrefutable. Her mother's opinion of him had changed. Chapter 14. No sooner had the Bennets departed, and Miss Elizabeth's slim figure slipped through the doorway, than Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst giggled behind their hands. "Have you ever met a more vulgar family?" Miss Bingley said between snickers. She did not bother to lower her voice. Miss Elizabeth might have overheard. Darcy clenched his fists. "Would you have them remain at home when one of their own is ill?" he asked, through clenched teeth. Mrs. Bennet's exaggerated praise aside, she was a loyal mother, and while her ambitions for her daughters were blatant and distasteful, she was forthright about it. Miss Bingley cocked her head to the side. Her confidence in his approval of her cuts against a family so far beneath her notice was jarring to Darcy. What had he done to encourage this boldness in her? She said, "Miss Elizabeth had sense enough to blush at her mother's crass speech, although her attempts to change the subject were hardly effective in quieting Mrs. Bennet. If she were my mother, I would perish of shame before I allowed her to mix with higher society." Bingley was quick to reply. "Do you believe yourself so far above them you defame them? You forget yourself, Caroline. You forget how our father grew our fortune in trade. By birth, the Bennets are superior to even you. They're more equal to Darcy than we are." Darcy cleared his throat, upset that his first inclination was to clear his name and elevate himself above the Bennets. Aside from the difference in fortune and manners, He supposed they were equals. Granted, his grandfather was an earl, but Darcy himself had no title to boast. He was a landed gentleman, the same as Mr. Bennet. And while Darcy felt confidence in his superiority regarding social graces and propriety, he owned he had a few relatives who failed to meet the same standard he demanded of himself, much like the eldest Mrs. Bennet, who had conducted themselves with the utmost care since their arrival to Netherfield Park. Though their mother would have them impose on Bingley's hospitality as long as he would allow it, neither lady gave any indication of resorting to artful devices to extend their stay. Miss Bingley gasped. "The Bennets, equal to Mr. Darcy? How can you utter such foolishness, Charles?" Darcy did not want her defence. He said, "By birth they are my equals, and in your brother's quickness to defend their character against those who would cowardly malign them, Bingley is my superior." Darcy left the room, pride holding his head up, when shame weighed him down. To his right, he heard a rustle and gasp. 2 brown eyes met his, golden flecks sparking like embers in a fire. Miss Elizabeth was the last person he wished to see, and judging from her reaction, she had heard Miss Bingley's unflattering comments. She twisted her hands together before forcing them to her side. Raising her chin, she said, "I heard my name, so I lingered. It is sufficient punishment for eavesdropping to hear others' true opinion of oneself and her family, a lesson a wiser person would have learned after the first time." Darcy was stunned. "The first time?" Miss Elizabeth bowed her head. "I would rather not admit to a breach of propriety before a man I so recently accused of ungentlemanly behaviour, but my sense of justice demands honesty. I heard your opinion of Jane, and of my lack of prospects." Darcy held up his hand. He did not wish to hear Miss Elizabeth repeat his words. He had meant them. It was a fact that gentlemen of circumstance would never willingly attach themselves to a lady with so little to recommend her. However, he had not meant for her to overhear his frank assessment. He rather wished the words unsaid now. There was nothing left to do but apologise. Taking a deep breath, Darcy said, "You do not need to explain yourself, Miss Elizabeth, least of all to me. I am sorry you overheard, and I ought not to have said what I did yesterday." Darcy's gut twisted, but he continued, "You were right to criticise my speech. It was ungentlemanly of me." She raised her hand and shook her head. "I am caught listening to a conversation again after admitting to eavesdropping before, and yet you are the one to admit your error. Pray admit no more faults, or I shall have to expose more of mine." Darcy stopped, grateful she had put an end to his apologies. Chewing her lips, Miss Elizabeth met his eyes again. Silence surrounded them, and Darcy wished he could read her thoughts. There were questions in her wide eyes and raised brow, questions he would give her the relief of answering, if only she would give them voice. He held her gaze, willing her in his heart to speak. But Miss Elizabeth said nothing, and Darcy felt stupid, standing in the empty hall, pondering the silent lady before him. Or did she expect him to speak? Was she as anxious to hear his thoughts as he was to hear hers? Shoving his hand through his hair, careful to avoid the throbbing bump on his forehead, he asked, "Is your injury much improved?" Her eyes widened, her vision aimed at his own injury, which Darcy could only suppose looked as bad now as it felt. Reaching out with her fingertips, she stopped herself before her skin brushed against his. Darcy ought to have flinched or stepped back, but her gesture warmed him through and dulled the ache beating against his skull. Not that he could have moved had he wished it. His feet were rooted in place, and the urge to lean forward toward her nearly overwhelmed his better sense. "You are hurt. I should have noticed earlier, but of course it would have been a miracle for you to escape injury completely." She looked down at her hand and rubbed her knuckles. "It is a good thing you only suffered from the strike of my hand and not my head, for I believe mine to be harder than yours." "Ha!" Darcy erupted, clamping his lips shut before he insulted the lady further, or risked Miss Bingley following him to the hall to see what had provoked his laughter. Miss Elizabeth, however, did not curb her merriment. "Do not look so astonished, Mr. Darcy. While it smarts to hear others offend my vanity, I hope I never grow so proud I am unwilling to poke fun at myself." Her whole face smiled, but Darcy could not join in her glee when her humour so clearly made plain his own error. He tried to explain. "I was distracted at the assembly. Bingley invited me to join him at Netherfield Park, so I might help him determine if he is ready to take on the management of an estate of his own. It is an overwhelming task for one unaccustomed to the variety and quantity of responsibilities attached to a properly cared-for property and its tenants. The assembly was an unwanted distraction." Even as the words slipped past his lips, Darcy wished he could take them back. What a pitiful apology he made, listing a series of excuses which ought to have had no bearing on his behaviour toward Miss Elizabeth and everybody else assembled. Thankfully, she stopped him from continuing. "Please, Mr. Darcy, you do not owe me an explanation." "You are right. An explanation is insufficient when a sincere apology is required. I am sorry I slighted you, Miss Elizabeth, the first time and the second. It shall not happen again." His shoulders relaxed. There was relief in doing the honourable thing, no matter how badly it stung his pride, in having to make such an apology in the first place. She arched her neck, the corner of her lip curling up. "Am I to understand that I am tolerable enough it will not be such a punishment for you to endure my company until my sister's health improve? That is convenient, although we are both determined not to trespass a second longer than necessary." Returning her humour, appreciative of how much easier she made it for him to admit to his fault, Darcy said, "If you find the company here barely tolerable, then who am I to keep you longer than you wish to stay?" "Touché, Mr. Darcy." She grinned, and Darcy wanted to continue their exchange so badly he immediately became tongue-tied. He had already asked about Miss Bennet's health, and her own. He had apologised, and now felt much lighter than he had before. Before he could gather his scrambled thoughts, she held the book of poetry up. "I really must not make the surgeon and housekeeper wait for me any longer, or I will never get back to Jane. Thanks to you and the maid at Longbourn, I have more than enough to read to her." Spinning around, she stepped away from him. He held his breath until she turned. "Thank you," she said. Then, turning back, she walked away from him. 2 simple words, but they were balm to Darcy's bruised soul. The walls of Netherfield could not contain him. Taking the steps 2 at a time, he barged into his room and changed into a riding-coat. Minutes later, he flew over the fields surrounding Bingley's house, the same fields Miss Elizabeth had trodden through the day before. Damp earth flung around him, and Darcy gleefully looked forward to being seen by Bingley's sisters, with mud on his boots and breeches. He only hoped Miss Elizabeth was there to see it too. His subtle joke would not be lost on the lady who saw humour in everything. Chapter 15. Elizabeth glided up to Jane's room as quickly as she could. There had been nothing the surgeon could do for her, other than to suggest she rest and avoid any jarring activities for the next few weeks. His visit had been brief. How mortified she had been to be caught listening in on a conversation she was clearly not intended to overhear. But she had spun about so quickly she had lost her balance. The precious seconds wasted trying to hold herself upright, as the floor wobbled and the hall spun around her, had condemned her to discovery by the very gentleman she most desired to avoid. She ought not to feel guilty when he was the cause of her disequilibrium. She had not thought Mr. Darcy capable of pleasantness, but his character was proving to be a real puzzle. Elizabeth felt the danger he presented to her. She liked puzzles. She liked them a great deal too much. But she did not like Mr. Darcy. No, she would not. The sooner she and Jane quit Netherfield Park, the better. Jane's room was dark when Elizabeth slipped inside. The maid must have drawn the curtains again. Her first order of business was to open them so Jane might have the more pleasant view of verdant fields bordering Mr. Bingley's garden. If Jane sat up in her bed, one of the lakes was visible. It was preferable to the stiff damask shutting out the light. "Thank you, Lizzie. The draught from the window is not so great as to pose a threat to me, as Mr. Jones suggests, I think. I do feel better today," Jane said, her voice soft and scratchy. "I am overjoyed you were able to speak today. Your conversation is a vast improvement to what I endured in the parlour." As Elizabeth knew she would be, Jane was shocked. "You must not say such things, Lizzie. The Bingleys have been kind and attentive. They have anticipated our every need, and I am grateful they have welcomed you to stay with me." Her cheeks brightened, and Elizabeth pressed her hand against Jane's forehead. The fever was cooler than it had been the night before, and it was with immense relief Elizabeth credited her sister's heightened colour to irritation rather than sickness. "You are right, of course, Jane. Such generosity is not to be mocked, and I promise I will only poke fun at follies and nonsense, whims and inconsistencies from here on." Elizabeth would keep her observations to herself, but she was convinced Mr. Bingley's sister's superficial devotion to Jane would vanish in a flash if he gave any proof that his regard went beyond the slightest admiration. For Jane's sake, Elizabeth hoped Mr. Bingley's nature proved constant, despite the disapproval of his family. She then gave Jane a detailed account of the rest of their mother's call. Given her recent censure, Elizabeth was determined to say nothing contrary toward Miss Bingley or Mrs. Hurst, but Jane knew she purposefully left something of import out of her narrative. Jane became so distressed on Elizabeth's behalf, there really was nothing to do but tell her, which she did in an air worthy of Mr. Darcy, factual and devoid of cloudy emotions. He was such a proud man who had risen in her family's defence before his friends. Her opinion of Mr. Darcy was already on shaky ground when she related their exchange in the hall to Jane, who was gracious enough to lean against her pillows and keep her silence until she was properly situated. Elizabeth knew Jane would say something complimentary about Mr. Darcy, and she did not feel up to hearing it. "He is not so proud as you claimed him to be, Lizzie. An arrogant man would never admit to a fault before others who held him on a pedestal, nor would he apologise so readily to one whom he had given the cut direct at the assembly. It is remarkable, do not you think?" Elizabeth's mind was so muddled where Mr. Darcy was concerned, she grasped at the opportunity to change the topic immediately. "It speaks well of Mr. Bingley that Mr. Darcy should praise him as an example worthy of imitation. He was quick to come to mother's defence, and he is sincere and constant in his inquiries after your health." Jane smiled sweetly. "Mr. Bingley is everything a gentleman ought to be. I hope I am not making myself troublesome. I do not wish for him to think me a bother." "Mr. Bingley would be the last person to proclaim you a bother. But I do feel it best we depart, the moment you are well enough to make the trip home." "Mamma will not be happy to see us before the completion of a week, but I would rather not use her methods to achieve my heart's desire. I want a love that lasts, that becomes stronger in its devotion over the passing of time." A love different from their mother and father's. Elizabeth longed for the same. But what was the chance she should meet a gentleman so steady and caring? Such men were rare, if they even existed outside of her illusion of Mr. Wyndham. And the chance of her meeting him, well, it did no good to ponder the impossible. Nobody she had asked knew who he was, or if he even existed. For all she knew, Mr. Wyndham was not a real name at all. She liked to pretend it was the nom de plume of a handsome gentleman who poured out the contents of his heart while lounging on a low-hanging tree branch, looming over the rose garden of his castle. She would have to alter her illusion. They did not have castles in America, if Aunt Gardner was correct in her assumption. Elizabeth sighed, returning from her dreams to reality. Jane had fallen asleep. Elizabeth would probably never meet the man of her dreams. Men such as Walter Wyndham were too good to be true. And until Jane recovered sufficiently to travel home, Elizabeth was stuck at Netherfield Park. Later, tiring of the dim candlelight casting shadows around Jane's room, Elizabeth ventured to the drawing-room. The scene looked innocent enough. No card tables were present, which explained why Mr. Hurst snored on a settee near the fireplace. Mr. Bingley held a book in front of him, while his eldest sister jabbed a needle and thread through a piece of linen. Miss Bingley did her level best to distract Mr. Darcy from the letter he was writing at the table beside her. She had a book in her hand, but she did not so much as glance at it. Mr. Wickham watched Miss Bingley and Mr. Darcy with all the interest of one watching a play on Drury Lane. When Elizabeth returned to Jane's side, not an hour later, she wished she had not been deceived by the harmless scene. Miss Bingley's blatant flattery on behalf of Mr. Darcy had emboldened the gentleman to speak plainly. In so doing, he had admitted to a resentful nature and faults he took pains to eliminate, and about which he expressed a certain vulnerability in owning how he hoped others did not take notice. Mr. Wickham had watched her reaction after every exchange, and Elizabeth had the distinct impression he wished to gloat over his superior understanding of Mr. Darcy's character in light of her flawed one. Even Mr. Darcy accused her of wilfully misunderstanding others' characters. Had she been so wrong about the gentleman? The following day only added to Elizabeth's doubt. Mr. Wickham had suggested a stroll about the gardens, only to desert her when Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst arrived, the path only accommodating a width of 3 persons, leaving Elizabeth alone to walk with Mr. Darcy. She half expected Mr. Darcy to turn on his heel and walk away, but he did not. He offered his arm, and not knowing how else to make her escape without being incredibly rude, Elizabeth accepted. Miss Bingley looked over her shoulder a couple of times, but Mr. Wickham led his companions along at a healthy clip, while Mr. Darcy was in no hurry to catch up with them. "Is Miss Bennet much improved today?" he asked. "She is, thank you," Elizabeth said. It was much more difficult to converse with Mr. Darcy, now that her dislike of him was not so marked. Would that Mr. Wickham had walked with her instead. But she knew what he was about. Miss Bingley's dowry was a much more alluring temptation, and a gentleman without fortune must be practical. "And you? How do you fare?" Mr. Darcy looked down at her, his dark eyebrows pressed together, and his mesmerizing blue eyes focused solely on her. Elizabeth did not understand why heat crawled up her neck and into her cheeks. Fortunately, a stiff autumn breeze brushed past them, giving her a reasonable excuse for the colour she knew had invaded her complexion. She answered, "I'm well enough. You took the worst of it, and it is I who should be inquiring after your health." He smiled, something he had been doing more of lately. Mr. Darcy had a pleasant smile. Elizabeth was near enough to appreciate his straight white teeth. He smelled nice, too. She was close enough to appreciate that as well, though when she realised in horror where her thoughts had led her, she took care not to appreciate the effect Mr. Darcy had on her senses overmuch. "My head is as hard as you claimed yours to be yesterday, perhaps harder." The glint in his eye suggested a humour she would have enthusiastically denied Mr. Darcy to possess the day before, especially when it was given at his own expense. Elizabeth could not resist teasing. "You claim to enjoy a good debate, and I have observed nothing to make me doubt you. However, I, also, am not one to shy away from an argument. I will admit it, and thus save you precious time you might have wasted in discerning as much." "Discerning another's nature is never a waste of time, Miss Elizabeth, and I would not discredit your character by suggesting as much. To the contrary." Elizabeth was flattered, but she dared not show it. I wonder, then, which of the two of us will admit to being more stubborn. She expected Mr. Darcy to be silenced, rather than admit to yet another flaw. With a smile he said, "Ah, but is it considered stubbornness when the source of one's obstinacy is rooted in a worthy cause? When a lady walks 3 miles through muddy fields in chilly weather, even when, I'm guessing, her family's carriage has been refused her?" Elizabeth laughed. "Then you admit I win the contest. You are correct in your assumptions on all but one point. My father did in fact offer me the use of the carriage, but I refused it. I thank you for giving my actions an altruistic motive, when the others in our party found them shocking." He paused, turning toward her and bowing elegantly. "I concede to your superiority in this area." "In this area? I suppose you believe yourself superior in everything else. But I will take what praise I can, Mr. Darcy. I am not too proud." He stood to his full height, and Elizabeth's breath caught in her throat as he held her in his gaze, the muscles on his jaw flinching in determination, until he finally spoke. "Nor am I, Miss Elizabeth. Nor am I." What did he mean by that? Chapter 16. Elizabeth charged into Jane's room the following morning. "Are you well? Can we leave today?" she practically begged. Jane was still abed, but she was awake. By the time she dressed and the maid packed their things, at least an hour would pass. It would have to do. Mr. Bingley would insist they break their fast, but Elizabeth had an excuse ready for that. If they departed early enough, they could eat at Longbourn with their family, and spare Jane the danger of travelling on a full stomach when she was so recently recovered. That is, if she was recovered enough to go. Elizabeth paced in front of the window, tugging on the fabric of the drapes to open them, while Jane sat up in her bed. Oh, would Jane never give an answer? Turning to face her, Elizabeth restrained herself from tapping her toe against the carpet, but she was certain Jane could read the impatience in her expression. Elizabeth could not help it, no more than she could help her dreams the night before. She shivered, trying to shake the memory of them from her mind, but her skin prickled and warmed despite her best attempts to rid herself of Mr. Darcy's eyes. They had regarded her with a determination that had unsettled her thoroughly, as they had done in the garden the day before, haunting Elizabeth through the night and leaving her convinced of his increasing danger to her. Why had Mr. Darcy, of all people, invaded her dreams? Several times Elizabeth had tried to replace him with Mr. Wyndham, but to no avail. Mr. Darcy would never consider her with any regard. Not when he so clearly disapproved of her family and inferiority. But Elizabeth had to admit she was drawn to his strength of character. The glimpses of humility he had recently shown intrigued her. There was no denying the pull of her curiosity. Yes, Mr. Darcy was dangerous. She and Jane needed to quit Netherfield Park immediately. "Pray sit down, Lizzie. You make me dizzy. Why are you agitated?" Jane asked. Elizabeth forced her feet to still by the window, clasping her hands together and slowing her breath to quiet herself. "I'm only anxious to return home, that is all." She ought to confide in Jane, but it would delay their departure, and it was imperative they leave that day, that same morning, within the hour, if at all possible. Jane reached out to take Elizabeth's hand. "I'm grateful to have such a selfless sister to care for me. It must have been difficult for you to be so much in company with Mr. Darcy, as well as Mr. Bingley's sisters. Will you please write to Mother to send for the carriage while I dress?" Music to Elizabeth's ears. She might have skipped on her way to her room, where she had already secured paper to write on and a pen with which to compose her plea. But Mother had other ideas. Not 1 hour later, the hour in which Elizabeth had hoped to leave, she replied that the carriage could not possibly be sent until Tuesday, 3 days hence. 3 days longer than Elizabeth was willing to remain at Netherfield Park. Drat it all! Elizabeth was left little choice but to abuse Mr. Bingley's kindness further by asking for the loan of his carriage. She despised asking for favours, and especially of so recent an acquaintance, to whom her dearest sister held a romantic preference. However, Elizabeth was convinced that a prolonged stay at Netherfield Park would do nothing to advance the attentions of Mr. Bingley toward Jane. It would only lead to more bitterness from his sisters, who up to now still claimed to adore Jane when it was convenient to them. They would turn on her quicker than a flash of lightning if they truly believed their brother's heart in danger. Besides all that, what gentleman wanted for a sickly wife? No, far better for Mr. Bingley to witness Jane's speedy recovery as a testament to her stout health. And far better for him to have to exert himself to win her. Did not men enjoy making sport? Where was the sport and satisfaction of a hard-earned conquest when the lady he would pursue was too easily caught? Would his affection wane to nothing, to match the exertion he had made to win her? No, Jane deserved some struggle. Love should not come easily, or it would be taken for granted, and she would find herself the brunt of her husband's mockery, just as their own mother was from their father. Not to say Mr. Bingley was prone to biting sarcasm and wit, but his sisters were another matter. Entering the breakfast-room, certain to see Mr. Bingley's jovial face, Elizabeth stopped short when it was Miss Bingley who greeted her. At least, she acknowledged Elizabeth's presence by looking up from her plate. The same could not be said of Mr. Hurst, who only had attention enough for the sausages in front of him. Mrs. Hurst, as was her wont, pinched her face in imitation of her sister. Well, Elizabeth was as pleased to see them as they were to see her. But she was a guest in their house, and she would do nothing to ruin Jane's prospects. She would behave. Bobbing a curtsy, Elizabeth bid them good morning with a light air and a smile worthy of their unhappy reception of her intrusion. "Is dear Jane quite well?" Miss Bingley asked with some interest. "She continues to improve, thank you. I had hoped to find Mr. Bingley. Is he not in?" Elizabeth asked. Miss Bingley did not wish for her conversation any more than Elizabeth wished to waste time on empty chatter. The sooner she found Mr. Bingley, the better. Miss Bingley raised her chin and narrowed her eyes. "He is out riding the property with Mr. Darcy. My brother takes his responsibilities seriously, and Mr. Darcy wastes no opportunity to teach him what he must know. He would not purchase his own estate otherwise, and Netherfield Park offers the perfect opportunity to improve his managing skills without risk. As quickly as Charles is learning, I dare say we shall not remain long in Hertfordshire." Mrs. Hurst added, "I should say not. It was never his intention to stay long. He would much prefer to settle in Derbyshire." Miss Bingley's lips pulled into a tight smile, her eyes never once departing from Elizabeth. "Of course, he would wish to settle near Pemberley. Anything to be closer to Miss Darcy. She is such a lovely young lady, so accomplished." Mrs. Hurst was quick to add, "A real credit to any family. She has everything a gentleman of circumstance could wish for. Fortune, connections, a family worthy of her station." Elizabeth's hands clenched of their own volition, and it was with immense pride she maintained a disinterested air and a cool complexion, despite the sisters' spiteful remarks aimed at Jane. She must be remarkable indeed. Could a Darcy be anything other than exemplary in all her habits and accomplishments? Pray excuse me, I must return to Jane. Elizabeth kept her head high and her back stiff as she left the room, knowing they watched her. She felt their eyes burning into her back. Had she not been convinced of Mr. Bingley's gentle nature, she would have encouraged Jane to deaden any tender regard she held for the gentleman. But Mr. Bingley was nothing like his conniving, manipulative sisters. Would it be forgivable for Elizabeth to borrow one of his horses, so she might ride over his property until she found him? Probably not. It was much too bold, even for Elizabeth. She considered walking over the fields, but the property was extensive, and the rolling hills would not allow for an easy search. There was nothing she could do until Mr. Bingley returned. Not satisfied with her helpless state, Elizabeth found the butler and asked if he would inform her the moment his master returned. Nearing the stairs, her feet heavy with defeat, Elizabeth paused when she heard the smack of a cue ball. They did not have a billiard table at Longbourn, but Elizabeth knew the sound well. Her uncle Gardiner often discussed business matters with particularly difficult clients in his billiard room. He claimed the competition made men more willing to invest when they would not otherwise loosen their fists around their pocketbooks. It occurred to Elizabeth that Miss Bingley might have misled her. What if Mr. Bingley was at home? Following the sound, Elizabeth arrived to a dim room with wooden panels on the walls, accented by portraits of sombre-looking men in heavy frames. They frowned at the table set in the middle of the room, as if to show their disapproval of the sport, or, perhaps more accurately, of the gentleman indulging in it. The only gentleman present, however, was Mr. Wickham. He set his cue against the floor, leaning against it lazily. "Miss Elizabeth, what a pleasure to see you. Bingley and Darcy left me to my own devices, and I require entertainment. Do you know how to play?" She did, but she was in no mood for diversions. "Mr. Bingley is not in?" she asked, more out of disappointment than a need to be told yet again that Mr. Bingley was not at home. Mr. Wickham must have sensed her disappointment. In a more serious tone he said, "Is there a matter with which I might be of assistance?" "Thank you for offering, but I am in need of a carriage. Jane is much improved and wishes to return to Longbourn, but our carriage is not available to be sent until Tuesday." "Oh, now that is a problem," Mr. Wickham said, pinching his chin, his fingers scratching over his whiskers, and his lips pulled into a rare frown. "Is it?" Elizabeth asked, surprised at his grave reaction. Mr. Wickham startled, as if he had been quite lost in his thoughts, so much so he had forgotten she stood just inside the doorway. He feigned a laugh and forced a smile. Waving the hand he had been tugging his whiskers with moments before, he said, "I only meant it is a problem to find your host is gone when you wish to borrow his carriage. I understand Miss Bennet is much improved for her to wish to undertake the journey to Longbourn." "You make the 3 miles sound like an arduous inconvenience. I assure you it is not so far." He laughed. "Surely not, for a certain young lady to have travelled it on foot. However, any trip, no matter how short, is unbearable when one has been so recently ill. It is a rare constitution, especially among the gentler sex, that can endure what you suggest when she burned with fever just days ago." "Perhaps our sex is not so fragile as you claim us to be." Elizabeth bit her tongue on hearing the edge in her tone. She really ought not quarrel with Mr. Bingley's guests, and she seemed to be making a habit of it. First Mr. Darcy, and now Mr. Wickham. Mr. Wickham bowed. "I deserve your rebuke, Miss Elizabeth. I fear I am out of sorts, and as a consequence am not expressing myself with the precision I intended. Surely you would never argue that a lady ought to be treasured and cared for with all the consideration she bestows on others. Were you to ask for the carriage, I fear your host would assume his care was insufficient. Bingley is a sensitive creature, quick to react, and he would torture himself for an imaginary fault in his attentions toward Miss Bennet and yourself." Elizabeth made a mental note to reassure Mr. Bingley of his kindness and excellent care, but she would not be swayed from her purpose. There is no place like one's own familiar room, with her loving family surrounding her, to spur on a full recovery. You are a good friend to Mr. Bingley for concerning yourself with his sentiments, but I also must concern myself with my sister's wishes, and she desires to return home sooner than Tuesday. She turned to leave. "Why not call for Mr. Jones's opinion one last time? He's more qualified than anyone else to ensure no harm will come to Miss Bennet for travelling prematurely." "She has no fever or headache, and the soreness in her throat has disappeared to a small scratch. What further use can Mr. Jones be to her when the illness is gone?" "Ah, but who is to say the trip will not prove too much for Miss Bennet, and she would sooner fall ill again on returning home, and only to spare yourself 3 more days." "Apparently you are one to say it." Elizabeth turned again, before he could offer another argument, contrary to her purpose. How strange Mr. Wickham should be so persistent in his persuasions for them to stay on, when it could not matter to him what they decided to do. He was not in a position to marry without a fortune, and Elizabeth could think of no other way she or Jane could be of any interest to him at all, outside an enjoyable but superficial acquaintance. He smiled again, this time more genuinely. "I'm sorry to press, when I know you would never do anything to cause harm to anyone, least of all your sister. I will take it upon myself to ensure Bingley knows of your request. I will stand watch at the window to await his return." "A gallant offer, if ever I heard one. But pray do not trouble yourself. I believe that under these circumstances it would not be any inconvenience if I were to request the carriage from Miss Bingley, who I am convinced will be all too pleased to lend it. Her brother cannot require its use until he returns home, and by then I dare say his carriage will be restored to its place." Far from the charm she had expected her answer to recover, Mr. Wickham's eyes hardened and his jaw set. Elizabeth mumbled, "I must return to Jane," and once again turned to leave. "Wait!" he called after her. She did not wait. Mr. Wickham's arguments were baseless, and Elizabeth saw no benefit to either of them in repeating her replies when his manners disturbed her. "Miss Elizabeth!" She stepped quicker. Had he lost his mind? What was he about? "I know Walter Wyndham." Elizabeth stopped abruptly. Mr. Wickham had her full attention. Chapter 17. Elizabeth's heart leapt in her chest. She could not take another step away for all the tea in India. If Mr. Wickham knew Mr. Wyndham. She rubbed her hands together, clasping them together before she betrayed her eagerness to Mr. Wickham, who was certain to take advantage of it. Hope blossomed within her. Maybe, just maybe, she might be able to meet the man himself. She pinched her arm just to make sure she was awake. Ouch! Yes, this was real, gloriously real. Slowly, Elizabeth turned, eager to hear what else Mr. Wickham had to say, and taking great pains not to show it. With a shrug and a light tone, she said, "How delightful for you, Mr. Wickham, but I fail to see how your acquaintance with the gentleman should affect my desire to leave for Longbourn today." She held her breath and watched him, taking in the frustrated bunching of his lips and the constant shifting of his eyes about the room. Was Mr. Wickham to be trusted? Wait, how did he know she admired his poems? "I do not know why you think I would want to know Mr. Wyndham," she said. "I could not help but notice the title of the book Mrs. Bennet bought for you. She said you admired the poet," he said, his mouth poised to say more, but his eyebrows knit together in doubt. Elizabeth waited. Mr. Wickham stepped closer to her in the hall, but he was slow to speak. So slow, Elizabeth was prompted to urge him on. "Do you really know Mr. Wyndham?" she asked. He sighed, but his answer was immediate, almost sad. "Yes, I do. Quite intimately, in fact. He's been a dear friend of mine since our Cambridge days." Ah, that explained how they had met. It also meant he was not American, as her aunt had suggested, and implied that Mr. Wyndham was not as old as Elizabeth had feared he might be. Unless he was a professor. She had to know. "Did you attend university at the same time?" "We did for a short time. I started university 2 years before he did, but we had so many acquaintances in common, we were often in each other's company. He is a remarkable chap, often misunderstood by those who do not have the advantage of his friendship." How thrilling to hear how similar Mr. Wickham's description of the poet was to her own imagining of Mr. Wyndham. She wanted so badly to ask if he was as handsome as she believed him to be, but that was not the sort of thing to ask an unmarried gentleman with whom one wished to negotiate. She would meet Mr. Wyndham and see for herself. Looking around and lowering his voice, Mr. Wickham continued, "If you agree to stay until Tuesday, I will personally deliver a letter penned by you to him. I will be discreet for your reputation's sake. You know where he is currently residing? London is only half a day's journey, and faster on horseback. I can deliver your letter and bring you his response within a day. London. He was so close. Lifting her chin and looking Mr. Wickham squarely in the eye, Elizabeth said, I wish to meet him. Surely, as his close friend, you could arrange for us to exchange introductions in a public place, a tea-room or a bookshop. Anywhere a lady is known to frequent would do. Absolutely not. A letter and nothing more. Very well, then. I will see Miss Bingley. She proceeded down the hall, confident Mr. Wickham would not be content to let her go, until she reached the stairs. With a glance at Mr. Wickham, Elizabeth nodded in determination as she slowly took the first step, then the second, then the third. Still, he did not try to stop her. Under the pretence of hearing a noise, she looked over her shoulder again. Mr. Wickham stood there, but still he said nothing. He merely nodded his head in her direction before returning to the billiard-room. This was not going how she wanted it to at all. Halfway down the steps, Elizabeth had a decision to make. Stubbornly continue down the steps to ask Miss Bingley for the carriage, or swallow her pride and retrace her steps to the billiard-room and accept Mr. Wickham's offer. A letter was preferable to nothing, was it not? Granted, she took a risk in sending an unsolicited note to a gentleman, but Mr. Wickham had said he would be discreet. She believed him. Of what use would it be to Mr. Wickham to expose her impropriety when he had been the one to suggest it? Walter Wyndham, Elizabeth whispered his name, the syllables soft on her tongue and sweet crossing her lips. Lost in her illusions, she came crashing back to reality when she heard someone call her name. Miss Elizabeth, Mr. Bingley said, standing at the bottom of the steps. Mr. Darcy stood beside him. Yes, she said, blinking her eyes and shaking her head. Simmons said you wished to speak with me as soon as I returned. Is Miss Bennet well? She has not taken a turn for the worse, I hope? Mr. Bingley asked anxiously, his eyes looking beyond her toward Jane's room. Mr. Darcy's intense gaze unnerved Elizabeth, but the clouds had cleared from her mind, and she had decided on a different path. She was quick to ease Mr. Bingley's concern. I'm sorry to give you cause for worry. My sister has improved, but I wish to seek your advice, since you have ventured out of doors already this morning, and are in a better position to know if the weather is agreeable. Jane has known nothing but the walls of her room for several days, and I thought she might like to sit in the garden. For making it up at the last minute, Elizabeth was rather proud of her excuse. It was not unreasonable, though she owned it was, perhaps, overly cautious. Mr. Bingley was delighted. Some fresh country air is just the thing. There is a breeze, but there is not a bite in it as there has been lately. I shall ask Caroline and Louisa to lend Miss Bennet their warmest wraps, and I would be happy to sit with her to block the wind, so she might enjoy the fresh air for as long as she deems it helpful to her health. He took upon his task with all the enthusiasm of a young man well on his way in love. Unfortunately, Mr. Bingley's abrupt departure left Elizabeth with Mr. Darcy, who looked at her as if he could see through her to read her true intentions. Chapter 18. Darcy had no desire to leave Miss Elizabeth's company immediately. He had returned from his ride with Bingley, prepared for the tedious association of the other ladies of the house. It had been a pleasant surprise to first see Miss Elizabeth and her ever-ready smile. She had a lovely smile, and intelligent eyes, perhaps too intelligent. Darcy had yet to wholly discern if her intentions tended toward the manipulative tactics most common among females. He found himself wishing her to be different, which meant he must be cautious. Your sister is improved? He asked, grimacing at himself, because the question had already been addressed. She is, thank you. Miss Elizabeth shifted her weight, a scuffed half-boot peeking from under her skirt as she took a step up. I should help her. Darcy also ascended the stairs. He did not wish to sit in the garden, nor did he want to be so easily found by Miss Bingley. Wickham could be trusted to help him pass the time until Bingley was available to begin the arduous task of going over ledgers, normally satisfying work for Darcy, but made difficult for the flighty habits and haphazard managing of his pupil, who would sooner spend no more than 30 minutes perusing the sums, declaring them good enough, and walking away to engage himself in a pursuit more agreeable to him, such as blocking the chilly breeze for Miss Bennet. Miss Elizabeth's pace slowed as she neared the top of the steps. Darcy slowed to allow her to continue. She did not budge. Instead, she looked at him as if his gentlemanly gesture was an inconvenience. "Pray, do not let me keep you from going wherever it is you are going," she said. I only need a moment to stand here." Darcy's concern grew. "Are you well?" he said, instinctively reaching for her arm. She did not look dizzy. She jerked away from him. "I'm quite well, Mr. Darcy. I'm only suffering from a brief moment of indecision, and I do wish you would be so kind as to allow me a second or two to determine in which direction I should go, in peace." As if he were imposing on her. Another gentlemanly deed, gone unappreciated. Had Miss Elizabeth's intelligence been inferior, Darcy would have been concerned she had apparently forgotten the way to her sister's room. Instead, he was frustrated. How could he prove his gentlemanliness if she was determined to misunderstand him? He could not fail to point out the obvious. Pointing to the left, he said, "Miss Bennet's room is in that direction." Sparks glistened in her eyes, and Darcy knew he was in for a clever retort when Miss Elizabeth's eyebrow shot up. "If I were lost, you would be the last person I would ask for direction. I cannot help but feel you would forever hold it against me, and I have no wish to be in any man's debt," she said, the flecks in her brown eyes and the high colour in her cheeks tempting Darcy to provoke her further. And that eyebrow! He bowed, so she would not see his smile. The air around them stirred as Miss Elizabeth left him on the landing, but his senses followed her. The faint spice of cinnamon whirled around Darcy, teasing his nostrils in her wake. She had not turned to the left, but to the right, in the direction of clattering ivory balls, to Wickham. What business did Miss Elizabeth have with Wickham? Her lack of fortune guaranteed she could not be the target of his amorous advances, unless Wickham had less than honourable intentions. Darcy strode to the billiard-room. Miss Elizabeth was not so foolish as to fall under the spell of Wickham, or was she? Or was this a trap to incite jealousy within him, to secure his affections, as other ladies had attempted to do? It would not work. Darcy heard her before Miss Elizabeth saw him. "I agree to your terms," she said tersely. Her arms were crossed, not the stance of a maiden in love, or of one attempting to manipulate anyone. Relief flooded through Darcy, but it was temporary. Wickham looked as smug as he always did when he got what he wanted. What did he want from Miss Elizabeth? Keeping her eyes fixed doggedly in front of her, Miss Elizabeth brushed past Darcy into the hall, where he could only presume she would find her way to Miss Bennet's room without him pointing it out to her. Darcy glared at Wickham. "You will keep your distance. She is a lady." Wickham raised his cue and took aim. "You fancy her?" "To the contrary," Darcy said, grabbing a cue and moving to the other end of the table, lest he clap Wickham over the head with it. Even gentlemen had limits to their self-control. Pent-up aggression improved Darcy's aim, and before a quarter of an hour had passed, he had beat Wickham past any hope of recovery. Tossing his cue on the table, Wickham held his hands up in surrender. "I cannot best you, so I will quit while I still have some measure of pride. You know, I do very well at the taverns, but I have my work cut out for me if I ever wish to beat you." "You will never best me," Darcy said coolly. Wickham lacked the focus and stamina required. He was too content with the success of the moment to exert himself beyond the present. Arrogance at its best, Wickham sneered. It is not arrogance if it is based on fact. You are too careless and take too many risks spurred by desperation. Wickham chuckled. I dare say you're right. It is how I live my life. Life is more than a game. Ah, but where is the diversion in that, Darcy? What is the use of life unless you are enjoying it? And how can you appreciate diversion unless you have first felt the satisfaction of hard work, to see your effort rewarded when it lightens the load others bear? Wickham bowed dramatically. As spoken by a man who manages one of the largest estates in England magnificently, who does everything magnificently, and so supposes that everyone else must live up to his standards. What you do not realise, Darcy, is that not everyone wants to live as you do. Some of us are content with pursuing whatever gives us pleasure. They had argued the same point many times, too many times. Darcy changed the topic. What terms did Miss Elizabeth agree to? Wickham sighed. Of course, duty and honour binds you to extend your protection to a young lady you claim not to fancy. Very well, I have nothing to hide, and so to prove I am innocent of whatever nefarious deed you seem to think I am scheming against a maiden without fortune, I will be honest and tell you everything. Really, there's not much to tell. I merely convinced her to extend her stay until Tuesday for her sister's benefit. See how selfless I am. What do I possibly stand to gain from encouraging the Bennet sisters to stay? I own they are, either one, handsome enough to tempt me. But what is beauty without a significant dowry? Drat it all, Miss Elizabeth was handsome enough to tempt Darcy too. And thanks to Wickham, he would have to endure 3 days more in her company, exposing himself to her lively conversation and snappy wit. To top it off, she had intended to leave when a more dishonest female would have extended her stay as long as she politely could. If Darcy did not stifle his favourable observations, not admiration, mind you, immediately, he was in real danger of falling in esteem with a young woman completely inappropriate for him. Her want of connections, her family. Darcy shivered. While he doubted a matrimonial manipulation would originate with either Bennet's sister, Darcy believed Mrs. Bennet capable of it. He would not let his guard down so easily. Why do you take such an interest in Miss Bennet's well-being? Did her mother pay you to interfere on her behalf? He asked. You do not think much of Mrs. Bennet, Wickham observed. What good is there to think? Darcy could not name one edifying quality to recommend the woman. Wickham cocked his head to the side. It is a pity. You will not allow yourself to enjoy the delightful company of an intelligent young lady because you see her in the tainted light your poor opinion casts upon her family. That was precisely Darcy's plan. He did not contradict his insightful friend. Clucking his tongue, Wickham continued. You always were an excellent judge of character. No doubt you are correct, as you usually are, to avoid anything beyond the most remote acquaintanceship with Miss Elizabeth. Both of you have strong characters and firm opinions. You would become fast friends under more favourable circumstances, and we could not have that now, could we? No, we cannot, Darcy thought. I am pleased to see you draw the same reasonable conclusion. It simply would not do. Wickham bunched his chin ponderously, rubbing his fingers over his whiskers. How fortuitous for you she will never have occasion to meet Lady Catherine, or she would sooner think the same of you that you think of her. Darcy's body tensed. I fail to see any resemblance between Miss Elizabeth's family and my aunt. How dare Wickham speak of a peer, of his social superior, in the same sentence as an insignificant family with scandalous manners? The fool continued babbling nonsense. What with your engagement to Miss de Bourgh, such a sickly thing, and not at all suited to you, it truly is astounding your aunt would presume on your free will and force you to bend to her wishes merely because she decided it would be so before you could speak for yourself. Never have I met more pomp and presumption. Darcy seethed through his clenched jaw. You dare defame my relations to my face. Where else would you have me do it? Would you have me speak ill of you behind your back? Do you think so poorly of me, too? Must all your friends endure such scrutiny?" Wickham laughed, smacking his hands together. "I would pay good money to watch Miss Elizabeth set Lady Catherine down a notch. Her ladyship would not know what had happened until it was done. I can see it now." Raising his voice in imitation of Aunt Catherine, he mimicked, "Obstinate, headstrong girl!" Darcy did not laugh, though he could imagine the scene Wickham described with striking clarity. He warned, "Do not mock my family. Or do you forget your attachment to my father, your godfather?" Wickham rounded the table. "I've not forgotten. I do, however, find it interesting how quickly you dismiss the faults of your aunt, whose presumption in speaking of a pretended and wholly inappropriate engagement to her daughter far surpasses Mrs. Bennet's ambitions, who has made no such claim on you on behalf of any one of her daughters." Darcy wanted very badly to refute Wickham's comparison as ridiculous, preposterous, but he could not. There was a disturbing ring of truth Darcy could not in good conscience deny. Mrs. Bennet was vulgar and presumptuous, and would swoop like a hawk at the opportunity to attach one of her daughters to an eligible gentleman by any means necessary. The briefest thought of her set Darcy's teeth on edge. And there was his aunt, Lady Catherine. She was no better, even though she had all the advantages of higher society. Which was worse? Why did he resent Mrs. Bennet, while accepting his aunt's senselessness without question? Did he excuse her, as everyone else did, because of her position in the first circles? Darcy did not like the conclusions he was forced to draw, and being unable to despise his aunt, or to hold Mrs. Bennet in higher esteem, he determined it an exercise in frustration to think of either of them at all. He would have said as much to Wickham, but Wickham was gone. Chapter 19. "Mr. Darcy must believe me as bad as mother," Elizabeth said, crossing the floor to where Jane sat in front of the window. In reality, it was lovely out of doors after so many days of rain. The light grey sky was an improvement over the recent black clouds. Perhaps sitting in the garden was not a bad idea after all. Oh, who was she fooling? Elizabeth had put her interests ahead of her sister's to fulfil a fantasy, and she felt horribly guilty for it. Jane said sweetly, for Jane was always sweet, not like Elizabeth, her scheming, manipulative, selfish sister, "I doubt that. Were you able to secure a carriage? What a relief to know we shall be home soon. I hate to impose, and though the Bingleys have been everything kind and attentive, I do not wish to overstay our welcome." Oh, the guilt! Elizabeth grabbed a pillow and buried her face in it, dropping onto the end of Jane's bed in a dramatic fashion worthy of Lydia. How could she tell Jane what she had done? But she must, and fast. "Lizzie, what has happened?" Jane asked. Elizabeth felt her sister settle beside her, leaning against her in support. Dropping the pillow to her lap and clutching it to her stomach, Elizabeth said, "I am a wretched, selfish creature." Jane tried to interrupt her, but Elizabeth pressed on. Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst would make an appearance soon, and Elizabeth had a lot of explaining to do in too little time. "You will understand when I have finished, but Jane, there is not much time. Mr. Bingley was nowhere to be found, and before I could ask Miss Bingley for the use of the carriage, I chanced upon Mr. Wickham. I told him our plan to depart today, and, to make a long story short, he convinced me to extend our stay until Tuesday in exchange for a favour." Elizabeth's heart fluttered, and her skin warmed, sending delightful sensations down her arms to her fingertips, at the promise of exchanging letters with Mr. Wyndham. However, not all the sensations coursing through Elizabeth added to her contentment. Like a fly floating in a bowl of punch, her churning stomach ruined what should have been wonderful. Jane was shocked. "A favour from Mr. Wickham? Lizzie, what have you done?" Elizabeth clutched the pillow tighter. She felt awful, and yet... She said with great regret, and no repentance, "Nothing I would not do again. He knows Mr. Wyndham, and offered to deliver a letter to him for me. Yes, she was a wretched, wilful creature. Poor Jane. Elizabeth saw the struggle in her sister's mind, playing across her features. Lizzie, if you are discovered, the damage to your reputation will be irreparable. However, I also understand why you are willing to risk disapproval and ruin. It is not every day a lady is offered the chance to communicate with the man who has inspired hope and love in her these many years. Jane lowered her voice. Mr. Wickham promises to be discreet. Yes, I do not entirely understand his motives. He is not one to do anything without receiving some advantage from it, I think. But neither can I refuse, when he has offered me the chance to write to the man of whom I dream, the man whose poetry lights my soul on fire. I would forever regret allowing this opportunity to pass me by, and so I must take a risk. Elizabeth squeezed Jane's hand. What if he writes back to me? What if I can establish a correspondence with Mr. Wyndham? Naturally, we would meet, and... How quickly her thoughts jumped from an introduction to marriage. Elizabeth shook her head. Mr. Wyndham might be a reclusive, temperamental earl, suffering from gout for all she knew. Or worse, he might already be married. Elizabeth tugged at her bodice. It had become exceptionally tight. Where had all the air in the room gone? Why had she not thought to ask Mr. Wickham? Elizabeth could not breathe until she knew. While Mr. Wyndham had become everything she wanted him to be, in the safety of Elizabeth's imagination, the reality might be disappointing. Elizabeth clutched Jane's hand tighter. Jane wrapped her arm around Elizabeth, pulling her closer. I fear your heart will be broken, Lizzie, though I pray every night that your Mr. Wyndham is everything you hope him to be. Elizabeth leaned into Jane, seeking comfort when there was none to be found. There were too many reasons she ought to have refused Mr. Wickham's offer. The risk to her was great, the least of all being her reputation. What if Mr. Wyndham did not measure up to the image she had built on the poem she had grown to love? What if he disappointed her hopes and shattered the dream of the life she had constructed around him? Elizabeth had been told her prospects were dismal for so long. She had taken comfort in Walter Wyndham, in a representation of a man who may not exist at all. Except Mr. Wickham said he existed. Why would he say so unless it were true? What reason would he have to lie if it were not? He asked so little in return. Only 3 days. To know the truth of Mr. Wyndham terrified Elizabeth, but she would rather risk heartbreak than a lifetime of wondering what could have been. She had to try. She had to know. Before she could tell Jane the rest of the story, Miss Bingley burst into the room, followed by a maid, whose arms were laden with wraps, shawls, and blankets. Jane disguised her surprise well, while Elizabeth explained, "We thought you might enjoy a change of scenery. Mr. Bingley is probably already waiting for you in the garden." If Miss Bingley saw Jane's becoming blush, she was quick to cover it up with the contents of her maid's arms. In short time, Jane's genteel kindness inspired even the sour Miss Bingley to fuss and suggest an outdoor picnic in the garden. Tables and blankets were fetched, and Elizabeth imagined the cook scrambling to meet her employer's demands. It was a lovely picnic, which Elizabeth endured with diminishing patience. She had a letter to write. The conversation not requiring full use of her intellect, Mr. Darcy did not bother to attend, and being unable to ask Mr. Wickham more questions without being overheard, Elizabeth drafted several versions of her letter in her mind. When she finally returned to the writing desk in her bedchamber, the words poured out of her quill, and it was done. Elizabeth did not see Mr. Darcy, and his absence was later explained when he did not come down for dinner either. He had some letters of an urgent nature which needed to be penned in time for Mr. Wickham to deliver in London on the morrow. Elizabeth's was not the only letter Mr. Wickham was charged with, and she took comfort that he was not making a special trip to town for her. It added a degree of sincerity to his offer if he had already planned to act the messenger for Mr. Darcy. All would be well. She would finally meet Mr. Wyndham. Elizabeth had thought she knew what impatience was. Mr. Wickham departed from Netherfield Park as early as one accustomed to living in leisure was capable of doing. She tried to discern the time he planned to return, but she could not ask directly for fear of appearing overly eager, a mistake she would not make before she had negotiated a meeting with Mr. Wyndham. The letter was only the first step. Hoping beyond hope Mr. Wickham would bring back a satisfactory reply from Mr. Wyndham, and knowing her expectations were foolish, Elizabeth's only recourse was to help the time pass as quickly as she could. Thank goodness, Betsy had sent her book of poetry. The house was silent, the residents of Netherfield Park having gone to the services in Meryton. Once Jane was settled and resting, Elizabeth stole away to the library. Even had the inhabitants been within the estate's walls, she would have been safe from them in that room. There were not enough books to tempt Mr. Darcy. Mr. Bingley was not a great reader, as was evidenced by the many empty shelves, and Mr. Bingley's sisters would rather do anything other than improve their minds, when they, by their own estimation, had very little to improve. Although Elizabeth loved the cosiness a well-stocked library provided, she needed no more than her precious book of poems and her own thoughts to pass the never-ending hours. Chapter 20. Darcy should not have gone to services that Sunday. He was in a turbulent mood. Forced proximity to Bingley's haughty sisters usually had that effect. Adding to the intensity of Darcy's displeasure, he had been obliged to listen to Mrs. Bennet express her concern for her eldest daughter, when she could not have been more pleased with the convenience of her falling ill at Netherfield Park. As soon as Darcy could pry himself away, he mounted his horse. He had not realised how great a mistake his eagerness to leave was, until he overheard Mrs. Bennet presume aloud, "Anxious to return to Netherfield Park, where my daughters are guests. They are handsome, and I have always said my Jane will marry into a fortune. Lizzie is determined in everything she does, and I dare say she will do very well for herself, despite her limited prospects." It had been too late to dismount and linger, and Darcy had no desire to hear any more nonsense from the matron. He felt Mrs. Bennet's beady, scheming eyes on him, but he refused to acknowledge her. He was not prey for her to snare in her traps. His horse had fought the bit, unaccustomed to being held back when his master would encourage him, but the stallion had made up for lost time once they were out of Mrs. Bennet's view. Darcy had revelled in the gallop, short though it had been. After a brushing of his boots and a change of coat, Darcy sought solace in the one room he was certain to find peace, Bingley's poorly stocked library. While the sight of empty shelves did nothing to improve Darcy's mood, the task of filling them certainly did. Bingley's library provided a wonderful challenge. On one hand, no house was complete without the comfort of a respectable library. On the other, Bingley was prone to throw himself head-first into a project rather than educate himself on the most beneficial way to proceed. His lack of knowledge was soon recompensed by his ability to learn by doing. Understanding this about Bingley's character, Darcy took it upon himself to ensure that his friend's acquisition of the skills he required as a landowner was as painless to those surrounding him as they were to Bingley himself. Bingley would despise himself were his inexperience to harm others, and men such as Bingley were not born to bear the burden of that kind of guilt, when Darcy could smooth his path. Light reflected through the library's doorway, glistening on the polished wood. The maid must have pulled the curtains. Darcy stopped short. He was not alone. Sitting by the window, with her feet pulled up under her skirts, was Miss Elizabeth. She was so engrossed in her book, she did not look up when a board squeaked under his boot. Remembering what had happened the last time he had startled her in this same room, Darcy cleared his throat, and stepped forward with as much noise as a gentleman could manage. "Mr. Darcy, I did not hear you."
"I did not wish to startle you."
She smiled. "You have a habit of it, but as you can see, I am sitting in a chair rather than toppling over it this time." He smiled back, feeling awkward when he did not know what to say. Should he tell her he saw her family? But of course, she would know he saw them. Or perhaps he ought to mention how well they looked. No, that would not do either. They were the ones who had been quick to question Bingley regarding Miss Bennet, and he had been as quick to reassure them she was very nearly perfect. Darcy had offered no such reassurances, being too put off by the family's manners. Now he wished he would have at least agreed with Bingley in show of his support. Instead, he had listened to Miss Bingley's criticism of Mrs. Bennet, when her own ambitions were equally unwelcome. A gentleman would have cut her off. Miss Elizabeth pondered him, her eyebrows raised in question marks. He ought to say something, but he had no words, no intelligent words, no words which would not immediately point out his failure to act gentlemanly. Again. Darcy wanted to be anywhere but standing in front of the young lady who held him accountable for his attitudes and actions, who demanded he do better. But pride prevented him from bowing and taking his leave. He could not back down. With a nod, Darcy continued to the bookshelf, where the entirety of Bingley's collection of literature was bunched. Selecting one of the tomes Wickham had brought from London, Darcy considered where to settle himself. Miss Elizabeth sat by the window in the middle of the room. If he chose to sit at either extreme of the room, she might think he was avoiding her, but if he sat across from her, she might think he was forcing his company on her. Since when did sitting down become such a conundrum? Blast it all, just sit. Gritting his teeth, Darcy strode over to the window, pulling the chair a few inches away from Miss Elizabeth before he finally sat. Burying his face in the voluminous tome, he embarked on the enlightening journey of land irrigation, perhaps the shortest journey known to man, as Darcy read and reread the first sentence over the next quarter of an hour. Miss Elizabeth, contrary to Darcy's own struggle with his selection, seemed to devour every page of her book. She pored over the contents, stopping occasionally to lean her head against the back of the chair, with her eyes closed, and a contented smile gracing her lips. A smile which disappeared when she caught him watching her more than once. Their eyes met for the third time, and Darcy felt his cheeks burn. Try as he might, he could not look away. Years of calm composure failed him, and he knew his burning complexion betrayed his lack of self-possession to the one woman he most wished to impress, with his gentlemanliness, nothing more. Gentlemen did not stare. He would not stare. Stop staring. He busied himself, flipping through the pages, and finally closing the book when he knew it offered no distraction. Having nothing else to do, Darcy occupied himself in extracting a piece of lint from the sleeve of his coat, and straightening his cuff, and generally looking anywhere but at Miss Elizabeth, who he sensed was watching him with some fascination. She laughed, and Darcy went rigid. Was she laughing at him? He finally looked at her, and her smile spread to her eyes. There was no sarcasm or spite on her pleasant semblance. Darcy was relieved. It would be a pity for Miss Elizabeth's fine features to be marred with venom. If such a thing were even possible, she seemed to find enjoyment in everything, even in him at that moment. She soon explained her glee. Either you are an extremely meticulous reader, or the book you selected has failed to engage your interest. Might I inquire on the subject of your tome? Darcy chuckled, shaking his head. You have an interest in land drainage? He asked, moving his chair forward and extending the odious book to her. The same gold flecks, which Darcy knew from experience to flash when she was angry, now sparkled and danced in gaiety. She said, Not at all. I only inquired in the hope you would, in turn, ask what I was reading. It is infinitely more interesting, I assure you. Her blunt honesty shocked him, in the most pleasant way, and he laughed in earnest. Do you always speak what is on your mind so clearly? She rolled her eyes and groaned. I am not so direct with everyone. However, I cannot seem to speak in any other way when you are near. I assure you I am much more pleasant to others."
"I would not have you speak any other way to me, Miss Elizabeth. I find your honesty refreshing. Too many scheme and calculate to gain my favour."
"Is your favour so valuable to gain?" she asked, immediately covering her hands over her mouth, her eyes widening. Moving her hands to press against her red cheeks, she said, "Oh, I did not mean— Oh, that sounded awful. It is only that—" Darcy could not contain his grin. Miss Elizabeth's inability to offer a simple apology told him she was not a complete stranger to pride. They were not so different after all. He said,
"I do not extend my friendship easily. I am loyal to the friends I keep, and those who lose my good opinion have lost it forever."
Her smile disappeared. "I cannot laugh at that. I hope your good opinion is as difficult for your friends to lose as you say it is for them to gain."
"Of course."
She chewed on her bottom lip, nodding her head slowly as she pondered. "I suppose that is fair. To continue to expose yourself to false friends is to willingly expose yourself to misery. And perhaps in facing your disapproval, they might change their faulty ways rather than lose your friendship after having struggled to gain it in the first place." Darcy agreed, though he had only ever considered how his careful selection of friends benefited him. He had never thought how others were affected before Miss Elizabeth pointed it out to him. The way she phrased her conclusion made him appear more altruistic than he really was. In reality, Darcy felt selfish. He could not accept a compliment which did not belong to him, nor did he wish to discuss his faults at greater length, and so Darcy changed the subject back to her book. She had wished for him to inquire about what she was reading, and he was happy to oblige. Books were safe subjects of conversation. Holding up his tome, he said,
"I could never befriend a man who found enjoyment in this."
"Not a harsh requirement. I doubt many such men exist." Her tone was joyous. Darcy could not help but smile.
"What are you reading?"
She clutched the book to her chest, her fingers stroking the cover of her treasured volume. "I thought you would never ask. It is the most marvellous collection of poems you could ever read." Darcy would not have believed how visibly delight could be displayed until he saw it reflected in Miss Elizabeth. How was it possible for her entire face to bear a smile when her lips were only slightly upturned? She was stunning. He tried not to blink, knowing it was unseemly to stare like an oaf at her, but he feared closing his eyes even for a split second, lest her expression change. Darcy need not have worried. Miss Elizabeth continued petting her beloved book, the love she had for the poems within plain for him to see. If she wished to tell him about her cherished poems, he would listen as long as she wanted to talk.
"Who wrote them?"
he asked. "Mr. Walter Wyndham," she said, in a breathy tone, like a bucket of cold water crashing over Darcy's warming body.
"Wyndham. What an unpleasant surname."
Miss Elizabeth obviously admired this Walter Wyndham, whoever he was.
"Why have I never heard of him?"
Darcy asked, not certain which was worse, that he hoped Mr. Wyndham was a long-deceased poet, or that Miss Elizabeth highly esteemed a dead poet she could never have met. Miss Elizabeth replied, "It is one of the greatest injustices to literature that his poems are not more readily available. I'm not surprised you have never heard of him. Why would you read the ladies' journals, where his poems have been published these past few years? The only reason I have this volume is because my uncle, who is travelling in America for business, sent it to me. Until recently, I was left to deduce that Mr. Wyndham lived in America, and the poems I have read in the magazines here were sent by his publisher to test if there was much interest in his works here in England." Darcy could have pointed out that obviously his poems had not caught on in England, so they must not be as grand as she claimed them to be, but he could not say it when she clearly did not agree with popular opinion. Instead, he said,
"It is a tragedy more people do not share your appreciation of his work. How is it you came to enjoy his poems so much?"
"My younger sisters like to look at the pictures in the journals. leaving me to read the articles. Most of them were of no interest to me, but I remember the first time I read one of Mr. Wyndham's poems. She looked up at the ceiling, as if she could see beyond the plaster moulding, continuing, "It would be a disservice for me to say it was better than Blake, Shelley, or Wordsworth. But his words made me feel as if he had reached through the pages and touched my heart." Breath escaped Darcy.
"To be understood as you have described."
What? An unachievable dream? A castle in the clouds? What he wanted more than anything? She said softly, "The greatest gift we could be bestowed in this world." Darcy was suddenly very jealous of this Mr. Wyndham. It tensed his shoulders as he saw how he failed to measure up to a poet of no significance beyond what Miss Elizabeth had granted him in her heart. Status and prestige were of no import to her, but Darcy's need to be of some significance to the lady grew. Society did not know who Elizabeth Bennet was, but she had earned Darcy's respect, and if he were to be completely honest with himself, his admiration. Blast! She was honest. She refused to be intimidated by his status when others would lick his boots. She laughed at herself as easily as she did at others' follies. She possessed a quick, witty mind, but she had not used it to cut, as Bingley's sisters often did. She did not give herself airs, and yet she stood out in a crowd. And she had fallen under the spell of a wordsmith she had never met. How was Darcy to compete with that?
"Is the poem you spoke of in that collection?"
he asked. He would hear it. "It is." She rifled through the pages, holding it open when she found it.
"Will you read it to me, please?"
Darcy would have closed his eyes to focus solely on the rhythm and flow of an excellently composed poem, but Miss Elizabeth was too charming to deny himself of the pleasant view her reading provided. She started. She read one line, and Darcy finished it before she could in his mind. No. She read another line, and Darcy again finished the quatrain in the confines of his own mind. Darcy gripped the arm of his chair, panic stinging his throat. He knew this poem. He had written it. Chapter 21. "Can you not sense the depth of his emotions?" Miss Elizabeth said, her hand resting over her heart. Darcy's emotions ran deeply indeed. During the course of her reading, he had run the gauntlet from panic to fury. He wanted to lash out, but he would not make Miss Elizabeth the target of his wrath. Her features were so soft, her voice so tender, and her exposed heart so gentle, Darcy bit his tongue and swallowed his bitterness with a gulp. He now understood the power words had over Miss Elizabeth, and he would sooner swear to a lifetime of silence than hurt her with a careless remark. Again.
"I do not have occasion to read much poetry, having so many other demands on my time," he began.
"More is the pity. We all stand to benefit from beauty." Her voice trembled with feeling, her own beauty reflected from the depths of her inner being, taking Darcy's breath away. Or was he so vain he felt her admiration, and it made her more appealing in his eyes? Except Miss Elizabeth did not know he was the author of the poem she adored. She admired the man who had penned the words she loved. But what would she think if she found out it was he? Would he meet her expectations? Too troubled to be more eloquent, Darcy said,
"Yes, that is to say, I agree with you, Miss Elizabeth."
"How sensible of you," she teased. Her laughter clouded his senses, and Darcy grasped onto the only lucid realization upon which reasonable thought could grow. His poems had been stolen, and worse, they had been printed. Darcy had not shared his sonnets with anyone, not with Georgiana, not even his valet knew. Writing was Darcy's way of sorting through what was otherwise confounding. It was his way of making sense of himself and the world around him. It was how he rid himself of the emotions he would not allow himself to reflect before those who would exploit them. His deepest thoughts and most profound longings had been and were being read by complete strangers. Darcy's vulnerabilities, which he had laid bare on the page with confidence, had been exposed by a malicious, selfish thief. He was exposed, but Miss Elizabeth did not know it. He needed to calm himself, to think. His inclination was to put quill to paper, but his journals were not safe, not any more. He needed more information. Uncrossing his arms, and trying to relax as if he were enjoying a casual conversation, Darcy said, "I'm curious. You said you first read Mr. Wyndham's poems in the ladies' magazines. Do you remember how long ago it was when you first saw his poems appear?" Miss Elizabeth did not need to think long. "I remember vividly. It was 5 years ago. The gentleman my mother spoke of who wrote a poem for Jane was so unfortunate as to recite the verse he had penned for her loudly enough for me to hear it. I had only the week before read Mr. Wyndham's poem, and the superiority of his verse rendered Jane's admirers painfully amateur." Darcy regarded her from the corner of his eye. "So you own that poetry is the food of love, so long as it is not poorly done?" She grinned. "You have found me out. I meant what I said as it pertains to Jane. The poor gentleman simply could not compete. A well-turned verse, though, that is another matter." Darcy repeated to himself, 5 years ago. Interesting. "Is it?" she asked. Drat! He had not meant to speak aloud. Scrambling to think of a reply, Darcy determined it best to stick as closely to the truth as possible. A suspicion had taken root in his mind, but the last person in the world he could admit it to was Miss Elizabeth. He said, "My father died 5 years ago. It is not a time I will soon forget either." Darcy continued before she could express the pity her frown and downcast posture indicated she felt. "In which journals did you find Mr. Wyndham's poems published? I should like to read more of his work." She tilted her chin, her eyebrow arched, and her smile crooked. "You like his poems so much, you are willing to read a magazine written for females?" "If his work is not to be found anywhere else, then I do not see what other option I have. I suspect you have read far more extensively than from the edifying tomes to which society limits females. Why should I not do the same?" Miss Elizabeth wore her guilt with pride, and Darcy would have had her react no other way. He thought all the more of her for it. He continued, "Then I am confident you will not mock me for doing as you do in reading beyond what others consider acceptable." Miss Elizabeth's laughter tinkled like the tiny bells Georgiana had arranged around the winter sled. "You are full of surprises, Mr. Darcy. Would you not rather ask if you might borrow my book of poetry, and save yourself the trouble of scouring the country for old journals, and thus exposing yourself to the ridicule of rustic society?" "The opinions of others hold no authority over me. Let them say what they will. I would sooner expose myself to their poor opinion than ask for you to part with a book you have only recently acquired, and which you clearly treasure." Her eyes bore into his. Her lips parted. Darcy went over the words once again in his mind. He had not said anything offensive, had he? He would have to take greater care. She blinked and looked at the carpet. Softly, she said, "It is because you recognise its importance to me that I am willing to lend it to you. I trust you will treat my book with the same care I give it." Miss Elizabeth held the book out to Darcy. An onlooker would only have seen a simple gesture, but Darcy knew its significance. She trusted him with her most treasured possession, and her confidence and generosity overwhelmed Darcy. He had done so little to earn them, and yet she granted him the opportunity to prove he would not abuse her trust. "Thank you. I will not give you reason to regret your trust." He took the book, pressing it against his chest, before his heartbeat betrayed how moved he was by her gesture. "I trust you to keep your word." She looked around her. There were no other books in Bingley's library to suit her. Not only had he taken her favourite book, he had left her without entertainment. Her sacrifice grew more and more precious by the second. He had no time to waste.
Pray excuse me, Miss Elizabeth. I will make quick work of reading Mr. Wyndham's poems, so I might return them to you this evening.
She rose when he did, saying, I will see if Jane wishes to sit in the garden. The change of scenery and company lifted her spirits incredibly yesterday. Darcy had not noticed, but he was glad to hear it. Even more, he was pleased Miss Elizabeth had something else with which to occupy her time, while he was otherwise engaged. If his suspicion was correct, he had some urgent letters to write, and a snare for a cunning foe to lay. Chapter 22. Elizabeth had no desire to stay alone in the library. Mr. Darcy had departed mere seconds ago, and already the room had cooled, sending shivers up and down her spine. Jane's room, on the other hand, would be as warm as a glass house, as per Mr. Bingley's instructions. Had she been too hasty to offer her book to Mr. Darcy? What would he think of the poems? What if he did not like them? Elizabeth huffed. Since when did she give a fiddle for what Mr. Darcy thought? Still, she was curious. Surely there was no harm in that. Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley were displaying their best hostess manners to Jane when Elizabeth returned to her bedchamber. All three of them sat by the closed window, and Jane looked positively miserable and spectacularly pink, enveloped in the wraps they insisted she wear indoors. They meant well, and Elizabeth tried to think kinder of them for Jane's sake. However, as generous as they were willing to be around Jane, the two sisters stiffened and raised their noses the second they noticed Elizabeth enter the room. She could have reassured them they had no reason at all to consider her a threat to whatever game it was they wished to win, but to do so would be to acknowledge there was a competition, and Elizabeth had no desire to compete with them or anyone else. She had Mr. Wyndham, and it was enough. The sisters fell silent, looking toward the door, as if planning how to make their escape without giving offence. Elizabeth smiled. I see you are ready to go out of doors already. Looking at Miss Bingley and her sister, she added, How thoughtful of you to think of Jane's comfort. Jane looked longingly toward the window. I do not hear any rain. I suppose we ought to seize the opportunity to enjoy a few minutes of fresh air. Miss Bingley looked as if she had swallowed a gnat, but she could not argue with the suggestion when it had apparently been her idea. How very thoughtful she was, and generous, let us not forget that. Though his sisters walked on their tiptoes, Mr. Bingley heard them scuffling down the hall. Opening his study door and peeking through the opening, he soon volunteered to join them, claiming he was in great need of a break from all the work Mr. Darcy had given him to do. Elizabeth imagined a tottering stack of books on one side of Mr. Bingley's desk, and pages smeared with hastily made scribbles on the other. She admired Mr. Bingley's dedication, but she knew enough of Mr. Darcy to know he would be a demanding tutor. Anything he set his mind on doing would be done well and thoroughly. And so, once again, Elizabeth found herself out in the garden with all the residents of Netherfield Park, except, of course, Mr. Darcy. Miss Bingley complained about his absence, and Elizabeth took a little naughty pleasure in letting the young lady fret when she could have alleviated her worry by telling Miss Bingley that he was harmlessly ensconced indoors with a book. Jane, feeling much improved, was charming company. Mr. Bingley certainly seemed to find her charming. Maybe Mother knew what she was about after all, Elizabeth thought. The conversation was plentiful, with Mr. Bingley there to move it along, and Elizabeth participated when she was not watching the fields and lanes for Mr. Wickham's return, or looking up to the windows, where she knew Mr. Darcy sat reading her book in his rooms. She wished she could read his mind right now. What if he did not like the poems? What if he thought them silly? What if he did not appreciate their imperfections as she did? What if he thought less of her for admiring them as she did? You are so much improved, dearest Jane. I do not know what Louisa and I shall do when you finally do depart. Tell us, how much longer do you mean to stay with us? Miss Bingley asked, her tone sharp and her lips pulled into a sneer. Elizabeth snapped to attention, but Mr. Bingley was quicker to reply. You must not think of departing at all, he said, inciting gasps from his sisters. His face lit up like a lantern when he realised his blunder. "I mean, before a full week has passed." Losing his colour as quickly as he had gained it, his eyes widened as he added, "Unless you wish to leave, that is. Of course, if you wish to depart, I am no one to prevent it, though I would wish to. Prevent it, I mean." Jane stopped Mr. Bingley before he dug a bigger hole for his sisters, who were huffing and puffing like offended dragons, to bury him in. "I cannot imagine a more pleasant place in which to pass my illness than here, and I thank you for your hospitality toward me and my sister. I am certain I should not have recovered anywhere else so quickly, and to you I know I owe the credit for it." Wisely, she chose that moment to look at Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley, granting them the benefit of her praise for them to bask in. They could not remain overly offended with Jane when she plied them so freely with compliments. "I'm glad to hear it, very glad, overjoyed," Mr. Bingley said, and the sweet smile Jane bestowed upon him before returning her attention to his sisters, lest they should notice the exchange, restored a healthy colour to his complexion. A chilling breeze pierced through Elizabeth Spencer, and she noticed how Mr. Bingley dutifully moved so as to shield Jane from the worst of it, effectively moving close enough to her that their knees touched. His thoughtful gesture warmed Elizabeth's heart. She imagined Mr. Wyndham would have done the same. If Mr. Bingley and Jane had not reached an understanding before that afternoon, Elizabeth was certain they had just now, with the smiles and meaningful looks they exchanged. Mother had indeed known what she was about. When Jane shivered, Mr. Bingley declared it was too cold for her to remain out of doors. He suggested moving their party to the breakfast parlour, where they could warm themselves with hot tea and a repast. A kind solution his sisters were eager to deny him, now that they were slowly awakening to the danger Jane presented to their brother. "Charles, how can you suggest such a thing? See for yourself how exhausted dear Jane is. She is pale and looks rather poorly," said Miss Bingley. "I think she looks lovely," he mumbled. Jane stood. "Perhaps we can delay the tea a little while? Your sisters have been so attentive in seeing to my care and entertainment. It is only fair I should retire to my room for a time, so they might see to their other duties." Mrs. Hurst and Miss Bingley were pleased with her answer, and Jane was restored in their favour, until Mr. Bingley stood beside Jane and offered her his arm. He said, "How very thoughtful of you, Miss Bennet. Might I suggest we meet in the parlour in 1 hour, then?" Mr. Bingley would not deny himself the pleasure of Jane's company. Elizabeth waved her fist in the air in triumph, figuratively speaking, that is. She could afford no outward displays of victory until Jane's name was signed next to Mr. Bingley's in the parish's marriage register. His sisters glared daggers at him, but Mr. Bingley was impervious to their disapproval. He did not notice anything or anyone besides Jane, whom he proudly escorted back inside the house. Having nobody else to glare at, Miss Bingley cast her sharpest glance at Elizabeth, taking Mrs. Hurst's arm and leaving Elizabeth alone. Had she known Elizabeth at all, she would have known how little the cut affected her. She was too comfortable in her own company. With one final look over the fields and paths, Elizabeth again looked up at Mr. Darcy's windows. He waved at her. Chapter 23. Startled into action, Elizabeth followed the rest of their party indoors. How long had Mr. Darcy been at the window? Why was he there? Had he tired of the poems already? Jane stood at the bottom of the stairs, waiting for her. She did not say anything. She did not need to. Her feelings were as plainly written across her features as if she had spoken them aloud. She was in love with Mr. Bingley. Elizabeth did not say anything either. Miss Bingley and Mrs. Hurst were nowhere to be seen, but she would not risk Jane's future happiness by being overheard by them. Clasping Jane's hand, Elizabeth squeezed it to her side as they walked up the stairs to their rooms. Not that she had anything to do once she got there. Mr. Darcy still had her book, and she had read the novels she narrated aloud for Jane too many times for them to capture her interest wholly. Did he like Mr. Wyndham's verses? With each passing minute, it became more important to Elizabeth that Mr. Darcy approve of her favourite poems. Not her poems, Walter Wyndham's poems. Had she known how dreadful she would feel to expose her treasure to the harsh opinion of Mr. Darcy, she never would have offered for him to read it. Every passing minute added to her anxiety, until Elizabeth was very near agony. They reached the top of the landing, and Mr. Darcy's back was the first thing Elizabeth saw. He was impossible not to notice, being so tall and his shoulders so wide. He spun around to face them, his eyebrows raised in surprise, and his gait rushed. Had he been pacing the hall? 1 second Jane was at her side, and the next she had gone. Elizabeth noticed in time to see her sister slip inside her bedchamber, biting her lips together in a poor attempt to conceal her smile, before she closed the door and disappeared from view. Mr. Darcy stepped closer to Elizabeth. Had he been waiting for her? He held her book out, shoving it toward her. "You did not like them," she blurted out, taking the book and wrapping her arms around it protectively.
"To the contrary, they were remarkably familiar to me, as if I had been reunited with an old friend I have not seen these many years. It was then I realized I could not deny you their company."
"Oh," Elizabeth said, loosening her hold around her treasure and cursing her eloquence for escaping her when she wished to speak intelligently. She had not expected such a favourable reaction from Mr. Darcy, and she admired how easily he expressed how she felt when she read one of Mr. Wyndham's poems. "Thank you," she added, grateful that while she was denied wit, she could at least show she had not completely lost her good manners. He bowed, and a whiff of Mr. Darcy pierced her senses. Shaving cream, soap. It was pleasant, whatever it was, and distinctly masculine. Fortunately, he stood before she could close her eyes and inhale, as she had been about to do.
"It is I who should thank you, Miss Elizabeth. I shall have to find a copy somehow."
"Oh, but that is impossible. I only got it because my uncle sent it to me from America. If it were available here in England, believe me, I would have found it." His eyes narrowed, and he shoved his fingers through his thick wavy hair. Elizabeth had not noticed before how dark Mr. Darcy's hair was, almost black in the shaded hall. His bright eyes glowed, as if they had their own source of illumination. How strikingly blue they were! How had she not noticed before? They were a glimpse of azure summer sky, those rare cloudless days when the air was warm and felt like it caressed her as she walked through the fields, surrounded by a blue so intense it made her squint her eyes.
"That is unfortunate,"
he said. "You could copy the poems on paper," she blurted. This was becoming a habit, a very bad habit she needed to stop. Mr. Darcy smiled, and Elizabeth forgot to be cross with herself.
"A perfect solution,"
he said. She extended the book to him once again, but he shook his head.
"No, I will not ask for you to part with your collection again. I have some letters I must see to immediately. But would you agree to meet me again in the library on the morrow with Mr. Wyndham's poems, after you have broken your fast?"
Agree to meet a gentleman in a room few others in residence entered. Had another man suggested the same, Elizabeth would have rejected the idea immediately, but she was in no danger from Mr. Darcy. She agreed. Darcy paced in the library just as he had paced the hall in front of the Bennet sisters' rooms the afternoon before. It was becoming a habit, a bad one. He sat, his foot fidgeting as he watched the door. No, that would not do either. He stood by the window, resignedly resuming his pacing when he could not stand still. Miss Elizabeth made him nervous, and, truth be told, he looked forward to seeing her after spending the entirety of the evening prior writing letters. He had already sent them, paying his groomsman handsomely for delivering them personally to Darcy's man of business, his solicitor, and to the individual Mr. Wyndham, trusted to negotiate the sales of his poems once his identity was discovered. Darcy would have liked to have seen to the matter himself, but he could not appear to be suspicious if his plan was to work. He must keep his head down, and even more importantly, keep Miss Elizabeth busy, so she would not unwittingly spring his trap prematurely. He paused, closing his eyes. Isabella had been everything he had thought a young lady ought to be, but her beauty had not been genuine. Her gentleness had been a farce, covering a cruel heart. The lady who had been incomparable to him before now made him shiver in revulsion. He had trusted her with his secret. He had laid bare his heart to her, and she had abused his loyalty. "Mr. Darcy?" The sound of Miss Elizabeth's voice snapped his eyes open. She was a stark contrast to Isabella, but Darcy did not yet know if she could be trusted. He dared not reveal the truth to her. Not yet. Perhaps not ever. She saw the papers and ink he had set out on the table. "Have you another pen? I can help you write, or I fear this may take all morning." Very clever. She was cautious too. Asking the footman Darcy had requested to stand nearby to fetch another quill and inkwell, Miss Elizabeth wasted no time transcribing. She had an even hand, and her letters were easily read without losing their sophistication. She did not need to refer to the book, knowing the poems she wrote from memory. Darcy moved closer to see the title, My Forbidden Love. He stifled a groan. While the thief had left Darcy's poems alone, he had altered the titles, no doubt to keep from being discovered. Darcy would never title a poem My Forbidden Love. It held little meaning, and especially in this case it was grossly misleading. What did Miss Elizabeth understand from the poem? Darcy wished to know. "I think this must have been one of Mr. Wyndham's earlier poems," Darcy stated casually. Miss Elizabeth set down the pen and lifted her chin to face him. "If you mean to imply that it lacks the smooth elegance of his later works, then I agree with you. However, the lack of polish adds to the depth of his meaning. Can you not sense the intensity of his first love?" "First love?" Darcy choked. Dear Lord, if she only knew. If only he could tell her. "Yes. He describes his lady with an attention to detail only a man in love would bother to notice." Taking a deep breath and willing himself to composure, Darcy took the seat opposite Miss Elizabeth, saying, "Ah, the sunlight glowing in her chestnut hair. Allow me to point out how many young ladies fit that description, Miss Elizabeth included." Her eyes were exceedingly fine, sparkling with golden wit. Her hair was chestnut brown, but he had noticed from his position above the garden the day before how the sun warmed her tresses to a glowing auburn that matched her fiery personality. In some ways, she reminded Darcy of the lady who had inspired him to pen the poem Miss Elizabeth had copied. But he could not tell her that. She would surely be offended. Any lady would be. She looked frustrated at him, but she waited to speak until the footman set the second pen and inkwell on the table. And then she let loose. "True love cannot be founded on something so fickle as appearance. Looks fade and change over time. Eyes will grow dull with age. Silken locks turn grey." She pushed her page toward him, pointing at the bottom quatrain. "See this? His devotion is based on what he values most. She is genuine despite her faults, and only with her does Mr. Wyndham feel free to be himself. They treasure each other as they are, faults and all, but his intense devotion to her makes him want to improve, to be a better man. If every union were founded on such a strong value as honesty, I think it would be rare to encounter a man and woman miserable in their marriage. It is a great tragedy they were kept apart, when they ought to have been happy together." Darcy stared at the page. What Miss Elizabeth described was exactly what he longed for. She understood him. No, she understood Walter Wyndham. No wonder she defended his work. His thoughts were in union with hers. No, Darcy's thoughts were in union with hers, only she did not know it. Confound it all, this was confusing. Darcy shifted in his seat and pushed the page back to her, trying to pretend he was not shaken in the least, when even his breath trembled. He said, "If you do not need the book, I will begin writing the next poem." Like her, he did not need the book to know the words, but he could not tell her that. Darcy groaned inwardly. He was not being completely honest with her. Should he tell her the truth? No, not yet. Not until he could gain the upper hand and silence the thief and revealer of Darcy's innermost thoughts. He clutched his stomach. The knowledge that his poems were being read by others, making him sick all over again. "Mr. Darcy, are you well?" Miss Elizabeth asked, her soft brown eyes filled with concern for him. And his stomach twisted again as he realized how much he liked being the recipient of Miss Elizabeth's concern. Him, not Walter Wyndham. Her family was unbearable, and Miss Elizabeth had nothing outside of her wit, her charm, herself, to recommend her to someone like him who had been accustomed to nothing but the best. And yet, without what he would consider her faults, she would not be the woman who had captured his attention. She would not hold the same intrigue that never failed to surprise him. The challenge of looking beyond her circumstances, to understand her, as she seemed to understand him, lured Darcy like a hound after the fox. And Miss Elizabeth was a clever fox. Clever enough to figure out the identity of Walter Wyndham before Darcy did, unless he was careful. He had to play this game until he held all the cards. Then he would tell her. Taking a deep breath, he said, "You will not approve of my reflections. They are hardly flattering to your poet." Chapter 24. Elizabeth felt her hackles rise in defence of Mr. Wyndham, but it rankled her even more that Mr. Darcy presumed to know how she would react. She so badly wanted to prove him wrong, both for her sake and for Mr. Wyndham's, who was not present to defend himself. Elizabeth had no doubt he would do so marvellously were he in the room. "I have made plain my admiration for Mr. Wyndham's work, but I hope I am not too intolerant to be unwilling to hear an opinion contrary to my own. You may think what you want, and I may or may not choose to agree with you." Mr. Darcy grinned. His teeth were straight and white and perfect. Was that a dimple? Now that was not fair. If he thought she would be swayed by a flash of his dimple, then she would have to show him she was made of sterner stuff. It was, however, a pleasant contrast to his normal brooding, grave look. It was difficult not to look at. Pulling her eyes up to meet his, Elizabeth was soon distracted by the way the light shifted like the waves of a crystalline blue ocean around his pupils. It was mesmerizing and disturbing. She focused on his eyebrows as he spoke. They were safer. "You will admit you were wrong if I offer enough proof to convince you to change your opinion?" he asked, his thick eyebrows bunching together in concentration, in anticipation of a challenge. Elizabeth felt his eyes bore into her. She concluded that perhaps his eyebrows were not so safe after all, and instead focused on his mouth. The devilish tilt of his lips tempted her to smile in turn, and she had to look away before she lost the debate without doing Mr. Wyndham justice. She knew she placed herself at a disadvantage by breaking eye contact with the challenger of her opinion, but Elizabeth was running out of facial features safe enough to look at. There was nothing to do but force her gaze to meet Mr. Darcy's. If he wanted a verbal battle, she would give him one. She said, "I am not afraid to admit to my mistakes. And I am not afraid of you," she added to herself silently. Mr. Darcy sat up taller, using his superior height to advantage. She lifted her chin, unaffected. She had seen their burly groom run from an escaped chicken too many times to feel that size was what mattered. Reaching for the book, he opened it to the page labelled "My Forbidden Love." Pointing to the title, he said, "This is not a poem about a first love." Elizabeth controlled her reaction. If this was how Mr. Darcy began his argument, he did not stand a chance. Calmly, she asked, "Then what, in your opinion, is it about?" He sat back in his chair, his arms crossed over his chest, and looking so confident she knew she could never bring herself to agree with whatever Mr. Darcy said, no matter how convincing his reasoning was. "It is about his horse." She could not have heard him correctly. Shaking her head and wiggling her earlobe, she said, "Excuse me, what?" Mr. Darcy's smile spread from his lips to his glinting eyes. He could not be serious. He repeated, "This poem is about a horse." Growing bolder, he uncrossed his arms to point at the title that very clearly read, My Forbidden Love. "Either you are mocking me or you are teasing," Elizabeth replied. "I never tease." "Then you mock me." If his hand was not resting on top of the book, she would gladly have snatched it off the table to fling it at his head. "I do no such thing. I merely offer a distinct point of view." His smile was gone. He was serious. "What are your proofs, sir?" she asked. "The essence of the poem which you stated earlier. I agree it is about freedom, but it occurred to me as I was reading that every verse of this sonnet could just as easily be applied to a horse as to a lady. He writes about running through fields. It is symbolic. But what if it is literal? You said yourself that this is not one of Mr. Wyndham's best poems. His use of metaphors and symbols improved by the end of the collection, but his first poems were lacking." "I have known ladies to run through fields," she defended. His grin returned. "I only know one such lady," he said. Elizabeth hated how her cheeks lit on fire. "You would compare me to a horse," she retorted. "I would not do you the injustice, although it is plain to me that you have never enjoyed the bond to be had with a good horse." "I prefer to walk." "So I have noticed." "What about her chestnut mane?" He compared it to silk. There, she had him with that. Horses' manes were thick and rough. He did not. Read it again. "You wait for me with a glow in your eye, sunlight weaving gold in your chestnut mane," Elizabeth read, trying to justify her interpretation when no mention of silk was made. "Very well, but what of the next stanza, where he writes, My imperfections you kindly recant, with outpouring love my sorrows you drown? Tell me, Mr. Darcy, how can a horse correct a man and drown his sorrows?"
She sounds like an impertinent minx to me, chastising him for his faults and making him better himself.
A horse? Was the man so stubborn he would stick to his ridiculous reasoning?
Horses are every bit as stubborn as we are, sometimes more so. Mr. Wyndham's horse must have been as obstinate as she was beautiful.
Elizabeth was offended to her core, but she would not let on. Since her first reading of the poem, she had applied it to herself. Not that she considered herself a beauty, but she was proud of her thick, unruly tresses. And while impertinence was frowned upon in society, she was proud to have cultivated a mind which could express opinions with confidence and defend them before any gentleman. Except for today. Mr. Darcy had a reply for every point she raised, and Elizabeth hated to even think it, but he had opened her eyes to the possibility of a different meaning to My Forbidden Love. She did not have to agree with him or change her own opinion, but she was hard-pressed to prove him wrong without appealing to the author himself. Oh, why had she not thought to ask in her letter? She would most certainly do so in the next. Feeling better that a solution was within her grasp, Elizabeth used her last argument. "What of the title, then? You must admit it is misleading if it was meant for a horse." Mr. Darcy nodded.
"It is true. The only explanation I have is that the publisher recognised an opportunity to sell a love poem to a magazine which caters to ladies at a higher price than it would have fetched otherwise."
Elizabeth laughed. "That is ridiculous, but I applaud your imagination, Mr. Darcy." He raised a finger.
"It is possible. Can you deny it?"
"I cannot, nor will I waste my efforts in trying when you are clearly decided."
"I see I've not convinced you. But you own to the possibility I am right?" he asked, his tone light and teasing.
"All things are possible," she said, vaguely in turn, knowing he would not be satisfied until she gave him a more direct reply. She added, "You forget, Mr. Darcy, that this is poetry. Did you not say poetry is the food of love? Why, then, would a poet write a love poem to his horse?" Deep laughter erupted from Mr. Darcy, the kind of laugh that soon sent tears trickling down his cheeks. It was contagious, and Elizabeth joined in despite her resolve to be firm on her point. She may not have won the debate, but she had struck the final blow honourably. Elizabeth tried to subdue herself. She was running out of breath, and her cheeks hurt. But one look at Mr. Darcy, equally failing to control his laughter, was all it took for her to begin anew. Until Miss Bingley entered the library. She was like a damp blanket over a roaring fire. She must have followed the noise to them. Imagine that. Mr. Darcy raising a ruckus in a room appreciated for its silence. Elizabeth stifled another round of merriment. Mr. Darcy would never be a poet, not when he could turn a poem of love into an ode to his favourite horse. Elizabeth imagined Mr. Darcy proposing to a lady in the same manner he would address his equine, and nearly gave in to another bout of the giggles, but she restrained herself. Miss Bingley looked like a boiling tea-kettle about to scream. "Pray, share your fun with the rest of us," she said, dragging her sister and Mr. Hurst, who promptly settled into a padded chair and resumed his nap, behind her. Elizabeth resented their entrance when she was having so much fun. Fun? With Mr. Darcy? How strange.
"We were discussing poetry,"
said Mr. Darcy, closing Mr. Wyndham's book and handing it to Elizabeth before Miss Bingley could see the cover. Fortunately, the lady was not interested. With a huff, she crossed the room to run her fingers across the spines of the few books gracing Mr. Bingley's shelves. "Poetry? I suppose it is suitable enough to read when there is nothing else edifying in which to immerse oneself." As if she was the expert in losing herself in a book. Elizabeth bit her tongue. Mr. Darcy's eyes flicked over to Elizabeth, and his dimple appeared ever so briefly.
"I have recently acquired a greater appreciation for the art of a well-written verse. Miss Elizabeth was giving me the advantage of her instruction, but I fear I make a poor student."
Elizabeth's guffaw provoked several glares, but she did not care. "You are not completely hopeless." He bowed, one hand over his heart.
"I am relieved to know it."
Miss Bingley leaned against the end of the table separating them. "Well, it is advantageous you have had your lesson already, as Miss Elizabeth will leave on the morrow." With a thin smile she addressed Elizabeth. "We will miss you dearly. I do not know what we shall do for entertainment once you depart from our society. These country villages are so droll. I dare say we shall find ourselves taken upon to return to London." Elizabeth swallowed hard. While she doubted Miss Bingley's threat to leave Hertfordshire would come to fruition, she was sad to leave Netherfield Park. She would miss her debates with Mr. Darcy, and, of course, Mr. Bingley's attentions to Jane. Jane soon joined them, followed closely by Mr. Bingley, and before long the library was a lively hive, abuzz with conversation. Elizabeth tried to enjoy their talk, but their speech was not nearly so engaging as Mr. Darcy's had been. She found herself wishing they would go away and leave them be, but that would not do either. Mr. Darcy withdrew as he usually did when surrounded by company, busying himself by reading over the poem she had copied for him. She offered to allow him more time with her book, but he refused. Folding the paper in his hand with great care, he tucked it into his inside pocket. Elizabeth refused to change her opinion about Mr. Wyndham's poem, but she also knew she would never quite think of it the same again. A horse, she thought, rolling her eyes. Poor Mr. Darcy. Elizabeth prayed he never attempted to woo a young lady with a verse of his own creation. It was certain to inspire cringes rather than tender feelings. Chapter 25. Wickham returned later that afternoon, and Elizabeth disappeared as long as one politely could into her rooms. Darcy did not know what the two were up to, but he was satisfied to see with his own eyes that she did not seek Wickham's company. Her heart was engaged elsewhere, to Walter Wyndham, to a man who did not exist. Darcy was not certain who posed a greater threat, Wickham, a gentleman whose own conduct would reveal the truth of his nature sooner rather than later, or Mr. Wyndham, a figment of Elizabeth's imagination, her ideal, her dream. It was settled. Wickham was nothing compared to the workings of Elizabeth's mind. Darcy would sooner compete against flesh and bone than the impossible reaches of one exalted to perfection in the mind of an imaginative maiden. Darcy was doomed to fail, but he had to try. They had laughed. It was a promising start. At dinner, Elizabeth seemed out of sorts. She hardly touched her food, and her usual charm was subdued. Darcy glowered at Wickham, who had told him nothing other than to confirm he had indeed delivered Darcy's letters, as he had requested, complaining of the delay and detailing the inconveniences it had made him suffer. He was after remuneration, and Darcy gave it to him for his troubles. He was not stingy. When the gentlemen joined the ladies in the drawing-room, chairs were lined up in rows. Miss Bingley flounced to the front of the room and seated herself at the pianoforte, beginning an impromptu concert where Darcy knew he was intended to sit in the front row. He sat in the last row, behind Elizabeth. Leaning forward, he commented, "You seem disappointed." She sighed, her hair brushing against his chin when she leaned back to reply, "I had hoped to conceal it better. Is it that obvious?" "I doubt your hosts have noticed. Mr. Bingley sees no one but Miss Bennet, and his sisters suffer from short-sighted vision. They rarely see past their own noses." Miss Elizabeth covered her smile with a gloved hand. "I am relieved to hear it." She turned her attention to Miss Bingley, and Darcy feared Elizabeth would never say what had caused her change in humour. He could not ask again without pressing. Once again, Elizabeth sighed and turned. "Have you ever done something you later wished undone?" she asked. What had she done? Darcy's gaze cut over to Wickham. He had been known to get people to do things they later regretted. "On more occasions than I am willing to own," Darcy admitted, wishing to put her at ease and gain her confidence. If Wickham were responsible for Elizabeth's suffering conscience, Darcy would cut him off quicker than the lout could blink. Elizabeth's jaw moved back and forth, her lips alternately pinching and opening. Her shoulders rose and fell, as if she had taken a deep breath. Then she whispered over her shoulder, "I sent a letter to my favourite poet, and I received a reply today." Of course, she would assume he disapproved. An unmarried lady sending a letter to a gentleman. It was highly improper, and Darcy would have scolded her, had he not understood why she had risked her reputation to communicate with Walter Wyndham. Darcy could only be honest. "Under the circumstances, I understand why you acted as you did. Was it Wickham who delivered your letter?" She nodded, her ears a crimson red. "I'm grateful for your understanding. He said he knew where Mr. Wyndham could be found, and offered to convey my letter discreetly." "That was the deal you made with him?" The pieces clicked together, and while a certain measure of relief calmed Darcy's worries, it also confirmed what he had suspected all along. He knew why Elizabeth was upset. It had nothing to do with propriety. Again she nodded. Pressing her hand against her cheek, she added, "I wish I had never sent it." "You were disappointed in the reply," Darcy said. She nodded, her chin dropping to her chest. Darcy hated to see her illusion shattered. Nobody but Walter Wyndham, Darcy himself, could have crafted a reply suitable to satisfy her. Leaning perilously close to her ear, so close his breath moved the tendrils of curl at her neck, he said, "A great poet would not disturb himself by penning his own reply. No doubt his publisher took it upon himself to write on behalf of Mr. Wyndham. He would not wish to disturb the artist when he has more poems to write." Elizabeth turned her head sharply, her lips an inch from his. "Do you really think so?" she asked, immune to his nearness. He was not immune to her. Elizabeth's rounded lips were close enough to taste, and the temptation to close the distance to her made Darcy ache. Darcy's heart thundered against his ribs, but Miss Bingley's assault on the ivory keys was enough to call him to his senses. Remembering himself before he compromised a lady who loved the man in whose shadow Darcy stood, he pulled away. Clearing his throat, he said, "I am certain of it. No doubt Wickham delivered the letter to his publisher, trusting the gentleman to forward your message. Mr. Wyndham would be outraged if he knew how he had failed you." Now, that was the absolute truth. Darcy was outraged. Miss Elizabeth's shoulders slumped. I would not purposefully cause a gentleman to suffer, much less a kind-hearted one like Mr. Wickham. I will say nothing to him, but that does nothing to appease my frustration. To be so close, and to meet with failure. Her words trailed off as Miss Bingley's recital came to an end. Darcy clapped his hands dutifully, but his mind was engaged elsewhere. His trap was in place, all the pieces were in motion, but for the first time he wondered how his revelation would affect Elizabeth. But of course it was the best solution. He shook off his doubts, his confidence growing as the night continued. Wickham retired early. Darcy considered following him, but the Bennets were to return to Longbourn the following morning, and Darcy could not make himself part from Elizabeth, not when she might not wish to see him again, once she found out. He only prayed the messenger did not arrive until after she departed the following day. It would be best if she did not know. Chapter 26.
Goodbye. Parting is such sweet sorrow,
Darcy thought, as the Bennets' carriage clambered away from Netherfield Park. Tuesday had come faster than Darcy had believed possible. Bingley sighed. I miss her already. Darcy sympathised with his friend. He felt the loss too. Wickham clapped Bingley on the back. Darcy will soon have you too busy to lament Miss Bennet's absence. He lives to check fences and repair tenants' roofs. Darcy nodded. He needed satisfying work to do, and a good ride around the property usually did the trick. Except this time it did not. Hours later, he and Bingley returned to the house, weary and damp, and as miserable as they had been watching the Bennets' carriage leave. Wickham had stayed behind, Darcy suspected to continue in his attempts to woo Miss Bingley, who wanted nothing to do with him. When Darcy and Bingley entered the drawing-room, she was blocking her view of Wickham with a book, pretending to be enraptured with its contents. As soon as she saw them, she snapped the book shut. It is dull without any entertainment. If we were in town, we could go to Gunter's tea shop for ices. We could go for a drive in Hyde Park. There is always so much to be seen there, she said. Bingley replied, You are free to go for a drive here. The ground is damp, but it is not raining. Miss Bingley scoffed. And what would I see, beside birds and endless fields spotted with the occasional labourer working them? I'm dying to see the cuts of Mrs. Harrison's new gowns. She always renews her wardrobe at the end of the year. I am stuck in the country, while all the other ladies will have had ample time to copy her designs for their own gowns. Wickham said, What is the plumage of a bird compared to Mrs. Harrison? Darcy snickered, but Wickham's joke was lost on Miss Bingley, who said, Precisely my point. I shall be at a tremendous disadvantage when we return to our townhouse. The clock chimed, and Mrs. Hurst groaned. Do not forget we are obliged to call on Lady Lucas today. Miss Bingley rolled her eyes. Such a tiresome family. Sir William speaks of nothing but St. James, and his wife and daughters are as boring as they are plain. Caroline, do not mock a good family when you could benefit from their company. While Sir William has been granted a knighthood, he does not give himself heirs. His wife and daughters are sensible creatures, who happen to be close friends with the eldest Bennets, and I will not hear anyone in my house mock them, Bingley said, in as cross a manner as Darcy had ever witnessed him use. Now that Darcy thought about it, he could not recall any other occasion in which Bingley had ever corrected his sister. Darcy was happy to see it. With a huff, Miss Bingley smoothed her skirts, following Mrs. Hurst to dress for their call. As soon as they left, Bingley asked, Is it too soon to call at Longbourn? Miss Bennet only just returned to her family this morning, Darcy pointed out. Bingley paced in front of the fireplace, tugging on his ginger hair until it stood out at odd angles. I know it, Darcy, but... He stopped, turned to face Darcy with his shoulders slumped in defeat. I think I love her. I feel that a part of me is missing, and I must get it back. Wickham cackled. You're caught, sir, and to a lady with no fortune and little else beside her beauty to recommend her. You are doomed to a life of jealousy. Bingley's eyes widened. "Why must I be jealous?" It did not occur to Bingley to doubt Miss Bennet's devotion. If she was as steadfast to him as he would be to her, then there would be no need for jealousy. Wickham grinned roguishly. "If you cannot see it, then I would rather not explain how these things work." Darcy snapped. "There are individuals who live by higher values than you do." Wickham shot him a look, but he held his tongue. To Bingley, Darcy said, "Are you certain of her attachment to you?" "The last 2 days have convinced me. She's not a flirt, but I saw her interest in small ways, the flutter of her eyelashes, the colour of her cheeks, how she did not draw back when I sat a little too close." Darcy hated to spoil Bingley's hopeful optimism, but he did not see anything extraordinary in Miss Bennet's reactions. Too many times he had seen the same reactions in Elizabeth, and only a week ago she had despised Darcy. Wickham shook his head and clucked his tongue. "You can never tell with these shy country maidens. If she is sincere, and only very shy, then your observations and the conclusion you have drawn are sound. If, however, she is not sincere, then you are nothing more than a pawn she can move on a whim." Darcy could not place Miss Bennet in the same category of the more scheming of her sex. She was reserved and calm, perhaps shy, but he could not call her insincere or dishonest. Her mother, however—
"Any advances by you will be manipulated by Mrs. Bennet. She could arrange a compromise and trap you for her daughter before you are certain of Miss Bennet,"
Darcy pointed out. Bingley sighed deeply. "I would not mind being trapped with Miss Bennet, but I would like some assurance she felt the same as I do." What ensued would in retrospect be one of the longest days in Darcy's memory. He and Wickham stood watch over Bingley to prevent him from doing something he would later regret. But Bingley was not the only one suffering. Darcy spent the remainder of the day wondering what Elizabeth was doing, and counting the hours until he would next see her. He even rode over the same fields he knew her to frequent the following morning, returning to Netherfield Park, frustrated when he had not chanced upon her. And where in heaven's name was his groom? He ought to have been back by now. Darcy's instructions had been simple and explicit, and yet the man delayed. Darcy knew he was in a surly mood when the other residents of the house avoided him. That is, everyone except Wickham. He took delight in Darcy's ill humour. He diverted himself at Darcy's expense, until Darcy wondered why he had not expelled the pest from Pemberley and his presence after his father had died. It was not until Darcy was neck-deep in soapy bathwater, his face lathered with shaving cream, that the butler informed his valet that the groom had returned. Instructing for him to wait until Darcy was shaved and dressed, Darcy hastened through his toilette, much to his valet's disapproval. The groom greeted him with a smile on his face and a newspaper in his hand. "I apologise for the delay, but your man suggested I stay a day longer, so I might give you this." Darcy took the newspaper from his hand. It was folded to the article his man of business wished for him to see. "Walter Wyndham to reveal his identity at a public reading," it read. He read it again. Public reading. On Wednesday, 1 week hence. Darcy's fingers gripped the paper. This had not been part of his instructions at all. This was a disaster. He looked at his groom, the reproof on the tip of his tongue shrivelling at the man's pleased manner and the proud puff of his chest. Darcy could not rebuke him when he thought he had gone above and beyond for his master. Swallowing hard, Darcy forced a smile. "Thank you. You did well, as I knew you would." "Oh, thank you, Mr. Darcy. It is an honour to serve you." Darcy nodded, dismissing the groom to read the letter his London man had sent along with the newspaper. He prided himself in treating anyone who worked for him well, and he was often rewarded when they not only performed their duties, but took the initiative to exert themselves more for the betterment of the estate and everyone who relied on it for their living. Their devotion had never bitten Darcy in the backside as it did now. His confrontation with Walter Wyndham had been meant to be private, not public. Darcy prayed the poet's popularity did not extend beyond Longbourn. Darcy's heart dropped to his toes. What if Elizabeth saw the newspaper? Still in a state of stunned shock, Darcy nearly jumped out of his skin when Bingley charged into the room carrying a pink ribbon. "The maid discovered this article under a cushion in the room Miss Bennet occupied. She must be devastated, wondering where it has gone. I'm on my way to Longbourn to return it to her," Bingley proclaimed. Darcy had not noticed Wickham enter the room until he spoke. "She must be fraught with worry. How can a lady possibly survive without her pink ribbon?" Bingley nodded in agreement, oblivious to Wickham's mockery. Darcy wished he had more time to think of how he needed to proceed, but Bingley had already called for his horse to be readied, and Darcy feared his friend would do something he might later regret unless he kept an eye on him. Following Bingley out to the entrance hall, where he impatiently waited for his horse to be brought around, Darcy instructed for his horse to be readied as well. "And another for me," cried Wickham, adding as he rubbed his hands together, "This is so much more diverting than the theatre. I would not miss this show for the world." Darcy rather wished he would. Chapter 27. "Mr. Bingley is coming!" exclaimed Mother from her perch by the window. "Oh, I just knew he would call." "Father is not at home to receive him," Mary said. Mother dismissed her logic with a wave. "Quick, tidy the room, straighten your ribbons, smooth your hair," she said, pushing Kitty out of her way. She bounced over to Jane, pinching her cheeks and pushing back her shoulders to better show what Mother referred to as her God-given assets. Elizabeth was relieved Mr. Collins, father's cousin, had accompanied her father to Meryton. Uncle Phillips was supposed to return from business in London that day, and he had promised to bring a copy of the most recent newspaper with him. Mr. Collins' visit had come as a surprise. He was father's closest male relative and the rector of a parish in Kent. More importantly, he stood to inherit Longbourn. His patroness was a grand lady named Lady Catherine de Bourgh, who sounded every bit as pompous as her name implied to Elizabeth. Mr. Collins doted on her, so when her ladyship suggested he ought to marry, he took it upon himself to make himself available first to his cousins, who already occupied the estate he would eventually inherit. Elizabeth did not like him, and she thought even less of his beloved patroness with every speech Mr. Collins gave to exalt her. Fortunately, she and Jane had been away, and so his attentions had naturally fallen to Mary. Mother had encouraged it, suggesting that her two eldest were likely to be engaged soon. An implication Elizabeth would have refuted enthusiastically had it not placed her in line to receive any further attention from Mr. Collins. "Mr. Wickham is with him," exclaimed Lydia, adding, "and that other one who would not dance, stuffy Mr. Darcy. I hope he has not come to spoil our fun." Mother came at Elizabeth with her fingers poised to pinch her cheeks. Normally her ministrations annoyed Elizabeth, but today she endured them with greater cheer. In a mad flurry of throwing cushions to hide what had been stuffed behind them, the ladies sat just as Hill showed the gentleman into the room. Elizabeth tried to steady her breath. Her chest heaved as if she had been caught in the rain and had to run home. Jane met her eyes and smiled, her eyes brimming with hope. Mr. Bingley held out a ribbon to Jane. "The maid found this only recently. I did not wish for you to be without it another day." Elizabeth saw Jane's surprise out of the corner of her eye. She would have bet her favourite book that Jane had not noticed the disappearance of the ribbon, but she disguised it well. Taking the ribbon, her fingers lingering as long as Mr. Bingley's did around the length of satin, Jane said, "I cannot thank you enough for returning it. This pink is my favourite." "It suits you remarkably well," Mr. Bingley said, finally dropping his hold on the ribbon to take the chair Mother offered him. The look on their mother's face was triumphant. She would have placed the ribbon there on purpose if it had been her. She would praise Jane for her cleverness later, when Elizabeth was convinced it had been an accident. Jane did not need to resort to the manipulative arts ladies often used against the gentlemen willing to fall for them. Nor did Mr. Bingley need any help in that quarter. Elizabeth was certain his emotions were fully engaged with Jane's. Mr. Darcy, on the other hand, did not appear so certain. He considered Jane with suspiciously narrow eyes. Elizabeth would not allow for him to doubt her sister. She said, It never would have occurred to us you would trouble yourself to return it when you have a household of servants to send with the ribbon." Jane blushed. "Indeed, though it is kind of you to see to it yourself. You are always welcome at Longbourn. I only wish my father were here to receive you. He will be disappointed he missed your call." Mother sent for tea. "I dare say he shall return before the gentlemen take their leave. It would not hurt to stay a touch longer than normal to await his return, especially since Mr. Collins will be desirous of meeting our neighbours." With a deep sigh, Mother fanned her face. "He is to inherit Longbourn, being Mr. Bennet's nearest living cousin. It is a pity for us, but fortunately it seems all will work out well in the end. Mr. Collins has taken a fancy to my Mary, and we will not be cast out into the hedges after all. He is the rector at a grand lady's estate. Perhaps you know her?" "Lady Catherine de Bourgh," Mary provided proudly. Mr. Wickham chuckled, and while a groan did not escape from Mr. Darcy, he was much too dignified for that. It might as well have, with the way he paled and his nostrils flared. Taking a deep breath and clasping his hands together, perhaps to keep from strangling his childhood friend, who guffawed quietly beside him, Mr. Darcy said in a remarkably controlled voice, "Lady Catherine is my aunt." Elizabeth grinned. She could not help it. If she was right to assume Lady Catherine was as ridiculous as Elizabeth believed her to be, then she and Mr. Darcy were on more equal ground than she had known before. How appropriate! There was nothing like an absurd relation to humble a proud individual, and it appeared Mr. Darcy had such a relative. How delightful! Elizabeth would make certain to encourage Mr. Collins to go on about her ladyship, just to torment Mr. Darcy. She glanced out of the window. When would Mr. Collins and father return? Her impatience grew until she remembered that in a contest of scandalous relatives she would still win. If Mr. Darcy had one such family member, Elizabeth had several more, and many of them were in the room. It would only be more noticeable when Mr. Collins returned. She looked out of the window again, hoping their return would be delayed. Lydia and Kitty pressed Mr. Bingley for a ball, now that Jane was recovered, and he was quick to concede to their wishes. Mr. Darcy did not look pleased, but the date was set not even a full week hence. Would he dance? Or would he snub most of the ladies by standing stupidly in a corner, as he had at the assembly? When Mr. Bingley secured Jane's first dance as well as the dance before dinner in the forthcoming ball, Mr. Darcy's eyes finally met Elizabeth's. She held her breath, waiting, trying not to expect, and failing. Would he ask her for a dance? Fate either conspired for her or against her. Elizabeth could not be sure, nor did she have any time at all to ponder how the untimely return of her father and his bumbling cousin could affect the path of her life. As soon as Mr. Collins saw the gentleman, he tilted into a bow which would have been subservient had he not also arched his face upward to observe their company's pleased reaction to his display of humility. Oh, Mr. Collins was everything humble, and he took great pains to ensure others noticed it. Father bowed, saying, "Oh, people," and proceeded to his favourite chair nearest to the fire. He had a newspaper in his hand, and he patted his pockets for his spectacles. For a horrified second, Elizabeth worried he would begin reading the paper while they still had guests present, but thankfully he did not. Instead, he opened the pages and folded the paper open to an article within, handing it to Elizabeth with a conspiratorial grin and a wink. "Your Uncle Phillips did not disappoint, my dear Lizzie. Read that." Elizabeth heard Mr. Darcy's chair creak and saw him sit up stiffly, but part of the title had captured her attention. She could no sooner look away from it than she could completely ignore Mr. Darcy. Aloud she read in one breath, "Mr. Walter Wyndham's identity to be revealed at a public reading." Mr. Wickham uncrossed his legs, gripping his knees with his hands. "How wonderful for his readers," he said, chuckling and crossing his booted ankle over his opposite leg, adding with more humour, "I dare say few will bother to show." Elizabeth devoured the article in a glance, taking in the important details. 1 week from that day, she would finally get to meet Mr. Wyndham. "I would not miss it," she said, looking to her father. "I hope that your showing this to me is indicative of your approval that I go to his reading. There are so many questions I wish to ask him. If he's not too busy, perhaps I will have the opportunity to converse briefly with him. I should like that very much."
"Me? Forbid your conversation with a worthwhile intellect? Never, my dear. Of course you may go,"
he said, reaching for the paper. Elizabeth reluctantly handed it back to him. Mother, Lydia, and Kitty seized upon the opportunity to travel to London. They had no interest in Walter Wyndham or his poetry, but they could visit the modistes and milliners, and watch the stylish ladies as they promenaded in their carriages, pulled by matching greys. Mr. Wickham laughed often, nervously Elizabeth thought, and Mr. Darcy became quieter than normal. Elizabeth tried to soften Mr. Collins's presumption of friendship when the clergyman discovered Mr. Darcy was none other than his esteemed patroness's nephew. He seemed to think their connection made them kindred friends, when in reality Elizabeth had never seen Mr. Darcy so annoyed. When Elizabeth could finally get a word in, she asked Mr. Darcy, "Will you go to Mr. Wyndham's reading?" She wished he would. It was foolish of her, she knew, but Elizabeth wanted the event to be as important to Mr. Darcy as it was to her. She was so happy, she could almost burst with joy. Jane and Mr. Bingley were happy in each other's company. Her sisters were thrilled they would get to dance as soon as the arrangements could be made at Netherfield Park. Mr. Wickham's humour had returned, and he regaled father with tales worthy of the interest he would have otherwise dedicated to his recently acquired newspaper. Everyone was happy, and Elizabeth's happiness would be complete if Mr. Darcy would only stop frowning.
"Absolutely not,"
he declared, standing and putting an abrupt end to their call. Now, what was she to think of that? Chapter 28. The following days were frantic with activity at Netherfield Park, and Darcy shouldered far more responsibility than he needed to, hardly finishing one task before seeing to another. He was teaching Bingley the ways of a master of a well-run estate, or so Darcy told himself. In truth, Darcy had thought that if he kept himself busy enough, he would not have place for Elizabeth in his thoughts. He was mistaken. He was a coward terrified by a young lady who barely reached his shoulder. Darcy had not seen Elizabeth in 5 days. He would not be able to avoid seeing her on the morrow at Bingley's ball, and his supposed reading, Walter Wyndham's reading, was the day after. Wickham continued as a guest in Bingley's household, which told Darcy a great deal more about his situation, given the risk he took in staying. Desperate men often committed to desperate measures, and Wickham was no stranger to risk and carelessness. It was early, and a full day of prodding Bingley to make the decisions which must be made awaited Darcy. He was tired, and his patience wore thin. He needed to escape, to taste the freedom a good run across rolling fields gave. The brisk air would sharpen his senses, and he would feel in control of himself again. He was Fitzwilliam Darcy, master of his life, and he would not be brought down just because an impertinent country minx had turned his head. 5 days had not been enough to forget her. But what were 5 days? No time at all. He only needed more time away, and he would soon forget her fine eyes and the way they twinkled and sparked just before she said something unpredictable. Should he tell her he was Walter Wyndham, the author she loved? Darcy despised this dishonesty, but he did not want to win her that way. It was too easy.
Win her? Forget her? Decide, man!
Darcy urged his horse on, but no matter how fast the stallion galloped, he could not outrun the image of Elizabeth in his mind. She was his constant companion. Every suggestion he made to Bingley, every decision Darcy made, was with Elizabeth in mind. He had even suggested to Bingley that the cook leave out the raisins in her cake, because Darcy remembered how she had picked them out. Would she believe him if he told her the truth? It was so outlandish, Darcy hardly believed it himself. He, who never shared his inner thoughts, a published poet. Ridiculous. Would she be disappointed? So strongly entrenched in Elizabeth were his thoughts. He saw her twirling with her face tilted to the sky and her arms opened wide in the middle of a field. An illusion. Darcy blinked. She was still there. He slowed his horse, pressing his eyes closed to erase the scene, but when he opened them again, Elizabeth was still there, still twirling. Darcy could have turned around. He might have escaped from her without being noticed, but he was sick of feeling like a coward, and he was happy to see her. His chest warmed and his stomach fluttered. She stood still now, watching him approach with a smile Darcy knew he did not deserve. "Good morning, Mr. Darcy. You are up early," she said, stepping closer and reaching her hand out for his horse to smell. She was not afraid, as he had thought she might be, for all that she preferred to walk rather than ride. He was glad she was not afraid. He dismounted, regretting it before his feet hit the ground, but powerless to do anything else. He hated how she disarmed him, how she got him to do things he would not otherwise do without even trying. It made him vulnerable, and there was nothing Darcy feared more than exposing himself to someone who would only use him for her own gain. But would she? Darcy so badly wished to believe she was different, but he could not easily trust his intuition, or even the facts. He could tell her. He would know then. "Do you mean to attend the Netherfield ball on the morrow?" she asked pleasantly, falling in beside him as they walked through the field. "I could not dismiss myself without appearing exceptionally rude," he said. She laughed. "That has not stopped you before." Darcy deserved that reply, and the complete lack of malice in her truthful observation helped him smile in turn. "I shall make an effort to behave as the gentleman I claim to be. A young lady reminded me, rather forcefully, of that." "I was rather forceful, was I not? I ought to apologize." Darcy waited for her apology, but it did not come. Instead, when he looked at her, she smiled impishly and said, "I find I cannot apologize sincerely, and so I will not do so just yet. I fear I will have to try your patience and beg for more time to pass, so I might speak honestly." Her reply was so unexpected, Darcy's laughter echoed over the rolling hills. "Very well, Miss Elizabeth. I value honesty." His throat dried. How could he speak of honesty when he had not been completely truthful with her? He had led her to believe he knew nothing of poetry, that he did not care to see Walter Wyndham's reading. She peeked at him from the corner of her eye, her eyebrow raised in expectation. Now was the time. Darcy opened his mouth, but the words would not come out. "There is something I must tell you," she said, her eyelashes splaying over her cheeks as she looked down, slowing her pace. Darcy was relieved she had filled the silence, so he did not have to. Relieved and agitated he had not spoken when he had the chance. Elizabeth continued. "I could not help but notice the timing of everything. It was not until you sent your letters to London that the notice of Mr. Wyndham's public reading was printed in the paper. I do not know if you are responsible, but I am inclined to think I have you to thank for the opportunity to finally meet him." "Now, man, now. Tell her." "I wish I could take credit for fulfilling your dream, but I cannot in sincerity do so," he said. Her eyebrows furled in confusion, and her lips tilted downward. He had disappointed her, again. Darcy could endure the war she provoked within him no longer. He would only disappoint her further, and he could not do it. He could not be responsible for ruining her dream with reality. He moved his hands up the reins, getting ready to mount his horse. "Oh, well, I had hoped, or rather, I guessed wrong then," she said, patting his horse's neck and stepping away as Darcy settled into the saddle. He tipped his hat to her, mumbled something he hoped was pleasant, and rode away before he betrayed himself, and feeling every inch the coward. Chapter 29. Darcy raced back to the house as if he were being chased by a raging fire. Never in his lifetime had he loathed himself as he did now. He had left Elizabeth standing in the field when a gentleman would have seen her home safely. Elizabeth often walked alone, but that was no justification. He held his tongue when he ought to speak. And for what? To protect his own carefully constructed world, where he was exalted as an exemplary gentleman. Some gentleman. He was afraid. He was a coward who could not face Elizabeth's disappointment when her Walter Wyndham proved to be a flawed man who could not think straight while in her presence. That was what it boiled down to. Elizabeth had created an image of her ideal gentleman, an ideal to which Darcy could never measure up. He, Fitzwilliam Darcy, who prided himself on being an exemplary gentleman, was not good enough for the one woman who had captured him body and soul. He loved Elizabeth Bennet, and she loved another, better version of him, a man Darcy feared he could never be. His horse was in a lather when he reined in near the stables. Instructing the stable boy to properly cool down his horse and brush him, Darcy stomped into the house, taking the stairs 2 at a time in his haste. If he did not pour out his mind and heart on paper, he would drown in the pool of emotions suffocating him. Shoving his door open, his eyes zeroed in on a figure who ought not to have been there. Wickham stood by Darcy's writing desk, a piece of paper in his hands. Had it happened another day, Darcy might have been able to control himself better. Not today. "You!" he shouted, raising his fist as he closed the distance to the ingrate who had exposed Darcy's poems to the world. Wickham shrank back, holding his hands in front of his face. "Wait, Darcy, not the face. Let us talk about this like gentlemen." "I do not feel like much of a gentleman right now." Darcy grabbed Wickham's collar, jerking him up to his toes. "Miss Elizabeth was right about you, then," Wickham said, shielding his face with his hands. Darcy froze. It was a low blow, but an effective one. Squeezing the bunched-up fabric of Wickham's coat and collar, Darcy shoved him away and stepped back lest he succumb to the temptation to mar the scoundrel's nose. Wickham straightened his coat, setting down the paper to smooth his shirt. Darcy waited until he had finished his ministrations. Finally, Wickham raised his head. He did not meet Darcy's eyes. "You've caught me red-handed. I will admit I suspected you were on to me when that pretty little article appeared in the newspaper. You surprised me, Darcy. I did not think you would choose to expose me publicly, when doing so exposes your great secret." Darcy clenched his jaw. He would not admit to Wickham that it had absolutely not been his idea, and risk losing his advantage. No. First, Wickham must answer for his sins. Questions flooded through Darcy's mind. He began with the most urgent. "Why?" he asked. Wickham scoffed. "You know me too well. You should not have to ask." "I will hear it all the same." Darcy wanted Wickham to admit to what he had done, to accept responsibility fully. He would do nothing to make it easier for Wickham. "For the money, of course. Do you really think a man with my tastes would be able to live off the paltry sum you gave me in exchange for the value of my living?" "How did you know I wrote?" Wickham sighed, doing his best to look bored. "You once left your desk unlocked while we were at university. In need of enough funds to see me through the end of the week, I riffled through your papers and found your journal. I read it, hoping to find a secret I could use in exchange for a few coins for my silence. But you were much too proper and honourable to have done what I searched for." He said that as if it were a bad thing. Continuing, Wickham said, "What I did find, however, was of far more value. Only I did not realise how valuable until after I'd spent the value of my living. By then I had befriended a literary agent who was in sore straits, and therefore with few scruples. I copied some of your poems and showed them to him. He was the one to suggest selling them to magazines, so you would not discover them." "Mr. Vholes?" Darcy asked. His man of business had said the man was a slimy weasel. It had taken a great deal of convincing, But once Mr. Vholes had realised he had been caught, he had turned on Wickham like a vulture. Wickham must have guessed as much. His jaw tightened. One and the same. If you risked discovery, then why did you print a compilation of my poems? And why the name Wyndham? Darcy asked. Well, you must admit the name sounds poetic. I needed more money. I thought that if we arranged for the books to be published outside England, you might not ever see one of them. Wickham's motive in acquiring all sorts of books for Darcy, anything except poetry, became painfully apparent. What were the odds Elizabeth's uncle would be in America and would send her a copy while Darcy was in Hertfordshire with Bingley? Pulling his thoughts away from Elizabeth to the traitor in the room, Darcy asked the question that burned the most. Were we ever really friends? Or have you been using me to get to my poems for your own selfish gain all this time? A flicker of something Darcy prayed was a conscience, or remorse, crossed Wickham's face. Slowly, measuring his words, Wickham said, I have always been a selfish creature, Darcy. If I do not look out for myself, then who will? I have one life to live, and I'm determined to fill it with pleasure. You were a means for me to afford it. The stab hit Darcy in the gut, but with pain his stubborn determination rose. You will leave Netherfield Park before the passing of an hour. I do not want to see you again, and if I ever hear you are within a day's distance of Pemberley, if you attempt to come near me or my sister, I will have you arrested for fraud and theft. I will see that the rest of your days are filled not with pleasure, but with the consequences you deserve, and have brought upon your own head. Wickham's eyes hardened, and his back stiffened. What about the reading? You cannot ignore it. If you let me help you, I can make this problem disappear. You can write your poems in peace without being discovered, and I will disappear from your life with my dignity intact. You want me to allow you to pose as Walter Wyndham at the reading? No doubt Wickham would announce his retirement. He would walk away from the mess of his creation without another thought. Elizabeth would see through it. She would know it was a farce. Had she not sensed as much in the letter Walter Wyndham had supposedly penned? Her disappointment would be profound. Wickham replied, It is the perfect solution. If you cut me off completely, you will feel guilty when I eventually come to ruin. I would end up owing the wrong men a great deal of money, and they would not hesitate to make me pay by any means. You are too responsible not to be unaffected by my fate. I can help. And your secret would remain that. Your secret. And Elizabeth? What of her? Darcy asked. Wickham shrugged. He did not care. She's been useful to my purpose. I suspected you'd met someone to stir your heart my first night here. You've written more poems this last month than you did the whole year before. When I realised Miss Elizabeth was your muse, I did what I could to improve her opinion of you, and lengthen her stay when her sister fell ill. That was a brilliant stroke of fortune. Darcy glared at Wickham. Had he always been this self-serving and devious? He continued, I took some of your poems to Mr. Vholes. He assured me they will fetch a higher price, and now with my, your increased fame, I can demand much more. Allow me to pose as Walter Wyndham at the reading. I will announce my retirement, and we can forget the entire affair. Revulsion stung Darcy's throat. He would not make a deal with the devil, no matter what he stood to gain by it. You will leave me to deal with it. Darcy pointed at the door. Go. Wickham left, and Darcy sank down to his writing chair before his legs gave out. Resting his forehead against his hands, too numb to even think, he sat there until he was called in to dinner. Chapter 30. Lizzie Bennet, you will never fill out your dress like a lady should if you do not eat your dinner, Mother said, clucking her tongue to admonish Lydia to curb her appetite before she could not fit into her dress at all. Mr. Collins, unaccustomed to such bold speech, coughed heavily into his napkin, the boiled potatoes he had praised minutes before causing him some difficulty in swallowing. Mary handed him his wine-glass, and he imbibed gratefully. Elizabeth dutifully took a bite, but her thoughts were far removed from the table. What was Mr. Darcy doing now? She had been happy to see him earlier that day. She had even provoked him to laugh, and she had thanked him as she had hoped to be able to do. Why was Mr. Darcy so moody and cryptic? He praised her honesty, saying it was a trait he valued. But why did she sense he was not being entirely honest with her? He had not specifically denied arranging for Mr. Wyndham's public reading, but Elizabeth had never known Mr. Darcy to speak anything but plainly with her before. Why this intrigue? She recalled his exact words.
"I wish I could take credit for fulfilling your dream, but I cannot in sincerity do so."
If only he knew how he had permeated her dreams. Elizabeth refused to allow that Mr. Darcy could be the man her heart would settle on, not until she had met Mr. Wyndham, and could thus forever bury her girlish madness. Mr. Darcy was real in all of his moody glory. As intimate as her thoughts were, Elizabeth found it difficult to continue to think of him as Mr. Darcy. Darcy? No, much too common. Fitzwilliam? No, that did not feel right either. William. Ah, William. She would call him William in the confines of her mind. It suited him. Mother looked at her pointedly with her lips pursed, and Elizabeth hurried to take another bite. If only Elizabeth understood what Mr. Darcy was about. He was the most perplexing character she had ever attempted to understand. She wished to understand him. The glimpses he had given her of his true character, free from inhibitions, had convinced Elizabeth that the trouble was worth it. Too often she recalled their poetry lesson. Every time brought her more joy than the time before. But William did not want to go to London. He did not want to meet Mr. Wyndham with her. Elizabeth's stomach twisted. Eating became impossible. Since when had William become so important to her she could think of nothing else? Why was his face replacing her imagined rendering of Mr. Wyndham in her dreams? Would he ask her to dance with him at Mr. Bingley's ball on the morrow? She did not realise how loudly she had sighed, until silence fell around the table, and she felt everyone's stares on her person. They wanted an explanation Elizabeth dared not give. The flutter in her stomach spread like a wildfire up her neck to burn her cheeks. Rising quickly from the table, hoping they did not see, Elizabeth begged to be excused from the table. She had been wondering how William's touch would feel. "You are beautiful, Jane," Elizabeth said, wishing she could be as certain of William as Jane was of Mr. Bingley. Not that she considered William fickle or misleading, never that. If only his behaviour were more consistent toward her, Elizabeth might be more certain of him. One day he was as attentive and gentlemanly as a lady could hope, but the next he was withdrawn and mysterious, both intriguing and confounding, a puzzle Elizabeth dearly wished to understand. If only William would not withhold the pieces she needed to properly sketch his character. Jane fussed with the pearls Betsy had woven into Elizabeth's curls, straightening the pin holding them. "As are you, Lizzie. I know it is presumptuous of me, but I cannot help but hope tonight will be significant for both of us." Elizabeth dared not hope. She craved William's attentions, while anticipating her first meeting with Mr. Wyndham. Was it possible to love two men at the same time, one of them a man she had never met, or even seen from afar? What did that say about her as a woman? "For you, my dearest Jane, that would be enough excitement for one night," Elizabeth said, feeling wretched and indecisive. Why could she not decide? Was it so awful to just see Mr. Wyndham on the morrow? One look, and she was certain she would know. She hoped. "Mr. Darcy holds you in high esteem," Jane said, smoothing another curl down and pinning it in place. "I think very highly of him as well," Elizabeth said, more to herself than in answer to her sister. Jane stepped back, forcing Elizabeth to look at her fully. "Do you love him, Lizzie?" That was the question that caused Elizabeth so much grief. She did love him, but she also felt an attachment to Mr. Wyndham that would not die. She could not lie to Jane. "I do. However, I have loved Mr. Wyndham for so long." She sighed, continuing, "I cannot in good conscience offer half of my heart to Mr. Darcy, when he deserves all of it. I would never have believed myself capable of this treachery, of admiring two men so distinct from each other, but neither can I deny that my heart is divided." Jane caressed Elizabeth's cheek. "Then you must go to London on the morrow. Mr. Wyndham will arrive at his reading, with his wife and 8 children in tow. You will see he's not the man you have imagined him to be, and you will return to Hertfordshire free to love the man who loves you, despite the obstacles you and our family have thrown before him." Elizabeth tried to laugh, but her chest was tight. "If he will have me. I would not blame Mr. Darcy if he did not choose me. There are many other ladies who would be happy to give him their full devotion, ladies of circumstance and connections." Jane squeezed Elizabeth's hands, but she said nothing. What else could be said? Elizabeth was an indecisive, disloyal wretch, who wanted nothing more than to dance with William that evening, and to meet Mr. Wyndham on the morrow. Chapter 31. Netherfield Park sparkled and beamed, much like its master did when he saw Jane. Mr. Bingley had already claimed her first set, as well as the privilege of seeing her into dinner later in the evening. But even that was not enough. He decided he ought to take a turn around the room to see to his guests before the music began, offering Jane his arm so she might accompany him. Mother was in raptures. Not only did she have one daughter well on her way to settling most advantageously, but the daughter she had assumed would be a spinster was well on her way to securing Mr. Collins, which had the added advantage of securing Longbourn in their immediate family. Mary, unaccustomed to the approval of their mother and the attention of an eligible gentleman, fairly blossomed before Elizabeth's eyes. Flattery lent a pleasant rose colour to her cheeks, and a contented gleam in her eyes, which her spectacles enlarged. Mr. Wickham was nowhere to be found, and mother lost no time in confirming his absence. Elizabeth had suspected her mother held certain hopes regarding Mr. Wickham, hopes which Elizabeth did not entertain. "Oh, bother!" mother said, her cheeks bunched up in disappointment. "I had hoped he would make a good match for you, Lizzie. Mr. Wickham is such a charming, handsome young man, not at all like that unpleasant Mr. Darcy." "Mamma," Elizabeth exclaimed, "Mr. Darcy has been a perfect gentleman lately. Do you not remember how kind he was when you last called at Netherfield Park? He even called with Mr. Bingley at Longbourn to return Jane's ribbon." How her own attitude had changed! How quickly she rose to William's defence, when weeks before Elizabeth would have agreed with her mother. Mother clucked her tongue, tapping her fan against Elizabeth's shoulder. "Of what use is that when he refuses to dance? I dare say Mr. Darcy believes himself above such activity, and will not condescend to dance tonight." Elizabeth's heart slowed, and she looked up to meet eyes with the very man her mother maligned. Good God, he was handsome. With a curl at the corner of his lips that suggested he had overheard her mother's comments about him, William bowed and inquired after Mr. Bennet, who had already detached himself from mother's company in pursuit of deeper conversation than that of the lace on Miss King's gown, or the poor prospects of an ageing maiden. Grasping onto the opportunity to advance one of her daughter's prospects, mother cast her net. "My Lizzie is looking exceptionally well tonight, is she not, Mr. Darcy? She is not so lovely as Jane, but she is often regarded as very handsome in her own right." She paused, waiting for William to reply. Elizabeth felt embarrassment crawl up her neck and burn her ears. William would sooner ignore her than acknowledge her before such bold speech. He was not one to allow himself to be blatantly manipulated. But William surprised her. "I cannot allow for that, Mrs. Bennet, for I have not met Miss Elizabeth's equal in all of the kingdom in wit and beauty," he said. Mother was too shocked to say anything at all, a rare miracle, and one William did not waste. Before she could say anything else unfortunate, William extended his arm to Elizabeth, asking, "May I have the honour of dancing the first set with you, Miss Elizabeth?" Elizabeth nodded dumbly, wishing she could think of something clever and worthy of the moment, and coming up woefully short. William did not pay compliments freely, and what a compliment, said in the hearing of her mother. Elizabeth groaned. "You ought not to have said that in front of my mother. You will have no peace if she sees you as a potential suitor for one of her daughters."
"Would you mind?"
he asked, surprising Elizabeth further. "You cannot mean it. Would you raise hopes in a mother intent on improving the prospects of her unmarried daughters? It is cruel."
"I do not mean to be cruel, nor is it my custom to speak carelessly. I assure you I meant every word,"
he said, letting go of her hand and standing across from her as they fell into step with the dancers around them. All the objections William had presented against her before bubbled forth from her tongue. "You despise my family. We want for connections and fortune, and quite often manners. You said I was, and I can quote you directly because the words stung, not handsome enough to tempt me."
"Cruel, careless words. A true gentleman never should have thought, much less spoken. I stand corrected. However, if you will be so kind as to recall, I did apologize to you, and have taken greater care to act and speak as befits a gentleman worthy of the name."
Elizabeth did not want to be right. She wanted... What did she want? Here was a perfectly good man. Now, whatever possessed her to describe William as perfect, when he was far from it? Never had she met a more maddening man, full of pride and confident in his superiority. And now he had the audacity to humble himself, to lift her up to his glorious heights, and to knowingly do so before her mother, the very evening before she would finally be able to meet the one man who truly was perfect, at least in her own mind. Too tangled in her own thoughts to draw any new conclusions, Elizabeth said the one truth in which she was confident. "It is so much easier to converse with you when we do not agree."
"Then you do agree I would make a tempting suitor?"
William said, with a wicked smile and piercing eyes that were too serious for Elizabeth's liking. What a fool she was! William was handsome, wealthy, from a good family. He had everything to recommend him. His conversation was informed and lively, and he was not intimidated by her, as others often were. He was humble enough to allow himself to be corrected by her when she challenged his behaviour, his very character. And he was complimenting her, flirting with her. If she had any respect for her future prospects at all, she would flirt back and encourage him. But her heart was divided. She could not love in halves, and she could not expect William to accept anything less either. She had taken so long to respond, his teasing smile had disappeared, replaced with melancholy. Elizabeth could not decide which was worse. Both made her miserable. "You are an elegant dancer," she said, wishing the music would end at the same time she craved the touch of his palm against hers. He did not say anything for several turns, and with nothing else to do but perform the steps properly, Elizabeth's feet faltered too many times to count. She was tempted to pour out her concerns in the middle of the ballroom, but what precisely could she say? She bit her tongue. No matter how nicely she tried to string her thoughts together, it all boiled down to this: you are not Walter Wyndham. Elizabeth cursed her stubborn heart, but she had dreamed of her ideal for so long she could not give him up without a struggle. Would William fight for her? Her feminine vanity wanted him to, while her logical reason argued that she was not worth his effort, not when she was divided and indecisive. Tomorrow would bring relief. Tomorrow she would finally meet Mr. Wyndham. Once and for all, her image would either be confirmed or irrevocably altered. Yes, tomorrow all would be put right. She only needed to make it through the night. She could manage that. One night. Elizabeth skipped and turned with a lighter heart, knowing relief was within reach. She would not flirt, though it would be a challenge not to. She would act like the friend she hoped William would continue to be if Mr. Wyndham proved to be everything she had imagined him to be. "Are you coming to the reading on the morrow?" she asked. instantly wishing the question unasked. He had already given his answer. The thing is, she wanted William to be there. But why? So he would be there to witness her meeting the man of her dreams. Selfish, inconsiderate creature. He snapped. No. If William could read her thoughts, he would have been horrified. He would never stand being a second choice. The realization hit Elizabeth like a cold easterly gale. Even if Mr. Wyndham was not everything she desperately wanted him to be, she would never be able to return to William. If she went to London on the morrow, she might as well tell William goodbye for good. The promise of the morrow lost its golden glow, swallowed up in the shadows of bleak reality. To make matters infinitely worse, William smiled at her, his voice softening. I have much to do here, but I know the importance of the event to you, and I wish you joy. Elizabeth's throat dried. He knew, and he cared for her enough to wish her joy. She was the worst sort of fool, because she knew in that moment that her curiosity had to be satisfied. She would go to London on the morrow, and in so doing, she was throwing away her greatest chance of happiness with a good man, the best of men. She could dance no longer, tripping over 2 ill-placed feet in her way. Who else could they belong to but to Mr. Collins? Elizabeth stumbled away from William. Wrenching her skirts free from her feet, she continued forward, her eyes fixed on the floor directly in front of her. She dared not look up. He would be there. She dared not slow down. He would stop her. If she peered into William's eyes and saw any hint of hurt or disappointment, she would break, and then she would spend the rest of her days wondering, dreaming, regretting. What ifs would torment her? Elizabeth could not bear such a life, and William would grow to resent her for it too. She was a coward and a fool. A path cleared before her. Smiling faces frowned and dodged out of the way of the madwoman on the verge of bitter tears. Elizabeth did not realize where she had gone until she found herself in the sick room Jane had occupied. How appropriate, for she was heartsick. Dropping onto the couch near the window, Elizabeth pulled her legs up to her chest and buried her face in the fabric around her knees. Chapter 32. Darcy reached for Elizabeth, but she wrenched her skirts free of Mr. Collins and she breezed out of the ballroom without causing herself or another any harm. If only the same could be said of Darcy. Mr. Collins was so turned around, he ran straight into Darcy, tripping both of them and nearly colliding into the ladies unfortunate enough to be dancing nearby. With great effort, Darcy righted himself before they tumbled to the floor, bearing the bulk of Mr. Collins' weight, lest he trip another lady. The music slowed, and Darcy motioned for the musicians to continue playing. Grabbing Mr. Collins by both of his arms, Darcy steered the clumsy man away from the assembled dancers, looking over his shoulder to ensure Mr. Collins' dancing partner was not left unattended. His cousin looked rather relieved. Miss Kitty hobbled to the nearest chair, lifting her slippered foot to rub her toes, and tossing Darcy such a look of gratitude as would normally appeal to his sense of humour. But he found no humour in the room that night. Elizabeth had made her choice. Extricating himself from Mr. Collins, once the clergyman was safely sitting on a chair where he could harm no one, Darcy ignored the ridiculous praise he bestowed upon Darcy's elegance and quick thinking. Spinning on his heel, Darcy walked with a purpose toward the library. Just because Elizabeth had made her choice did not mean he was willing to give up his appeal to her heart. If he had not been plain enough before, he would declare his intentions outright. He would give her another chance. She was not in the library. Nobody was. The curtains were closed, and no inviting fire was lit to welcome and warm Bingley's guests. Pulling open a curtain panel to allow a slice of moonlight inside, Darcy sat at the same chair he had occupied during his poetry lesson. What he would give to turn back time to that day, so light, so diverting, so marked by Elizabeth. He could have told her. He could have put an end to her indecision. But then he would always know he was not as dear to her as she was precious to him. He wanted, nay, he needed, for her to choose him, to want him. Laughter invaded the quiet library from the direction of the hall. Annoying laughter and enthusiastic conversation. How could anyone be merry when he felt so wretched? Darcy allowed himself some minutes to compose himself. He was a gentleman after all, and he could not fail Elizabeth now. Not when she had rushed away from the dance, drawing several curious glances her way as she barreled through the crowd and disappeared. He would ensure she was not the subject of talk. Then he would resume his search. Perhaps she had fled to the gardens. Lowering his shoulders and taking a deep breath, Darcy opened the door to the library as Mr. Collins walked past. Tempted to retreat to the peace and darkness inside the empty book-room, Darcy instead stood as still as he could until the clergyman continued on his way. But it was not to be. Dabbing his damp forehead with a limp handkerchief, Mr. Collins said, "Ah, Mr. Darcy, just the esteemed gentleman for whom I was searching. It is my intention to humbly apologise for trampling on my cousin Elizabeth, then on your own exalted self. My talents are best reserved for the edification of my flock through the sermons I painstakingly prepare for them. But your good aunt, my esteemed patroness, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, has often encouraged me to participate in these occasions, which give the parishioners pleasure." He paused to take a breath, and Darcy seized the opportunity Mr. Collins' silence presented to him.
"I too was hoping to find Miss Elizabeth. She has not returned to the ballroom?"
Darcy asked. "Oh, not that I saw, but I do not have the advantage of your superior height." Before Mr. Collins could extol Darcy with meaningless flattery and waste his time further, Darcy said,
"I wish to reassure myself she suffered no injury."
"As a gentleman would do." Mr. Collins bowed, praising both himself and Darcy for their attentions to a lady's safety.
"Then we agree,"
Darcy said, words he would never repeat to the ridiculous man ever again, and was rather astonished he spoke just then.
"Your partner also appeared to have suffered from our collision. If you will see to her, I will inquire of the housekeeper. Perhaps Miss Elizabeth requested some liniment for herself and her sister's trampled feet."
He left Mr. Collins bowing and sputtering nonsense. After circling the room, Darcy ascertained that Elizabeth's flight had been credited to Mr. Collins' graceless performance, and most assumed she had sought a brief reprieve for her injured feet. However, not one person of whom Darcy discreetly inquired had seen where she had gone. An eternity later, Miss Bennet approached him. "I thank you for your concern on behalf of my sister, Mr. Darcy, but she would not wish for her headache to spoil your evening."
"She is not well."
Darcy widened his stance, prepared to head in whichever direction Miss Bennet told him to go. "She's gone home. She will feel better with a little rest, and all the better to prepare for her trip to London on the morrow."
"Of course, she would recover in time for that. Anything for Walter Blastin Wyndham," Darcy thought bitterly. "Has the carriage already gone?" he asked.
"Most likely. I only just left her when I saw you." Darcy dashed out of the entrance hall and down the front steps to the gravel drive, where the Bennets' carriage turned to continue down the lane to Longbourn. Darcy ran after it, but it was too far away to catch. And what would he have said if he had reached the carriage? Elizabeth had made her choice. The rest of Elizabeth's family were the last to depart from Netherfield Park the following morning. It had been another long night. Darcy had done his duty by the ladies of Meryton and thereabouts. If a lady sat down for more than one dance, Darcy was quick to ask her to join him. He ought to have been pleased to receive so many thankful smiles in exchange for his kindness toward them, to soothe his own conscience for having neglected them at the last assembly. But he was not. He had done it for her. Elizabeth had not been there to notice his exertions for her benefit, and all Darcy had to show for his display of gentlemanly behaviour were 2 very sore feet and a surly demeanour. Had she chosen to stay, she would have laughed at him, helping him appreciate the ridiculousness of his suffering in easing that of others. He would have laughed with her, delighting in the knowledge that he had caused her smile and provided a spark for her wit. But she was not there, and Darcy was determined to stay at Netherfield Park until she saw that Walter Wyndham was nothing more than a figment of her imagination. She would come to her senses then, and he would be there when she did. He would point out her greatest flaw, her fanciful imagination, just as she had so forcefully made him acknowledge his own faults, and he would— Darcy sighed. While he wished for Elizabeth to understand how she made him suffer, he did not wish to be the cause of her suffering. She would be devastated without any help from him, and she would need him to be her friend, for him to be gentleman enough to help her pick up the pieces of her disappointed heart, without reminding her of the faults which had led to it. "Was last night not delightful, Darcy?" Bingley asked, still peering out of the front parlour window overlooking the drive. Darcy did not reply. He had nothing pleasant to say about the evening. The sooner he could put it behind him and forget it, the better. Bingley joined Darcy beside the fireplace, watching him, expecting an answer. Darcy shrugged his shoulders. It was the best he could do. Bingley laughed, and though Darcy's anger flared, he was too exhausted to correct him. "You look how I felt the day Jane left for Longbourn. My mind knew she could not continue here, once she had recovered enough to return to her family, but my heart wanted her to feign illness so she could stay until the final reading of the banns." Bingley had Darcy's attention. "You have proposed?" he asked. "Not yet, but I plan to very soon. Every second away from her is torture for my soul. I feel it in my bones until my entire body aches." Darcy exhaled. Not 1 inch of his person escaped the ache consuming him. Bingley considered him for some time, the crackling of the fire loud in the small room. "I suspect my sister will find us soon, and so I will speak quickly and plainly, Darcy. You are the expert in all things regarding management. You have no equal in your intelligence and insight. I know I will benefit from your shared wisdom for years to come." Bingley cleared his throat and shuffled his feet. "However," he continued, "when it comes to affairs of the heart, I have the advantage over you. It is a flaw to fall in love so easily, I know, but I am not so clever as you. I learn through experience, and several heartbreaks have taught me to recognise the signs of love when I see them. Darcy, my good friend, I see them in you." "You are not helping," Darcy grumbled. He had neither the desire nor the time to help Bingley understand his predicament. "Not if you carry on with that stupid attitude. I was not so blinded with admiration for Jane that I could not observe how easily you and Miss Elizabeth befriended each other. Do you not realise how fortunate you are to have fallen in love with a woman who loves you and likes you, who will be your lover and your friend?" Darcy's chest tightened. Was this what angina pectoris felt like? He had read about it in a medical journal. He certainly felt like he might die. Bingley continued. The man would not shut up. "If you want to brood all day, then be my guest. I am accustomed to your moods. But if you love Miss Elizabeth at all, you will go after her." It was too much. "She chose to leave me." "You told her you love her? You made an offer?" "No." "Then why would you expect her to stay and wait? Miss Elizabeth is handsome and witty. She would not lack for suitors, despite what you have said to the contrary." Darcy's jaw clenched, and he said through his teeth, "She made her choice." Bingley rolled his head back, raising his arms heavenward. "I feel as if I am arguing with a small child. Go after her. Chase her if you must. But do not give in like a proud ninny and live the rest of your days wondering what would have happened had you fought for her, like I am prepared to fight for Jane." What if? Darcy's stomach twisted. He had managed to live his life with few regrets, and he knew he could never forgive himself if he allowed his pride, which was nothing more than fear in disguise, and how he despised disguise, to interfere with the happiness of a young lady whom Darcy would make happy for as long as they both should live. It really was that simple. The ache in his chest relaxed. Darcy had avoided regret in his past, and he would be the worst fool to purposefully regret his future. He would not live with what-ifs when it was in his power to avoid them. Clasping Bingley's shoulder, Darcy squeezed.
"Bingley, you are brilliant. I must away," he said,
striding to the door, where Miss Bingley was only recently entering. She had sense enough to stand aside. "What has happened? Did you receive word from dear Georgiana? She's not suffered a calamity, I hope," she said, one hand covering her mouth in feigned dread, and the other clutching her chest over her heart melodramatically. Darcy did not slow down to explain. Time was not on his side, and he could not afford to lose a moment. Elizabeth would have left for London hours ago. Calling for his horse and groom, Darcy ran up the stairs to get his greatcoat and change into his riding boots. Behind him, he heard Bingley say, "He will soon be as happy with Miss Elizabeth as I am with Jane." "Those scandalous Bennets! They have no fortune, no connections. You cannot be serious, Charles," Miss Bingley exclaimed. She was exclaiming still when Darcy descended the stairs minutes later. She was rooted in the same place where Darcy had left her, her complexion mottled, and her shoulders hunched up to her ears. It was wicked of him, he knew, but Darcy could not resist. Assuming Bingley was still in the parlour, ignoring the scathing remarks of his sister toward a family who dared interfere with her ambitious plans for her austere future, Darcy tipped his hat as he breezed toward the open door where his horse pranced impatiently on the other side. He said, "Goodbye, Bingley. I'm away to London, where I will propose to my scandalous Bennet sister. I wish you well with yours." Elizabeth would have laughed. Chapter 33. Elizabeth had arrived early with Betsy, the maid she had begged her father to send with her. Nobody had wanted to accompany her after the long, exhausting ball that had only ended a short time before. The lures of London were no match for their beds after an evening of diversion. Jane would have come, but Elizabeth saw how Mr. Bingley had attended to her, and she had a feeling it was imperative Jane be at home should he call later that afternoon. Happiness may never be in Elizabeth's future, but she would not deny Jane. And so Elizabeth and Betsy had arrived much too early for the reading at Hanover Square. The large stone building loomed over them. Elizabeth clasped her hands to hide their shaking. This was the moment she had dreamed of, the moment she had longed for. They entered the principal room, an enormous hall with tall ceilings and imposing chandeliers. Several men ran between the great room to a smaller room off to the side, carrying chairs back and forth and placing them in the larger hall. Elizabeth stopped one such man once he had emptied his arms of their burden. "Excuse me, but where is Mr. Wyndham's reading to take place?" The man bowed his head and wiped his forehead with a swoop of his hand. "It was to take place in the tea-room, but it is already too crowded with ladies. We've been instructed to move the reading to the principal room for your convenience. If you will be so kind as to give us a couple of minutes more, you shall be able to sit comfortably." "We are not the first ones here," Elizabeth said to Betsy, who was just as curious as Elizabeth was to see how many ladies had assembled a full hour before the reading was to begin. "Blimey, miss!" Betsy exclaimed as they peeked inside the tea-room. They did not bother to enter. They would not have fitted in. Elizabeth was stunned. "Mr. Wyndham has more admirers than I had thought he would have," she said, backing away from the crowded room. A throaty voice behind her said, "Are you an admirer of Wyndham's poetry? I had not expected there to be so many of us. The poor man will have a terrible time of it, but I have no doubt I shall be his choice." Elizabeth unhooked her arm from Betsy's, her reply escaping her with a squeak when she came face to face with the lady who could only be Mrs. Prudence Pugmire from the description she had heard from Miss Bingley weeks ago. It turns out Miss Bingley had not exaggerated. Betsy's eyes widened. "Lord Almighty!" Elizabeth squeezed Betsy's arm to her side. "It is a grand crowd, is it not?" Mrs. Pugmire huffed, the hair on the mole above her lip flickering like a miniature whip. Elizabeth tried not to look at it, but the harder she tried, the more difficult it was not to stare. Betsy kept her eyes fixed on the toes of her boots, leaving the burden of conversation fully on Elizabeth. Not that she would have breached propriety to do so anyway, but Elizabeth thought it all the same and felt equally in the lurch for her lack of an assistant. Pulling a stack of letters from her large reticule, Mrs. Pugmire slapped them in her gloved hands. "I'm glad I brought these. Wyndham will have to honour his declarations." That puzzled Elizabeth. Staring at a spot between Mrs. Pugmire's bulbous nose and one squinty eye, Elizabeth asked, "Is today's event not a reading?" Mrs. Pugmire wheezed and snorted. "Is that why you think so many ladies are gathered today? You must be from the country. Country maidens are not so mercenary as the rest of us in town." There was nothing offensive in Mrs. Pugmire's manners, and before Elizabeth could reply, the lady continued, "Although, to be honest with you, I am grateful you are merely here for the reading. It means less competition for me, and I need all the help I can get. I'm no beauty by any means, but I have these letters, and I aim to use them." Elizabeth had to know. "They are from Mr. Wyndham?" Mrs. Pugmire fanned her face with them. "Penned with his own hand." "And you say he has declared himself to you in them?" "He has." Mrs. Pugmire beamed proudly. Elizabeth's admiration for the poet died a quick and sudden death. Her Mr. Wyndham would never declare himself in a letter. And with the growing crowd of females packing into the hall, Elizabeth had to wonder just how many women he had declared himself to. Leaning closer to Elizabeth's ear, Mrs. Pugmire added, "Of course, I did my best to ensure his continued devotion by sending him what little gifts and remunerations I could. My dear husband died on our wedding night, leaving me the entirety of my unspent dowry along with his fortune and properties. I was only too happy to bestow some of my excess on a starving poet in need of lodgings and food. As if that were not enough, his poor mother is dreadfully ill. He never complains, but our attachment has grown over the years, and I eventually got it out of him." Elizabeth had left Hertfordshire for this. Mr. Wyndham was nothing more than a money-grubbing charlatan, a rogue who made promises to ladies for whatever he could extract from them. Smiling as kindly as her heated blood allowed, Elizabeth said, "I wish you and Mr. Wyndham all the happiness you deserve." Mrs. Pugmire giggled, then moved to the next group of gathered ladies infiltrating the great room to lay her claim on the lout. Well, she could have him. "Come on, Betsy, let us go," Elizabeth said, pulling the maid across the room. "Oh, miss, I am sorry. You must be very disappointed, but we have travelled all this way. Do you not wish to see him at all?" Betsy's eyes scanned hungrily over the crowd. Turning back to Elizabeth, she added, "He may not be the gentleman you believed him to be, but this gathering promises to be a show worthy of the journey here, I think. Do you not agree, miss?" Betsy so rarely got to do anything outside of Longbourn and Meryton, Elizabeth could not deny her a few more minutes' entertainment. "Very well, but we will stay only as long as necessary for Mr. Wyndham to appear. Then we really must leave." The ladies had filed out from the tea-room and also poured in from their carriages in the square, filling the seats as soon as they were placed in cramped, even rows. Elizabeth lingered toward the back, promptly snatching 2 chairs in the last row, nearest the doors. Their escape would be an easy one. A man with greasy, combed-over hair walked onto the platform and cleared his throat. He introduced himself as Mr. Vholes, and informed the growing female public that Mr. Wyndham would arrive any minute. A gentleman breezed into the room just then. Elizabeth recognised him, and only the realisation that she was not surprised to see Mr. Wickham there at all curbed her frustrated fury. This whole reading was a farce. If Mr. Wyndham existed at all, he was not present in the room, for if Elizabeth was certain of anything, it was that Mr. Wickham had not written one word of the poems she so dearly loved, and he was completely unapologetic about it. He swaggered and grinned up to the stage. Ladies swooned, the hum of their excited whispers buzzing in Elizabeth's ears. She could stand it no longer. Grabbing Betsy's hand and tugging her along, Elizabeth charged away from the sickening setting. She had given up any chance, any future she might have had with William, for this. Supporting herself against the thick stones of the building, Elizabeth leaned back and closed her eyes. Frustration and dashed hope streamed down her cheeks and shattered against the pavement in crystal drops. Chapter 34. Darcy was grateful for the company of his groom. The good man saved them precious minutes Darcy would have had to waste in finding a stable close to Hanover Square. He might have been tempted to ride his horse inside the hall. The rooms were large. He would have fitted. Handing his reins to the groom, Darcy dismounted and rounded the corner to the front of the building, and stopped short. What little sun was to be had on that gloomy day shone on the pavement in front of Elizabeth. She leaned against the building, her head resting against the pale stones, her face tilted up with her eyes closed. Her tear-stained cheeks pulled at his heart. The way she beat her fisted hand against the side of the building tugged his lips into a smile. She was angry, as well she ought to be. She would be angry with him, and Darcy knew he deserved it. He could bear her ire far better than he could her separation. Were it up to him, he would never part from Elizabeth's side from that day forward. A young lady, who must have been a maid from Longbourn, saw him. She lifted her hand to tap Elizabeth on the shoulder, but Darcy raised his finger to his lips to quiet her. Treading softly on his boots, he approached, stopping in front of Elizabeth, so that his shadow fell over her form. Her eyelids fluttered open, and all the words Darcy had recited during the ride between Netherfield to London escaped him.
"How do you do it?" he whispered. "You are more beautiful every time I see you."
Carefully, he lifted his fingers to dry her cheek. Elizabeth closed her eyes again. She did not pull away from his hand, and it took every bit of Darcy's self-control not to wrap her in his arms and kiss her sorrows away on that busy London street. The maid was no help. She made a point of spinning to face away from them. Darcy wondered if Mrs. Bennet had trained her. "You changed your mind," Elizabeth said, smiling, her eyes sparkling, and her whole demeanour showing Darcy her pleasure in seeing him.
"You have that effect on me, it would seem," Darcy teased.
Elizabeth bit her lip and looked down at her wringing hands. "I had thought... It is silly of me, really, but I had hoped..." She looked at him uncertainly. She did not need to say more for Darcy to understand. It was as Darcy had prayed it would be. Did she wonder if he was Walter Wyndham? It was a daring thought, and one he doubted she would admit even to herself, though the recesses of her mind might have wished it. She did not ask, because then she would rightly wonder why he had not told her so before. It was time. But Darcy would reveal the truth in his way. Holding out his arm, he asked, "Shall we go inside? I promise I will explain the matter to you fully, but there is something I must see to immediately." "Mr. Wickham is in there," she said. "I know, and he will soon know of my presence." She took his arm, and together they entered the room as Wickham was reciting the poem he had called My Forbidden Love. He did a poor job of it, though his audience did not seem to care. They giggled and sighed behind fans. Darcy instructed the maid to find seats. He hated to let go of Elizabeth, but he could not risk taking her with him to the stage. Sure enough, on completion of the poem he had slaughtered, Wickham raised his head to better receive his applause, and he saw Darcy. Without so much as an adieu, Wickham leapt off the stage, weaving his way between the ladies blocking his path. Darcy had anticipated his move. Wickham was a lover, not a fighter. Turning, Darcy ran, so he stood between Wickham and the door, just as his foe had pushed his way through the bevy of admiring ladies. Wickham stopped short within arm's reach. It was perfect. Grabbing the back of Wickham's collar, complete with a few clumps of hair to ensure he could not wiggle out of his grasp, Darcy marched Wickham back to the front of the room, stopping at the foot of the stage. There was a free seat, reserved for him, no doubt, by Mrs. Pugmire. You never forget such a lady. Darcy shoved Wickham down onto the chair, only loosening his grip, when Mrs. Pugmire assured Darcy and all the witnesses around them that she would not permit Wickham to leave her side. She went so far as to loop her arm through his possessively, proving her point, and leaving Darcy to suspect the lady had designs on Wickham, that involved much more than holding him in place for the next few minutes. She snuggled into the ingrate, with a forever kind of contented glow spreading over her face. Darcy turned to the stage. Taking care of Wickham would be the easy part. He walked to the centre of the platform and faced the assembly of faces, all directed at him. Darcy prayed his heart would not burst. His entire body trembled at the sight of the hundreds of eyes aimed at him. They watched and waited for him to expose his secret. There were so many of them, a sea of ringlets and waving fans. Darcy swallowed hard. He had made a promise, and he would not break it. He inhaled deeply, his breath shaking as violently as his hands trembled, until he saw Elizabeth. Her sweet, encouraging smile lent him courage as his vision closed around her. Taking another deep breath, Darcy began. Chapter 35. Elizabeth exhaled along with William. The dear man looked as if he might faint or fall ill. When he finally found her in the crowd, she smiled encouragingly, knowing, because she felt his nerves along with him, that what he was about to do came at great cost. He pulled a small leather journal out of his pocket and opened it. The pages were thick and wavy with wear. When he found what he searched for, he held it up for the crowd to inspect. Pointing to the page, he said, "This is the diary I kept during my first year at Cambridge. The entries are dated, and on this particular day of December 20, 1801, I had returned to visit my family, to discover that my favourite horse had died weeks before my arrival. I was heartbroken. I had lost a dear friend, and I regretted not taking her with me, even though she was advanced in years, and I had left her behind for her own comfort." Sympathy settled in Elizabeth's throat. The ladies in the room fell silent, fans stilled. Taking a deep breath, William continued. "Not knowing how else to express my grief, I wrote a poem in her honour. You know it as My Forbidden Love, because the man who stole my poem for his own gain correctly assumed that my title, Impertinent Minx, did not sound so romantic, and would not draw the sum he demanded." Elizabeth's jaw dropped. So it had been about a horse. How many times she had run through the fields or peered into the mirror to admire her chestnut locks, because she knew that somehow, impossibly, the poem had been written about her. Oh, the vanity! A horse! William bit his lips together, but his eyes smiled into hers. Several other ladies gasped in the audience, and Elizabeth's self-censure eased in the knowledge that she was not the only lady to have made the same assertion. Of course, they had not argued with the author, or written him off as a lost cause when he did not share her erroneous opinion. Oh, my! William was the author. William is Walter Wyndham. Elizabeth pressed her cold fingers against her mouth. Her dreams had been smarter than she was. Somehow, somewhere in the depths of her mind, she had hoped. Mr. Wyndham had been William all along. The bodies in the room faded, leaving only herself and William. He smiled at her, and she beamed back at him. He was real. He was wonderful. And how she loved him, with the whole of her joyous heart. He continued, not the proud and distant Fitzwilliam Darcy she had met at the Meryton Assembly, but the sympathetic, warm man she now knew him to be, saying, "While I will admit I was horrified when I learned my poems had been shared with the world, poems I have protected in secrecy for many years, for fear of having the depth of my emotions exposed for others to mock and exploit, I must also admit that I am relieved and humbled you have received my work so kindly. Thank you. You have proven to me that where one sees vulnerability as a weakness, others simply see beauty in honesty." A collective sigh echoed through the room. Elizabeth's eyes prickled with the love her heart could not contain. The ladies listened in mesmerized silence, while William continued. "You came here today to discover the identity of Walter Wyndham. I am afraid he does not exist, as you might have imagined him.
His career cannot continue beyond this assembly."
That announcement provoked a few gasps, but nobody argued the point. Who would, given the circumstances?
"However,"
William said, once again speaking directly to Elizabeth,
"I prepared a parting poem especially for you, and I will share it now in gratitude of your support and immense understanding."
He did not pull a paper out of his pocket to read. He recited from memory. Elizabeth felt the curiosity of hundreds of ladies looking at her, their eyes flickering between her and William, who never wavered his gaze from Elizabeth. He began,
"Shall I compare you to my favourite horse?"
Elizabeth gasped, and William's dimple flashed in a wide grin.
"No, that is not it. Pray allow me to try again," he said.
In a deep tone, as soft as velvet, he began,
"I used to dream of finding my equal, until I met a lady beyond reach. From my pride did her prejudice recoil, and in each other's faults we found love's breach. You marched into my thoughts and stood your ground. With honest conviction you won my trust. Finer eyes than yours I have never found. My marble defences crumbled to dust. Wit is your sword, humour your sturdy shield, with sun-kissed skin and golden chestnut hair. Against such weapons I am glad to yield, and in paltry verse lay my feelings bare."
William hopped down from the stage, closing the distance between himself and Elizabeth. Dropping to one knee, he took her hand in his, brushing his lips over her palm, his unshaved whiskers sending delightful shivers up her arm. He concluded his sonnet.
"Marry me, please, Elizabeth Bennet. My life is not whole without you in it."
In her wildest imagination, Elizabeth could never have dreamed of a more romantic proposal. She nodded, enthusiasm lending vigour to her gesture and power to her voice when she shouted, "Yes!" William pulled her forward as he stood, and Elizabeth took refuge in his strong arms. Tears streamed down her cheeks that ached from her constant smile. Drunk with happiness, she hiccuped. Cheers and the staccato of clapping hands surrounded them, but William ignored them brilliantly. His hold did not weaken until she raised her face. There was something she needed to know. "I wanted Mr. Wyndham to be you. I wanted him to be you more than I have ever wanted anything," she said, her voice choking into a whisper as she succumbed to happiness. William's fingers caressed her face, drying her cheeks as he leaned closer. His lips were as close to hers as they had been during Miss Bingley's recital. That had been an accident. Today, in the crowded assembly room, William's nearness was by design. Elizabeth's mouth tingled in anticipation. William did not disappoint. The noise of the crowd faded, and Elizabeth's eyes closed as he wrapped his hand around her waist and lowered his lips to hers. Fireworks sparked from the top of Elizabeth's head down to her curled-up toes. She tightened her hold around William. If she was going to float into the clouds, she wanted him with her. Her poet, her love, her William. Chapter 36. An interloper tapped Darcy on the shoulder. He ignored it, as a gentleman is wont to do in the middle of a pulse-pounding, heart-melting kiss with the woman he loved and respected more than the sum of everyone he had ever held in high esteem. A hand, Darcy could only suppose the same one which had been tapping his back insistently, gripped his shoulder and shook it, saying jovially, "I wish you happiness on this joyous day. To think I am in good part responsible for your match fills me with great satisfaction." The interruption was bad enough, but the source of it was unforgivable. Standing erect, Darcy would have wound his fist back for greater impact had Elizabeth not wiggled her fingers through his and held him tight. She addressed Wickham. "What you have done is inexcusable and immoral. You ought to be ashamed of yourself."
Darcy nodded. What she said. Wickham looked stunned.
"But if you'd not read Darcy's poetry, you would not have known he was your match." You benefited from the deepest thoughts of a man you claimed as a friend. You are reprehensible, sir," Elizabeth said, the bite in her voice carrying through the silent room, filled with eavesdropping ladies, who would never fall for Wickham's charm after what they heard. Except for one woman. Mrs. Prudence Pugmire, true to her word, stood guard over Wickham, as Darcy had asked her to do. Where all the other eligible ladies saw an unrepentant, irredeemable rogue, she clearly saw an opportunity. Her face flushed, her breath quick, and a bead of sweat trailing down her temple, Mrs. Pugmire grinned widely as she tightened her hold around Wickham's arm. He could not shake her off, no matter how hard he tried, and try he did. For every step he attempted to take away from Mrs. Pugmire, she closed the distance until her side was pressed more firmly against his. "I have letters," she announced. Elizabeth dropped her voice, saying to the eager woman, "Are you certain you wish to attach yourself to such a man? You know what he is, what he has done." Mrs. Pugmire flicked the fan dangling from the wrist of her free hand open, fluttering it before her face. "I thank you for your concern, Miss Bennet. However, from my view, Mr. Wickham offers the perfect solution to my predicament. You see, I am lonely, and I want for charming conversation and a handsome face to gaze upon. I realise such a man is not easily caught, but I have the means to ensure his cooperation, and I will not hesitate to use them." Wickham shivered and tried to pull away yet again. There were few things he could not bring himself to suffer, and Mrs. Pugmire was foremost among them. Dropping her fan, she pulled a packet of letters from her reticule. Wickham's eyes widened as large as tea saucers, and he attempted to grab the damning proof away from her, but she was clever and held them just out of his reach. With a victorious grin, she said, "Ah, so you recognise you are in no position to negotiate with me. I hold your future in my hands, Mr. Wyndham. Or shall I call you Wickham? And you will do as I bid. Before all of these witnesses, you will admit you are compromised, or I will gladly allow every lady in this room to read these pages." Wickham paled. "You do not like the idea of others reading the contents of your letters? Tut, tut, you should have thought of that before exposing Mr. Darcy's poems to the masses, my dear. Surely you do not expect fairer treatment than you have given to him," she added. Darcy liked Mrs. Pugmire. Once she was safely attached to another, he considered they could even become friends. One look at Elizabeth's smile confirmed she felt the same. Mrs. Pugmire grinned contentedly. She had Wickham, and she knew it. "As I thought. Very well, then, these are my terms. I will provide generously for your needs. You will live the life of a leisurely gentleman, complete with an adequate gambling allowance, which you are by no means to exceed. In exchange, you will keep me company and allow me to show you off in society. Our betrothal will be announced in all the newspapers, so I may gloat over my conquest before every gentleman who has ever snubbed me, and every lady who would not befriend me because I am not stylish enough to suit them. From the day of our wedding ceremony, you are never to part from my side." Elizabeth mumbled to Darcy, "She will not let him out of her sight. We spoke before the reading, and the lady is determined." She was perfect. Darcy's admiration for Mrs. Pugmire strengthened to the point he had to ask once again, "Are you certain?" "I am determined," was her reply. Darcy would not argue with her further. She knew what she wanted, and now that Wickham was literally in her grasp, she was not letting him go. Wickham looked positively miserable, as the ladies he had been able to woo with his charm turned their noses up at him and whispered unflattering comments behind their fans. Word would spread throughout town before the end of the day, and any influence he had held would disappear before the setting of the sun. Darcy was satisfied. Mrs. Pugmire was jubilant. And Elizabeth? Returning to more important matters, Darcy raised Elizabeth's hand to his lips and kissed her knuckles. She had not needed to bruise them to strike her blows. Her words delivered a far more effective jab, and Darcy prayed never to forget it. He vowed to never give her cause to be disappointed in him ever again.
Shall we return to Longbourn? There is a matter of great importance I wish to discuss with Mr. Bennet, he said.
The smile with which Elizabeth answered lightened Darcy's feet, until he believed it possible he could fly all the way back to Hertfordshire. Epilogue. 1 month later. Darcy waited in the library at Pemberley. A tea tray full of treats to delight Elizabeth's senses lay in the middle of the table by the fireplace. He hurried to remove the vase of flowers he had cut from the hothouse before the heat of the fire wilted them, pausing with the bulky china in his hands when he did not know where best to position them. Everything had to be just right. He squeezed his arm against his pocket. Yes, it was still there, the token he had had made for her. She entered the room then, catching him shuffling about with an armful of blossoms. Darcy would have felt like a fool, but Elizabeth's love for the ridiculous bubbled forth in her merry laughter, and he soon joined in her amusement. Unloading his burden and taking her hand, he pulled her over to the couch. He had been preparing his gift for some time now. Darcy knew she would love it, but now that the moment had arrived to present it to her, nerves overtook him. Wiping his sweating palms on his breeches, he pulled out the leather diary he had been writing in frantically every night since they had arrived at Pemberley.
What I never sought to share with others, I wish to share with you. I had not realized how many poems and sonnets I have written until I undertook the task of copying them here for your enjoyment. But as you can see, the pages are nearly full.
He handed the book to her. You made me a book of poetry, of your poetry. All of them, Elizabeth gasped, pressing the book to her breast and caressing the cover as tenderly as a mother held her firstborn.
Some of them are atrocious, he said.
They are perfect, she said, daring him with her firm tone to argue.
You have not read them yet.
My love, you know how dearly I love to laugh. Of what use are our failures and foibles if we cannot laugh at them? I shall treasure every poem in this book, knowing that it came from you. No other token could please me more. Darcy beamed at his wife. Elizabeth would never be swayed by precious gems so long as he had his pen, and he would write her every day just to show her how precious she was to him. He would never leave her room to doubt the ardour of his love. She opened the book and read the inscription.
For my darling Elizabeth, with whom I hope to enjoy many more poetry lessons.
Laughing and shaking her head, she said, How presumptuous you must have thought me, teaching poetry to you.
I thought you were charming, even though you were wrong.
She pressed her fingers against her cheeks. How embarrassing to realise that my favourite poem, the one I believed was about me, was penned in honour of your dear horse. Is it painful for you to talk of her? Curiosity arched her eyebrows and sparkled in her fine eyes. Darcy could not deny her.
She was as I described her in the poem, a chestnut with a lively temperament.
I should say so. You titled it Impertinent Minx. Was that her name?
She answered to both, but her name was Rhea.
The flightless bird, or the mother of the Greek gods? Elizabeth asked. Darcy chuckled.
Both would apply. I flew over the fields on Rhea's back, but she demanded the respect and consideration of anyone she allowed near her. The poor stable boy was afraid of her, and she seemed to delight in giving him reason for fear. But she loved me, so long as I treated her like a queen, which I did without hesitation, because I loved her too. In that, you were not completely wrong. Rhea gave me freedom, a much-needed reprieve from the expectations of others.
I can see why you loved her. She was as selective and demanding of others as you are, Elizabeth said with an impish grin.
And yet, as selective and demanding as you proclaim me to be, I chose you. Are you flattered? He teased.
When did it happen? She asked. I knew I wanted to be your friend when you showed an interest in poetry, but it was not until I had given up all hope of you becoming a poet that I started to wish for much more. When did you realise you loved me? She clasped her hands together and bit her lips together, anxious. Speaking from his heart to put her at ease, Darcy said,
The moment you made clear you were not influenced by my rank and fortune is when my regard took root."
She guffawed. "That soon?"
"Your honesty impressed me. It set you apart. However, it was not until you questioned my character and dared me to do better, to behave as the gentleman you expected me to be, that I truly realized the danger you posed to my heart."
Elizabeth snuggled closer to him, resting her head against the crook of his shoulder. Sighing, she said, "How difficult it must have been when you realized I was in love with you, only I did not know it. At the start, I was disinclined to like you at all."
"That was putting it lightly,"
Darcy commented.
"Love born from hate."
She smiled up at him. "It is the finest, stoutest kind." Darcy pressed his lips against her forehead.
"A fine, stout love,"
he whispered against her skin. "Nourished with the food of love, your poems," she teased. His own impertinent minx boldly arched her neck and parted her lips. "Mr. Darcy, my poet."
"Mrs. Darcy, my muse."
Impertinent minx. Running through fields, chasing the light of dawn, we steal away, our tethers left behind. Would I could return to the days long gone, to the glory days of summer rewind. You wait for me with a glow in your eye, sunlight weaving gold in your chestnut mane. I look for you, and receive no reply. Truth is harsh, and yet I look on in vain. My loyal friend, my faithful confidant, who would ease the burdens weighing me down? My imperfections you kindly recant, with outpouring love my sorrows you drown. While I would wish you always at my side, in my heart you continue to reside. Non-pareil. I used to dream of finding my equal, until I met a lady beyond reach. From my pride did her prejudice recoil, and in each other's faults we found love's breach. You marched into my thoughts and stood your ground. With honest conviction you won my trust. Finer eyes than yours I have never found. My marble defences crumbled to dust. Wit is your sword, humour your sturdy shield, with sun-kissed skin and golden chestnut hair. Against such weapons I am glad to yield, and in paltry verse lay my feelings bare. Marry me, please, Elizabeth Bennet. My life is not whole without you in it. This has been Fitzwilliam Darcy, Poet, a Pride and Prejudice variation, written by Jennifer Joy, narrated by Stevie Zimmerman. Copyright 2019 by Jennifer Joy Ramirez. Production copyright by Jennifer Joy Ramirez.
George Wickham is a frequent villain in Pride and Prejudice variations, and rightly so. But what if he wasn't as wicked as we thought? I mean, he's still a money-grubbing opportunist, but what if he was able to get something from Darcy, money, without trying to elope with Georgiana? That was the premise that started this novel. Turning Darcy into a poet seemed like such a great idea at the time. I mean, how romantic. Darcy, a poet? Now, we know from his letter that he expressed himself better on the page than he often did in words. His insulting proposal is proof enough of that. So turning him into a poet wasn't too big of a stretch in my mind. So I dove into this story with white-hot enthusiasm until I got to the end and realized that I knew nothing about writing poetry. I'd learned about sonnets, iambic pentameter, quatrains, and couplets. If this looks familiar to you, then you know what I'm talking about. To make matters worse, I'd given Darcy some fame with his poetry. So the poems couldn't just be passable, they had to have some depth and meaning to them. They had to be good enough to capture Lizzie's attention. I actually had to delay the release of this book by several weeks because it was so much harder for me to write those poems at the end than it was to write the entire novel. So now when I have a brilliant idea, I try to think ahead a little bit better. It is a great opportunity to learn new things though, and I'm proud of the poems that I came up with. Will I continue to write poetry? No, and hats off to those who can. But am I happy I did it? Absolutely yes. I hope you enjoyed Fitzwilliam Darcy Poet. If you did, please like this video and subscribe to my channel so that you don't miss anything new. Until the next audiobook, bye.